How we doing today? Hey. Been arguing with dum-dums. This is funny, though. Let's look at these good laughs. He needs to buy a vocabulary. Oh, he doesn't know nothing about economics. I know, everyone's bootlicking. I guess you guys can't read it. Need to figure that out, how to make this my whole screen. I guess it goes here, but... And then we got another anti-science guy, of course. CO2 is better for the planet. And then I fucking had to tell him, why the fuck do you think Mercury is not hotter than Venus? Mercury doesn't have a fucking atmosphere, you dense dummy. Venus has CO2 in its atmosphere, therefore it's hotter. I wonder why Earth's getting hotter, because we have more CO2. It's not really that fucking hard to say. And it's just like Sarah bringing this journalist Mike Benz, who's a fucking conspiracy tard. But I do need to watch this right here quick. Jump in the round table in case Brandon or whoever wants to join. I don't know. All right, they're all trying to tell me that 0.99 equals 1.
Scene of the fact that 0.9. Hello and welcome. I'm James Murphy, and today I'm going to show you why every proof that you've seen of the fact that 0.99 repeating equals 1 is wrong. Don't worry, it is true. This isn't one of those videos. It's just the proofs that you've seen that are wrong. So first, I'll show you why those other proofs are wrong, and then I'll show you my actual proof. The vast majority of proofs that 0.99 repeating equals 1 are so-called algebraic proofs. They start with some number, they do some algebraic manipulations, and then they somehow derive that 1 is equal to 0.99 repeating from that. These are by far the most common kind of proof that you'll see when you look it up. And at a first glance, they look pretty sensible. I start with x being 0.99 repeating, then I multiply by 10, I subtract x, and then I solve for...
Happening? You ready?
I am ready.
I'll share this. I'm trying to watch this fucking... that 0.99 to equal 1 shit.
Oh yeah, dude. I think my brain's been trying to undercut that in a way. Like the frame. I fucking swear to God.
I really want to see a real mathematician go over this more than a YouTube guy. But I'll start with the YouTube guy. But I want to see I don't know, fucking Brian Greene or one of these physicists. Because that was my whole point. Physicists, they don't round. You have to be precise if you want that fucking thing to go around Neptune exactly at this time.
Well, it's math though. We have to fucking have you have to have an exact proof of how it's an infinite sequence. So if it's an infinite sequence, that means therein lies the the change. You know what I mean? It's the change is in there.
I'm about to find out.
The grouping, and I fucking swear to God, we can more or less. We can literally unite the consciousness frame, the set frame, and all this shit under the same fucking infinite principle. I fucking swear to God. I shit you not.
Yeah.
Shit you fucking not.
So on my one buddy's page on Facebook, this is my one buddy's page. They've been arguing. He was arguing with his buddy about Elon Musk and USAid and all this shit, right? So I jumped in.
Yeah.
Because I need to always back my homies that are right, you know. And then all of a sudden it got to fucking climate change, right? Because we're talking about I'm like, I bet you don't believe in this shit. He's like, climate, CO2 is good for plants, which is good for the animals, blah, blah, blah. And so then I use and I can't believe I never thought about this, but this is so smart. I was like, why do you think that Mercury, the closest planet to the sun, is not the hottest planet in the sun? Did you know that even?
No, yeah, I knew that. Yeah, yep.
And why is it?
Yep, I told you this. Because of fucking carbon dioxide and
Yeah, carbon
greenhouse
dioxide
gas.
in Venus and not in Mercury.
Yeah,
Mercury has no
yeah,
atmosphere, therefore it can't keep its heat in.
exactly.
So I'm like,
It's so
see,
obvious, right?
I know. So I'm like, just use your own, like, just think about it with your, like, it's always like, think about it like a fifth grader. Like, doesn't that make sense? Like it
Yep.
doesn't make sense that the closest planet is not the hottest, right? Why? And like
Yeah.
now you got to figure out why is that not the case? Well, it's not the case because this planet has CO2. Okay, so now we're trying to tell you that our planet's getting hotter. And why do you think it's getting hotter? It's not because there's nothing there. It's because of what? The CO2.
Yeah.
Like
Exactly,
come
dude.
on, it's all part of the same logic train. Like if premise A equals premise B, and premise C, and then it goes to conclusion. Like it all
Dude,
follows.
people just don't understand how to look at the world mathematically, like an exchange of numbers between things when certain functions are performed. That's it, right?
And then at one point, like because we were talking about like something about the government was he was saying like the United States Department of whatever Treasury works under the executive branch, therefore the executive branch basically can run anything it wants. And then I looked this
Yeah.
up and I found out there's a case called Executor versus United States, where fucking the federal was FDR tried to fire some FCA or FEC or whatever workers, but he couldn't because they're not a part of his. Even though they're part of the executive branch, they don't work directly under him.
Okay.
So like, just because something's in the executive branch doesn't necessarily mean that it works directly under that guy.
Hmm.
And also, you can't just like fire him for no reason. Like all these things. That's what that whole. So like, I quoted him that I showed him the paper or like the news the court hearing, and then I at one point I just copied and pasted a section of the actual Constitution about like who gets to audit the Fed, and it said something like I think it's the general inspector of the government is the one that's deemed the guy to audit the Fed. So I was like, where is Elon Musk when did he become the general inspector and shit? Like, so that is illegal, like technically, if you go by like the letter of the law, what the Constitution says. And then he's trying to like laugh off. I'm like, that's funny. How do you laugh at the Constitution and then say you love the Constitution?
Dude, exactly.
Because he did one of those laughing emojis at the comment. I'm like, like, I don't, because I didn't actually tell him that I quoted the fucking Constitution, but like after I was like, you just laughed at the Constitution, like, you dumb.
Yeah, they're just liars. They're they're charlatans. So they're fucking sharks, basically. Fucking sons of bitches. We gotta take them down. Yeah, the infinite regress or whatever thing. Like it's so hard to explain, but there's like a point, like a fucking rubber band snapping, or like I don't know. It's like when you get to a certain point with the band or whatever, the thing you're inspecting, it's like, oh, it computes, but that has to be an irrational fucking sequence itself.
Lots of emails from questions how they could do such dangerous.
Like, how many different pairs and like sequences can you get out of that fucking whole range from 0 to 1, dude? Like, it's insane. And it's like a pre-type, pre-quantity space where things aren't looked at or processed in terms of quantity or quality or type. It's just information, like pure difference. Because every sequence should be different.
Do. New York Times. He keeps showing me like hearsay articles where it's like this. People say like USAID or USA did shit here, but it's like, can you actually show me evidence? And he's always like, here, look at this article. I'm like, okay, this is an article. I'm not saying it says stuff, but where's the actual evidence? Like, where's like this country's like prime minister or whoever the fuck saying, you know, like, or somebody, you know, like.
They said this, therefore it's not my thought, it's their thought.
Well, it's
you know?
like there's a world difference between American foreign assistance programs that openly support democratic development, human rights, and socioeconomic progress, and the type of clandestine operations aimed at regime change that United States Agency of International Development has been running under the guise of democracy promotion. Like, yeah, that's what you say, but can you have any evidence? Like, I guess their best says exactly. Regime change programs have been a negative effect on larger U.S. policies interests as well as the legitimacy of USAID own core missions. Senator Patrick Leahy told the agency's administrator Ravid Shara that he oversaw committees was receiving lots of emails from aid workers around the world asking this time, how could they do this and how could they put it in such danger? The simple answer was, you said. It's like, oh, okay. So, I mean, like, there's no evidence. It just says this guy said that, this guy says this, and this guy says this. Like, but where's the actual evidence? I just don't get people. Like, this is just more hearsay. You know?
Did you watch that movie, show, the one with Kevin Spacey, where he's the president, or whatever? House of Cards.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Fuck, man. The changes we need in society just take way too long. That's the most annoying thing. The world just moves too fucking slow.
Yeah. You know why? Because change is fucking hard. How about this? It's hard to change yourself. Think about now changing 300 some odd million people. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, like, even for like me and you, like, we probably should quit smoking cigarettes and stuff. And we know it. It's hard to do. Like I said, now do that for 300 million people. Do. Bing. I love all these little. Did you see my fucking? You should see my post on fucking Bill Burr. Bill Burr demands billionaires be put down like fucking rabid dogs and shit. You know, he's talking shit about billionaires.
Goddamn.
Right? But then if you go on like, cause so Fox News is the one that posted the thing, so I shared it. But I was just like, read the comments section for all the fucking bootlickers, billionaire bootlickers. That's all they're doing up there. It's like, man, fuck him. He doesn't even know he's a millionaire. But it's like, dude, okay, what the fuck? Like, I can't believe you have so many poor people trying to defend fucking rich people like this. It's just nuts to me.
Yep. Absolutely fucking insanity to me. They are bootlickers, dude. They're like, yep. I'm gonna get my American dream. Like, in what lifetime, pal? You gotta fucking go for what's yours, man.
Here's another article. Let's see here. U.S. uses humanitarian assistance to hide regime change efforts in Venezuela. Oh. Funny, because this is 2019, so this is Trump time. So are you going to talk shit about Trump and say Trump fucking try to use U.S. aid to fucking overthrow Venezuela? Is that the new claim now? That's funny.
Huh.
Let's read. I got to read this article some. The choreographed provocation of Venezuela's border this week highlights an often overlooked component of the United States orchestrated regime change machine, U.S. aid. Its motto, "From the American people," usually stamped on containers bound for conflict zones, might more accurately be read as "From the United States Department," as U.S. aid functions as a direct arm of the U.S. foreign policy. It is funded and staffed by the State Department, controlling or overseeing a budget of $6.8 billion in assistance that U.S. aid fully or partially managed through the Economic Support and Development Fund, Global Health Programs, Transition Innovations, and International Disaster Acceptance. U.S. aid works closely with more visible regime change bodies, the National Endowment for Democracy and Transition Initiatives. Washington speaks of regime change or regime con, considerations program and consolidations programs. Jesus Christ. USA Bureau of Democracy, Conflict, and Humanitarian Assistance oversees the Office of Transition Innovations, which supports U.S. foreign policy objectives by helping local partners advance peace and democracy, and whose programs serve as a catalyst for positive political change. U.S. aid has been instrumental in organizing the fake humanitarian aid convoy, ostensibly designed to alleviate suffering inside Venezuela. In a recent CNN interview in the Colombian warehouse where the convoy trucks were parked, U.S. aid chef administrator Mark Green said, "Today, what we did was bring a new shipment of humanitarian assistance, about 66 metric tons." Dude, that's a lot of fucking food and shit. Cool.
God damn.
I know. As I made clear, that this was not the first, nor will be the last. There will be another shipment coming in. Other materials coming from other countries like Indonesia. They'll be coming from a variety of sources, and it really is what President Guaido asked of President Trump. So yeah, this is definitely Trump's time. Okay. President Guaido, who was officially recognized as interim president of Venezuela, had a specific request for emergency medical care and nutrition, and so we've been responding. We've been mobilizing assistance getting here, pre-positioning here in Colombia, obviously Cucuta primarily, which is what President Guaido and his representatives had asked for. But it's important because we've provided real hope for the people of Venezuela. Green does not even bother to hide that this aid is aligned with the political agenda of the Trump administration and his hand-picked interim. Ooh. U.S. aid was set up in 1961 as part of the Cold War battle for hearts, bellies, and minds. In 2009, in a briefing from the Carnegie Endowment, Thomas Carotherus outlined the integrated nature of the United States regime change, or to use one of the preferred equiums, democracy assistant agencies, and particularly that of the United States aid. He wrote, over the past 25 years, the United States has built up a substantial body of democracy assistance and now devotes approximately $2.5 billion a year, with about half of the assistance directed at Iraq and Afghanistan.
When are you going to be done?
Oh, not you. Go.
Aww. Why not?
Because I just said so. 3 organizations served as the main founders of such aid: the United States Agency for Eternal Development, the Department of State, and the private nonprofit National Endowment for Democracy. Beyond USAID and the State Department, several other parts of the government also sponsored assistance programs that include efforts to support democratic institutions and practice abroad, including the Department of Defense, the Millennium Challenge Corporations, and the Justice Department. According to Carruthers, USAID spending on political work rose from $165 million in 1991 to $635 million by 1999, with $288 million allocated to Central and Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union, $123 million in sub-Saharan Africa, and $111 million in Asia, Middle East, $86 million in Latin America, and $27 million around the globe. Does any of this sound like nefarious at this point? Like, I keep reading all this and I keep thinking it's like good stuff.
How much was sent to Venezuela?
Not much. I don't even got to that part. They're just talking about. They're trying to make it sound like 165 million to 635 million in a decade is like a lot. And they're saying that we're giving it to like this much to these people. So like we're giving it to people that like there's conflict going on. Like so the Middle East, there's shit going down. We help the people there. Same as like when the former Soviet Union broke up, we gave a lot of money to those people. You know, we always give money to Africa because they're always poor. You know, like I'm just waiting to hear this fucking smoking gun of fucking like, oh, there's a corruption that he's talking about. This is a regime change. You know, like I don't know. I haven't read anything about halfway done. So, all right. According to the agency website, USAID's Venezuelan program supports civil society, promotes human rights, strengthens democratic governance, encourages civic engagement, and expands dialogue. We also help address the rights of citizens to be informed by independent and free media. Our assistance provides training, exchanges with other Latin American countries, support for research, and opportunities for Venezuelans to share ideas. Like, to me, what is wrong with that? Trying to help them build a democratic party, you know, civic engagement, help dialogue, help get free media.
Oh, of course,
You know, like
yeah, right.
free independent media instead of fucking state rant. You know, like
All they're doing with all this shit is ejecting a bunch of trash for us to fucking.
well, because
not
I'm
pay
saying so. Like he
attention,
sent me this article. It's supposed to
That's
show
what
that
it's
we're
about.
overthrowing these governments, but I'm like, when you read what it says literally the opposite. It says we're trying to help these motherfuckers, like with support with research and opportunities and all this shit. It's like what?
It's like, ooh, we got our hands on the black book. Look what's inside. You know, then they're revealing it. They're like, oh, look at this. You
Yeah.
know.
When it's just a piece of paper with nothing on it. Pretty much.
Like because like all of society is like downwind from them right now. You know.
Yep. You said programs reflect the principle enshrined in the United Nations Convention of Human Rights and the Inter-American Democratic Charter, such as freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, and the right and fair and transparent elections. You said is building the capacity of the National Assembly to be a viable democratic institution that represents all Venezuelans. You said and the NED have channeled hundreds of millions of dollars into the counter-revolutionary camps in Venezuela since the very first years of the Hugo Chavez Initiative Bolivarian Revolution.
Chavez.
According to
Chavez.
Chavez. According to WikiLeaks, on November 9th, 2006, cable revealed that the United States Embassy in Caracas was coordinating the anti-Chavez campaign using a 5-point strategy. The cable stated, in August of 2004, our ambassador outlined that the country's team's 5-point strategy to guide embassy activities in Venezuela from the period of 2004 to 2006, especially from the referendum to the 2006 presidential election. The strategy focused on 1. Strengthening democratic institutions, penetrating Chavez's political base, dividing Chavism, protecting vital U.S. businesses, and isolating Chavez internationally. By 2010, the external funding for opposition groups in Venezuela reached more than $57 million, a majority coming from U.S. agencies such as USAID and NED. Researcher Ava Galinger noted that during its first 2 years of operation, USAID had a $10 million budget, which was used to fund approximately 64 opposition groups and programs in Venezuela. The majority of that funding went to anti-Chavez propaganda in the media and an unsuccessful campaign to recall President Chavez from the office in 2004. Oh no, we were trying to get rid of a horrible guy at one point, and we were trying to like give people like the means to do it through like internet and like free speech and things like that. Like, how dare we?
No shit. Like,
Like,
it should be all for that, you know?
and
Like,
that's what I was trying to. That's what I was trying to preface to this guy at one point too. I was like, you know that America is like the world leader, right? Like, I always say, I use the fucking Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility. Like, we have great power, therefore we should expend that to help the world have more power too. And like,
Yeah.
I'd rather have us be the world leader because like if we don't help these people try to get rid of their dictator kind of people, well then China or Russia's going to do it. And who do you think these people are going to start worshiping and buying their goods and doing stuff? They're going to do it with them instead of us. Like,
China's probably gonna take the lead here.
huh?
If we don't fucking
If we stopped,
we don't
yeah,
fucking figure our shit out, yeah.
yeah. I'm saying if we didn't help these, if we
don't
didn't
have
help
all
these
the
Venezuelan people, if we didn't help
problems
them,
we have,
yeah,
man.
I'm saying they would go to China, and then they would help them. Then
Mhm.
they'd be influenced by China. Like,
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure you want to keep America the fucking world leader, right? Like,
Like,
and again, like, if it costs you, let's say, like I said, if it costs you $10 million to try to fucking get rid of a dictator, that ain't nothing. It's one thing to have like troops and shit on the ground versus fucking
10
supplying
million?
like
Jesus
people we
Christ,
like in
dude.
those countries with like
They're
internet.
just throwing softballs at us, man,
Mhm.
and everybody thinks they're fucking hardballs. It's softballs to fucking avoid having to. All right, what about the fucking pharmaceutical industries? It's bullshit. What about all that shit? All right, let's get this fucking out of the way. Get your, they're just. This is fucking retarded. Because they can get to whatever they want whenever they want. They don't have. They're literally structuring the entire narrative right now. That's what I think people don't fucking even see. Like, so we had to stay ahead of them in the narrative. Like, but that's the problem. We don't have a way to get ahead of them in the narrative. How we start throwing in, all right, this, that, and the other in the information stream.
I just asked you, like, what do you think this article is even saying? Let's see what happens. Because I'm gonna see what this guy really thinks. Because he's gonna bring up, see, we've overthrew government. Like, okay, we might have helped throw over the government for $10 million again. And what's the problem? Like, again, you're gonna go back to the fucking.
They don't
We want to
understand
be. We want to
quantities,
be
bro.
the fucking helpers. We want to.
They don't understand numbers. They literally just don't see. Like, oh man, $50 million. I wish I had $50 million. Like that's something you could have given to these people. It's like they use.
So, like, how about this? Think about this. So, in this example, right, from 2006 to 2010, so for 4 years, we gave them $15 million a year, right? It went to fund university programs, workshops, and other events to aid youth in building an anti-Chavez movement. So, like, they're trying to basically help start a movement, but they're giving them the funds to get the movement going.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it's like, and again, what's $15 million to $6.75 trillion? Like, really? Oh my god!
Yep.
Just
I need to look at this. Yeah, the .999 shit.
Oh yeah, I told the dude, I'm like, you get your pennies in a bunch when you drop 2 pennies on the side of the road. That's what it's equivalent to, bro.
Yeah, I need to look at this. The DD kind cut.
Huh?
An infinite set of all rational numbers less than x. Oh yes, it is all infinite. Yeah, it's all infinite connections.
All right, I think I'm done bullshitting. All right, hold on. All right, we gotta listen to this
I had
video.
to learn all of this.
You can see. You see my
What?
shit?
Oh,
We're gonna watch this video.
oh yeah.
We're gonna watch this video before I get back into arguing with dude again.
Okay.
Hello and welcome. I'm James Murphy, and today I'm going to show you why every proof that you've seen of the fact that .99 repeating equals 1 is wrong. Don't worry, it is true. This isn't one of those videos. It's just the proofs that you've seen that are wrong. So first, I'll show you why those other proofs are wrong, and then I'll show you my actual proof. The vast majority of proofs that .99 repeating equals 1 are so-called algebraic proofs. They start with some number, they do some algebraic manipulations, and then they somehow derive that 1 is equal to 0.99 repeating from that. These are by far the most common kind of proof that you'll see when you look it up. And at a first glance, they look pretty sensible. I start with x being 0.99 repeating, then I multiply by 10, I subtract x, and then I solve for x equals 1. Seems valid, right? We all know a third is
See, when I looked at this, I thought it was illogical. That's why I was like, I need to watch a video or see someone explain this, because when I was looking at this, I'm like, that literally makes no fucking sense. It looks like you're just adding shit to even, like you're just adding more points to eventually get to your point being right. You know what I'm saying?
So I just said this. So so basically, what this proves kind of is that infinity occurs or exists before quantity, and nothingness, zero, and somethingness, like as a single set. You know, like we cannot get to 1 without crossing that boundary of not wholeness. And it's like the first frame prior to a whole existing in a space, like where there would have to be quantities to represent like somethingness to differentiate it. It's so weird to even talk about. It's hard to explain the thought process I'm going through.
Yeah.
I just put it in the chat GPT though. But all right, so if infinity pre-exists singular, like what does that mean?
If infinity, so you're saying you have infinity before numbers?
Yeah. Or before singular.
Well, yeah, you're gonna have 0 point whatever for infinity before you're gonna have 1. We talked about that before with Cantor's diagonal proof.
Yeah, I know, but that plays into this.
I bet it does. Well, I'm just saying, when I looked at it, it doesn't look logical. That's why I wanted to listen to see if somebody can break it down for me.
Right, yeah. Go ahead.
0.33 repeating, multiply by 3, and then we get 1 is 0.99 repeating, right? Well, it turns out there are multiple mistakes in these proofs. Well, right at the very start, we've actually made a huge mistake. Just by writing 0.99 repeating, I'm implicitly assuming that it exists. If 0.99 repeating didn't exist, then I wouldn't be able to multiply by 10 and then solve for it. This is the error that pretty much every video makes. I've only seen one that doesn't make this mistake. Let me show you what can go wrong in a very similar situation by making this assumption that it does exist. Instead of looking at 0.99 repeating, let's look at a very similar expression. Let's suppose that a number 9 repeating and then the point exists. So I'm thinking here as the decimal point with 9s extending out on the left side of it instead of on the right side of it. I start with 9 repeating, I multiply by 10, I add 9, and I see that I end up back with the number that I started with. So then I can solve for that algebraically, and I get that x is minus 1. Pause the video and check the steps if you want. So do you believe that 9 repeating point is equal to negative 1? Well, no, you really shouldn't. There are number systems where this kind of thing is true, but the real numbers is not one of them. Okay, so suppose you're willing to believe that it does exist as a real number, then the rest of the proof works, right? Well, still no. So what's wrong? Is it one of the highlighted green statements? Which one of those is wrong? Well, none of them. All of those statements are true. They're true because 0.99 repeating is equal to 1, but these proofs don't show it. You have to keep in mind that a proof of something is not simply a list of true statements that ends in the one that you're looking for. I can't just say 1 plus 1 equals 2, 2 plus 2 equals 4, the fundamental theorem of calculus holds. These are all true statements, but this is not a proof of the fundamental theorem of calculus. You need to show why each step implies the next. Since the rules of algebra are so well known, in algebraic proofs it's very common to leave off this reasoning. But for now, let me make those implications explicit. So in this slide, I'm using this implies arrow to indicate that each line implies the next line. I claim that the issue with these proofs lies in these arrows, not in the statements themselves. These red arrows specifically. Look at the first step on the left. I multiply 0.99 repeating by 10, and I end up with 9.99 repeating. Now, for ordinary finite decimal expansion numbers, we know that multiplying by 10 is the same as just moving the decimal point 1 to the right. But how do we know that that holds for repeated decimals? After all, you could never finish the computation of multiplying it out. Now again, this is true, you are allowed to do this, but we haven't justified why in this proof. The reason that you're allowed to is actually a fact from calculus, not algebra. Now, while this step is fine if you're familiar with calculus, it's essentially just pushing a constant inside a limit. The general population that would be interested in answering this question is 0.99 repeating equal to 1. We can't assume that they know that. If we just use that fact, I think we're kind of doing them a disservice because it doesn't really answer their question. All we've really done is hidden the details in another thing that they don't understand. The problem with the red arrow on the right is pretty similar. How do I know that multiplying 0.33 repeating times 3 actually gives 0.99 repeating? And as long as we're on the topic of hiding details in places you don't understand, why are you so okay with 1/3 being exactly equal to 0.33 repeating? That sounds kind of just as hard to prove as 0.99 repeating is equal to 1. People seem a lot more okay with that one, but I don't really think you should be. Okay, let's start working towards an actual proof. First, let's address what I think is the real source of your confusion, the definition of 0.99 repeating. What does 0.99 repeating actually mean? It is definitely not some kind of mystical number with infinitely many nines after the decimal point. That's not a definition. You have to give a definition in terms of things that are already understood. So here's how we actually define 0.99 repeating. We start by defining a sequence. The first element of the sequence is 0.9, then 0.99, then 0.999, and so on, where the nth term in the sequence is just point followed.
Now you see why it makes no goddamn sense to us.
Oh, what is the
He says that
was
he's saying that the algebraic
limit
way
thing?
is wrong. You have to do it with calculus, which if you look at this fucking equation here,
yeah.
yeah, it's fucking nuts.
This one isn't that fucking nuts though. Okay, so the E I think is like a sequence or whatever.
Yeah, I can't. I'll tell you in a minute. He says that.
I
Okay.
equals what?
Hold on.
I equals
We'll read it. He was gonna. It's in
That's the
imaginary
number.
It's imaginary number. I know
Yeah.
that. Hold on.
Yeah,
and so on, where the nth term in the
Nth.
sequence is just point followed by n nines. You can write it for an arbitrary
number on
n using
the
this capital sigma fancy
natural
math
number
notation.
line.
Huh?
Like any discrete quantity, the n, if you know what n is.
No, I don't know.
Natural
nothing about
number. Or natural numbers. So it's like any discrete sequence.
math. Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to get around this shit even. That's my fucking point. Like I'm trying to stay pre-1.
I get it. Like I said, I'm retarded when it comes to this shit. I admit it. I tell people all the time.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead. I'm
I'm
kind
try-
of too. So
I'm trying to.
But that's not really necessary. Remember that for
We're
a
all
fixed
little
value of
retarded.
n,
Yeah.
this is just a finite decimal approximation. It has n digits after the decimal point and it stops. The definition of 0.99 repeating is just the number that this sequence approaches, if there is such a number. In mathematical terms, we say that it is the limit of the sequence, but it's okay if you're not familiar with limits. Just think it's the number that this sequence approaches. So let's get back to the original question. What is 0.99 repeating equals 1 even claiming? All it's saying is that this sequence 0.9, 0.99, 0.999, and so on is approaching a real number, and that number is 1. Well, isn't that obvious? You already knew that. Here's a plot of the first few terms of the sequence. You can see that it's definitely going to 1 pretty quickly. So at this point, do I even really need to give a proof? Now that you understand what this statement is actually claiming,
ending point,
it doesn't seem
that
so
band
mystical.
or whatever, that set has infinite members. That's the point. It has infinite members. You know, like every time you look, like if you inspect that set, you know, you got infinite fucking members. Like so, that's why I think infinity essentially pre-exists 1. You know, like that's the weird thing to me. Like
Mhm.
infinity pre fucking not pre-exists is prior to 1, like ontologically it seems, in general. Like that's fucking insane to me. So like any collection of things, if it's contained, that thing that is containing it has infinite fucking like moments. So like then I apply that to consciousness, you know, and then I'm like, oh fuck, what is happening here? You know, because formal mathematics has to like that relationship between things precedes all operations, it seems, right? Like whether it's mathematical, computational, natural in the universe, or the fucking mind, maybe, you know? So I'm here like, shit, dude, what is consciousness actually? Like, when I die, do I just kind of dive into like the realm of possibilities and then come back up? Like what the fuck is happening? Like what?
I don't think so. Like I
It's
said,
making me think
only thing
weird
I do
shit.
know is that I decompose and become oil. That's the only thing that is for sure.
Yeah, first, yeah,
I'm
like
saying that's
for
the only
sure.
for sure. Everything else is
I'm just following patterns and
no, I
seeing
know.
if I can
I'm
fucking get
saying
it
I
all the,
know. I was just
yeah,
gonna preface like these
weaving
are
like
maybes and they
Trump.
could be true, but I'm just saying. But like, I do know that I will die and I decompose and I will
Yeah,
become one with the earth. Like that will
yep.
happen no matter what the fuck else I think. You know,
I feel like
like
the universe is a thing that makes the impossible possible.
maybe.
Like
I mean, maybe because
it
the thing
literally
is,
crashes. It's like adjacent to the impossible.
oh yeah. I mean, the thing. I mean, if you want to get technical, like
Yeah.
fucking like I said, that's why things are theories here because they could be different in a different galaxy or whatever. Like we don't
Hmm.
know how things are necessarily over there, so we gotta wait until we actually can see it.
Well, no, well, galaxy. You just like you got to think of the principle of universality, where the laws of physics are the same everywhere. Like
Yeah, but
in
we
the
don't know
universe,
that.
the
That's
visible
why.
universe.
But we technically don't know that. That's why I
Well, we
think.
do because we fucking know things through that, through applying it.
Do we?
Look up universal principle of
Hold on.
universality.
Why are things? Hold on. Things.
There's induction and stuff.
Theory in science. Okay, I already knew that, but like, we don't call them proofs. Why do we? Hold on. Why do we call them science theories, not proofs? Why do we
Hmm.
science?
Probably just to weaken its status. We can't call it fact because her Queen Majesty might be offended.
Well, it just says, yeah, in science, it's impossible to definitively prove something as absolute certainty.
It's because of the problem of induction.
Well, like I said, these people I listened to, they said basically because outside of certain things we can't know because we've never been there, we can't actually
Like
verify that it works exactly the same.
tomorrow even.
Well, we know tomorrow's
But
coming.
I think that that's like a limited perspective, like just being like it's like sort of accepting the fact, like, oh, yep, the laws of physics are probably going to be the same until X point where it seems reasonable that they would change. You know, like universal occurrence conditions. Oh, don't stop my jam, YouTube. What the fuck you doing?
So the Stephen J. Gould, who's a scientist, says facts and
Yep.
theories are different things, not rungs of a hierarchy in increasing certainty. Facts are the world's data, and theories are structures of ideas that explain and interpret the facts.
Yeah, I mean those relations can be factual, though, is what I'm saying. Like
No, they can be, but I'm still waiting to see the actual like answer.
we have to discern them. Yeah, like we can't just like intuit the exact mathematics of like Einstein's fucking general relativity. Oh yeah, like I see it right there in the universe. It's like we have to attach signs to it. But to like locate it through description and observation.
Fucking A. I hate when I can't find what the fuck I thought I know or read or whatever.
I think that's just dumb language. Like, it doesn't prove anything. Like, it's what does that even mean? It doesn't prove anything.
What do you mean? So I'm saying like I use the analogy like, let's say like 5 galaxies away, maybe gravity works different than our gravity, or evolution doesn't work exactly the same as here, or whatever it is. So we can't actually verify it and do the tests. Therefore, that's why we call them.
Well, when we find anomalies in our theories, then we go and
No, we don't.
investigate it, right?
Well,
What do you mean?
We don't find anomalies in actual science theories. No science theory has anomalies. They're all proven.
What do you mean What do you mean they don't fucking generate anomalies?
Germ theory is.
We find things which are not consistent with our theory. Like,
what theory?
If that would be how we would know the theory does not work, is when we find an anomaly.
Not in science.
So,
like evolution is
so
a
if there
theory.
was some like
evolution is a theory, right? But it's proven.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay.
Same as germs a theory, but it's proven. Everything in science, theory just means it's proven. Like 100%. There's no anomalies.
Yeah,
There was an anomaly.
I know that.
Okay.
We're saying different things.
Okay.
So, like, if there was an anomaly about our fucking theory of like galaxy formation or fucking some shit,
yep,
and like we saw it, you know, wherever, we have to be like, okay, why the fuck did that happen now?
Oh yeah, we would change our stuff. Yeah. Yes, but that's why. Yeah, I mean,
it's an evolving thing. Yeah, absolutely. It's not like all the truth that has been gathered, that can be gathered, yet, So, yeah. So it's an evolving document, a living document, just like how we want the Constitution to be.
Well, again, that's why they call it. I think that's the other part. They call it a theory because they can change it in case they get new evidence. It says they can revise or refine if new evidence emerges, unlike a mathematical proof, which is considered final and absolute.
Oh, yep, because of a priori reasoning.
Ooh, there's a nuclear EMP attack. How Americans can find it, blah, blah, blah. Is this for more? They have a picture of the sun, so it's like, is this the sun causing it, or is it fucking... Oh, I can't read it. I'm not paying for fucking Fox News.
I do think the whole relational aspect of existence of, like, any fucking thing, whether it's formal or not, is something that has been missed. Like you'll get the number three, like, everybody just thinks, oh, it's just 3, like, nope, that has a relation in existence to other things in its system that it cannot be, like, separated from.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Like, even that fucking 0-1 boundary, there's infinity between there. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, again, that's because that Cantor proof. That's why it's so fun that I actually learned that. That's one thing. Again, I wish I could actually, like, do it, but I can. I know what it is and I can explain it. Oh shit, the lady.
Right, but yeah, that's just like it's a pattern that just recurs. I think it applies to the universe, like, is what I'm trying to say. Like,
yeah. Well, hold on. Fucking Venus.
it's like an entangling set, essentially, in a set. Like, really, just straight up, between all things that occur. And that, what is the thing that is in common between all things that occur within the universe? The universe itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So we're like fragments of it in a sense. They're like copies. Like inversions, bubbles of itself.
Yeah.
But on, like, another level.
Get on my level. Oh, get on my level.
In the on top of the other box, on top of the other box.
You're on a box.
Fucking Alan Rickman.
You're a box.
I'll throw a box in your face.
I'll box
What
you.
is it?
Oh, my girlfriend. I
You want
said,
a box? You want a box?
I told my girlfriend I'm a boxer.
You can box your girlfriend.
I am. She don't talk right, I'm gonna give her a black eye. No, just kidding. I said black eyes. Just kidding. You always told me you wanted one. Yeah, you know, I haven't had pink eye in a while, so I guess.
Yeah, you give me black eye, I'm gonna give you fucking pink eye, you stupid.
She says she's gonna give me pink eye if I give her black eye. So.
Oh shit, dude. I don't know, man. Which one's worse?
I don't know. Well, pink eye
Dude,
sucks because you have to go to the
pink eye
doctor.
fucking sticks around, man. It's like, fuck, man.
I'm just saying, pink eye, you gotta actually go to the doctor and fucking get ointment or whatever the drops. Black eye, you can just not go to work for a week. Just kidding.
Not go, hide in shame.
Or lie and say, or lie like everyone does. I fell down the stairs.
Oh shit.
Good, now that it's on record now, if you ever do fucking hit me.
Yep.
It's on record now.
I said I was getting you black guys.
Oh, black.
So I don't know. They heard it.
I'll take 5 guys.
Yep.
No, 5
All
guys,
of us.
bitch. That's we're not going to that restaurant. I know.
Five Guys is pretty expensive. It wasn't like good when I got it. I don't know.
What was?
Is Tom Hanks child molester? A chomo? Have you heard that? Fucking
Yeah, of course.
chomo. Or I think you probably told me.
Yeah. No, apparently he was
Chomo.
talking shit about Trump on SNL, and everyone's like, I can't wait for him to be found on Epstein's list and blah, blah, blah.
Oh.
I mean, we can listen to the skit. It's right here. Hold on.
No,
Hold on.
Speaking of church, can I speak? Oh, well, thank you. Hey, now speaking of church, can I say something? If more folks went to church, we wouldn't be in this mess we're in now.
You know what? I agree with you, Doug. I'd like to shake your hand, sir. Here we go.
No,
Oh, no. Oh, no, it's just a handshake. Yeah, it's just a handshake. Yeah, all right. You're welcome in Black Jeopardy anytime.
You're welcome to Black Jeopardy anytime.
Thank you, my brother. Maybe I'll start a show for you to come on, and we'll call it White Jeopardy.
No.
We don't need it.
We don't.
Church, can I?
That's funny. We don't need it.
Just racist as shit.
That's a joke. It's so silly.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
That's what I'm talking about. Everyone. I want Europe to
Can't
go to
talk
war with
to Putin
Russia.
without my permission.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, again, why would this guy let these two countries that are not him talk about peace talks without him? This
What was he supposed to be? Oh,
that's
Vladimir
Zelensky.
or whatever.
Yeah. Honestly, so this is
Yeah, of
this
course.
is what Trump did in fucking both Middle East. How we fucked up. So the reason why we fucked up Afghanistan was the Doha agreement, which he had an agreement without the fucking or without the people of Afghanistan. He did a negotiation with the Taliban and him without the other people. So when it happened, it fucked up. And then he did a negotiation in the Abraham Accords to set up Jerusalem being the capital of Israel without any of the Palestinian people. So like he cut people out of deals. So like, and you wonder why people get pissed. Like, can you give me some representation?
Yeah.
Like I'm the people that
Exactly,
live
dude.
here. Like why you tell them why can't I
That ain't good.
have a talk and what the fuck I'm dealing with? You know.
That is, it's like super shady. Just like we're carving up the territory, you know, between us, kind of thing. You know, like the fuck. I cannot stand where our world is.
It's funny because all these people keep saying like, I can't wait for the Epstein list to be released. Trump's not releasing that because he's on there. Like, it's just stupid. Dude, there's a bunch of titties on. in France.
What
You see
is
that?
with the titties,
Paris.
man? Oh, okay. All right,
Stop.
girls, I support you.
I support you.
Let me get my titties out too.
Damn, I didn't know that was on X. Yeah, all the Republicans hate Tom Hanks now. That's so funny. Oh my God, everyone, I hate Tom Hanks. He called us what we are.
It's so sad. The world is just the way it is because they can't look in the mirror, man.
There's one.
It's like a shitty quote too.
I know.
He who saves his country does not violate any law.
I
Like,
know.
bro,
Dude, it's
you're
the same,
like,
it's the same guy that goes, you can suspend the Constitution if you need to. It's like, oh, okay.
that is such a tyrant thing to say,
Of
man.
course,
Like,
it's like, okay.
okay, so who decides who's saving the country here? You know, it's like,
Ooh, no. So I was saying people are blaming the wrong issue. They're blaming high fructose corn syrup, but it's not that. It's just how much you drink. It's the sugar / anything. It doesn't matter what. You can put sugar in the same can, and you drink as much as you are, you're gonna get just as fat and sick.
yeah.
You know, like, I don't know. Like I said, it's just you got a problem with the wrong issue. Oh, Obama. Did you see the video on fucking the farmers losing their fucking farms and shit now because of the tariffs and all that bullshit?
No, I didn't hear that. That's fucked up.
Yeah, let's see if I can find it.
Of course there is, man. It's just, yep, fucking effects cascade, man.
Let's see if I can find it. These ones.
Donald Trump. I might lose my farm because of the government. I got in bed with the government. I was promoting getting in bed with the government because I thought it was a good idea. We got a contract with them for $240,000.
Getting in bed
They
with the
called me today and
government?
said, hey, I know we have this signed contract. We're reneging on it. We're not going to pay out on it. What do you mean you're not going to pay out on it? So I've got all this stuff bought, and whenever I install it, you're not going to pay out. We had this contract. I made business decisions based on this contract. If we don't have that money, that's our hay money, that's our farm money, our farm payment money. If we don't have that money, we will lose this farm. So because I got in bed with the government, I spent money based on the contract that we signed. They're reneging on it. I'm just screwed. And unless they lift this pause on payment, I'm going to lose this farm. Best thing that they can tell me is get in touch with the congressmen and congresswomen and see if I can get something done about this. So I've reached out to Ann Wagner's office. That's the congresswoman of Missouri. I'm hoping that something comes out of that, but I don't have very high hopes of it. And if something doesn't change, we are going to lose this farm, and I am extremely stressed about it. Also,
See, and that's what you get when you fuck around and find out. Like, what do you think's gonna happen when you freeze money to all these people? Like, these people rely on this money. Like you said, you make plans. Like, I knew I was gonna have this money, so I bought extra hay or whatever the fuck he was talking about, all the farm equipment. You know, like you pre-bought it because you knew this money is coming in. Now you're just gonna fuck this person over.
Yep.
everybody says in the comments, Project 2025, didn't you read that? That's his platform. From my understanding, that wasn't his platform. That's not what he's running on.
But it was. He lied to you, and you bought it like a dummy, like everyone else.
Oh.
He's not going to do Project 2025. Why is his whole cabinet all members of Project 2025? Okay. He's not going to do it, though, right? Oh, okay. Just stupid.
Hey, Skylar. Really unfortunate circumstance.
Well, I don't care about you. But yeah, again, you know who saved his farm the last time? Was Biden with the Inflation Reduction Act. That's how he was getting his money. So, just funny. It's one of those beautiful fuck around find out moments. This chick that talks to me sometimes on Facebook argues with me. She was like, when I brought up the SSRIs, how fucking Kennedy's gonna probably try to get rid of them and stuff, you know. She's like, you better not take away my SSRIs. I'm like, well, that's what happens when you vote for a guy that I told you not to fucking vote for, because this is what's gonna happen, you know. Again, you're in the fuck around find out moment. Like, this is what's gonna happen. We try to warn you.
100%, dude. Just people. I don't even know, man. Just taking the bait, I guess.
Ideology,
not knowing what's behind it. Yeah, exactly. Just not asking questions, not thinking about like, oh, how's this gonna affect me? How's it gonna affect other people? It's just like, Team Blue.
Yeah, Team Blue, Team Red.
Team Red, to be more precise, I guess.
I mean, even like the far left people, like they're extreme too, or they're stupid. So I mean, I always got to preface like the extremes on any end are fucking retarded. Like I said, the goal I suppose is to try to get that 20-30% in the middle and try to sway them.
Mm-hmm.
But
yep, it's all about what means you have to pull them behind the pull them under the surface, you know? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Show the whole fucking picture.
Oh, let's see here.
I took two things that I love.
Oh, I do two things that I love: dancing and dogs. Dancing and dogs.
I love two things
Join
only.
Here we go.
at the end. With that, we're thrilled to have our guests here.
Come on, my guy.
We're gonna get to Pisco for his opening statement. Thank you very much, Pisco.
Justice Warrior.
You seen any of these people?
No.
I used to listen to this dude when I was a right winger, so now it's funny because I watch him now as not, because now I can see like where he's doing like half truths and lies and stuff. And this guy used to be with he used to hang out with Destiny and them a lot. He's a lawyer, so it's kind of cool. You get the lawyer perspective.
Okay. Yeah.
They're just debating.
Is all yours.
Thanks, James. How much time do we have?
5 minutes.
All right, sounds good. I'll put my timer on. So in 1973, Richard Nixon fired Elliot Richardson and the Deputy Attorney General because the subpoena that had been issued by the special counsel in the Watergate matter had been resisted by Richard Nixon. He didn't want it to be done. And it was considered one of the most profound constitutional crises in the history of the country. Nowadays, we don't even look twice at the scale of the corruption that Donald Trump has put our country in. It is an absolute disgrace that we have, for example, the sitting mayor of New York doing a corrupt quid pro quo, a political quid pro quo, to do political favors for the sitting commander-in-chief in exchange for his personal freedom. I don't hear Sean to defend the mayor in terms of his corruption. Sean will acknowledge that Mayor Adams is corrupt, and yet Sean is quite all right, quite fine with, or apparently willing to say that it's not corrupt, or that that this corruption should be over.
Do you know about this case we're talking about? He's talking about with Mayor Adams?
No. Nope. Eric Adams?
Yep.
Is that what he's talking about?
Yep.
I fucking lost the plot.
That's all right. Eric Adams is mayor of New York City. Okay. He got he got charged. He got charged with corruption by the federal government, the DOJ. They caught him taking money and doing some shit, right? So he's charged with this shit, right? Then, like 2-3 weeks before the election, he goes down to Mar-a-Lago and meets with Trump. And they basically come up with a deal where Trump will suspend his fucking being arrested as long as he lets him do the illegal immigrant shit in New York City. And now he is. So in order not to be in jail, he's doing what President Trump wanted him to do. So it's a quid pro quo, you know, or extortion, whatever.
Okay, wait, what was it that he wanted him to do for him?
Help him kick out illegal immigrants.
Oh, okay, Jesus.
He's
yeah,
like,
yeah, that's disgusting.
Because New York City, New York in general is usually like more pro-immigration and shit. Now this guy's like, you know, what we're gonna help Trump set up detainments and stuff to get rid of these illegal immigrants and blah 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 blah. So like,
he's like mobsters fucking collaborating.
Well, not even mobster. No, Trump's the mobster. This guy is the guy that owes him money. In the analogy, this is the guy that fucking owes him 40 grand. He's like, I'm gonna break your legs. He's like, no, I'll do this for you instead. And he does favors for him forever.
Well, I guess.
You know, like I will never break your legs. But like, you seen the Sopranos? You seen the Sopranos, right?
Well, I get the idea of like extortion. And...
Well, the Sopranos, he has a cop that fucking works for him, and that's how he works for him is because the guy fucking owes him like 100 grand in debt, Tony, for gambling. So this cop basically works for Tony for free for like ever. You know, he just extorts him. He's like, well, you know, I could do all this. I could fuck your whole day up. I could tell all the cops about all the dirty shit, you know, all this shit. But he keeps having to work for him.
Dude.
It's the same thing. This mayor should be in jail, and he's a piece of shit. But the reason why he's not in jail is because Trump is letting him out.
Yeah.
Because he's going to follow him with what he wants to do politically.
Wow.
It's just crazy. And again, we know this is happening. We can see it live. And nobody cares. Like, it's not even a big deal at all to anybody. It's like, man.
There's no like.
That's corruption to the max. Like, literally.
Shared frame for fucking determining what's fact or not, dude. There's just no fucking shared space to look at for facts in this world anymore. It's all.
You know that it was Ronald Reagan that ruined that too. I can't remember. It was
That's the problem, dude. There was
there was a rule.
Universal bat signal for the truth.
So there was a rule.
Space in the sky.
There was a rule that if you were going to be on public FCC airwaves, you had to, if you're going to talk about news, you had to give both sides equally. You couldn't just favor one side or the other, and that shit changed. I can't remember what Reagan changed the rule with some court law.
Also, we got
So like in the days of Walter Cronkite in the 70s, right? They'd be like,
right,
here's a murderer. Here's what they say. This is what we know. That's it. There would be no fucking politically. You couldn't do that kind of shit.
Cascading consequences for generations, or like a couple generations.
Like I said, as long as you're on, I always forget what it was called. Hold on, let me double check.
I don't know what has happened is they've sort of hijacked our world in a lot of ways, just through the media, and it's not all of us. It's not that like dramatic. It's not like we have an irreparable divide, but we need a media reform. We need we probably need something of a heat death. Break everything down, rebuild, see what the fuck happens.
Okay, I got it. The Fairness Doctrine. That's what it was called. We used to have a thing called the Fairness Doctrine before Reagan, where, like I said, if you're on FCC's airways, which if you're on TV or anything, it was on FCC just like now. Everything's FCC. If you're on their airwaves, if you gave any kind of political news, or not political news, but news or anything, you had to give equal sides to both sides of the story.
Okay.
Instead of just being like Fox News or CNN, even where it's just the left and it's just the right all day, every day. It's like, nope. Rittenhouse. Like, Rittenhouse killed a guy. Some say he did it out of killing and blah, blah, blah. And some say he did it for self-defense. And that was the news. There was no fucking all day talking about this side of the argument or this side of the argument for 24 hours. You had to just be equal. Both sides. Here's what both sides think. Mm-hmm. You decide. Go, And that ended with Reagan. It's another piece of shit move he did. I got to try to remember this. The Fairness Doctrine. But yeah, he got rid of that.
Overlooked in favor of some political preference. It is absolutely scandalous. The level of infiltration of the executive branch into the legislative prerogatives, deleting wholesale agencies like the CFPB, deleting USAid that was statutorily approved. You might disagree, for example, with some of the funding decisions by your congresspeople, but those are congresspeople's decisions to make. Donald Trump's decision to completely halt all federal funding, all spending whatsoever. This is a infiltration. It is a attack on our Constitution. And nothing that Joe Biden did in his entire 4 years in office pales at all in comparison to what's going on there. They told us in their Project 2025 handbook what they were planning to do. What they want to do is centralize authority. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're doing illegal firings of inspectors general. They're doing illegal firings of independent agencies. And why? To make the functioning of the bureaucracy stop. What Donald Trump wants to do is make it so he determines what his money is spent on. He determines whether or not people are investigated politically. Joe Biden never, ever did anything like that. I am willing and happy.
I know it's true. That's what I always say. Like, there's a big difference. Like, some things that Biden did was like somewhat corrupt with like the pardons and shit, but like to compare them to Paul Manafort, to fucking Jan Sixers and like Ross Ulbricht, it's not even close to the corruption. And like I said, he added into this whole Eric Adams things. Like, that's fucking corrupt as shit. January 6th, that whole fake elector scheme. That's corrupt as shit. Like, dude, it's just corruption to the max. It's crazy. And nobody cares.
Where's Batman, bro? Where's Batman?
We need him.
Happy to acknowledge certain actions that Joe Biden did that I do not agree with, that I've even called corrupt. I've called his pardoning of his own family corrupt.
That would be dope. Even though he won't now. He's MAGA. He's Darth MAGA. He already said.
Darth MAGA.
Remember?
Whenever.
That's what he
said. So like the only hero we'll have is gonna be like a poor guy, right? So
most likely.
Who the fuck's gonna?
Dude, if you're rich, why are you gonna buck the system? That's the whole point. If
I want to see him fight. I want to see him fight. Come on, let's do it.
Let's do it.
No, I'm just kidding. That would be
I
hilarious.
do not agree with that. I've even called corrupt. I've called his pardoning of his own family corrupt. I'm willing to do that. But think about this: the sitting commander-in-chief, the president of the United States, let out 1,500 terrorist thugs who attacked our capital. Possibly the single most corrupt action taken by a president in the history of the Union. We have a president who supported these terrorists, these maniacs who attacked our congresspeople and tried to overthrow the election. Some indicted for and convicted of seditious conspiracy. And you guys think it's a fucking joke. It's not a joke. These people tried to upend the constitutional order, and now he's put out his deniable thugs into the world. Some of them literally pedophiles who have been indicted recently. And what is this all for?
We just don't have any grown-ups in the world. That's all we need is the grown-ups, you know?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a lot of people that
Some last person in the chain of command to go to would be like, okay, yep, no, this is bullshit. Nope, you stop. I'm putting a fucking stop to this
They
shit,
got rid of those people.
We don't have that.
Those are the bureaucrats that Trump just fired, and all those people. Like, that's why he's getting rid of all these people. That's why he's doing it. He's trying to get rid of all those people that know how the government works and shit, so he can just do what he gets his yes men. It's crazy. And again, people don't see it.
Structure just sucks, dude. It sucks. You don't have. You gotta look at, if you look at it all as just cycling information in and out, like a process, like a big collective process that moves in a direction with like a flow to it. It's like our final filter, our collective filter, fucking sucks. It sucks.
Yeah.
The purpose is to install a king. That's what he wants to be, and I'm warning you right now.
But he's a retard king. We need a philosopher king.
I know. Well, you probably never want a king though, unless he literally is all.
I
righteous.
know.
Like, no, there are times in history, but in general, yeah.
We need standards for our fucking leaders. Actual standards, like objective standards. Like, is this a person of X amount of quality? Like we've never done that. Like it's just always like, this retard is, it's always just people's opinions versus each other. Like, and the mob has just grown to be very stupid.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely not educated enough for sure.
He wants to have the authorities of a king. You hear it in what he talks about. He just tweeted the other day, quoting fucking Napoleon, and you guys think it's a joke. He's turning our country into Hungary. Joe Biden never did anything like that. And if you want to go down the policies, I'm happy to do it. Happy to talk about, I'm a liberal. I'm going to put my, cards on the table. You guys know that. So I'm going to prefer Democratic policies over MAGA policies. But how has your life meaningfully improved at all in the time that Donald Trump has taken office? have prices gone down? He promised on day one to make prices go down. He's a fucking liar because what he cares about is not efficiency. What Elon Musk cares about is not efficiency. What they care about is taking down this country's bureaucracy, taking down our agencies, and stopping Congress from doing its job and taking over. That's what he wants. And what's coming next is so predictable. He is gearing up for, as they all have done, and as the Chief Justice of the United States, someone who I disagree with a lot on, has warned about, he's going to defy the courts. That's what they're prepping for. And what are you guys going to do when he does? What are you going to do, Sean? Are you going to call for his impeachment when he defies a court openly? Basically, he's already violated.
This is going to be the fucking Andrew Jackson. The courts have made their ruling. Now let's see them enforce it. That's what's going to happen. That's what Trump's going to do.
Right, yep.
I can see that because, again, he's got so many loyal followers, dude, that will fucking do anything he wants. It's just crazy. So, like, if he says, you know, like, go fucking to this house or go anywhere, people will do it, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this all out, man. Like, fuck. What is the cause for all this, man? Like, why?
What is the cause?
Why is, like, I just mean, like, yeah, overall cause. Like,
what is the cause? Well,
just Trump being the one that's in our fucking...
Well, I mean, you could draw, like I said, that's why you could draw the line from the anti-federalists to the Democratic Republic Party to the Democratic Party and then to the Republican Party.
Though, you know what I mean? It's just like...
Well, what do these people all have in common? From 1776 to now, what is that line of people and their thought process? What's all intertwined? Not all of them like per se, but it's racism and they think states' rights. They're individualistic people. They're not groupthink. They think about themselves. That's probably the two correlating factors of fucking these people.
Well, what's the fucking cause for that? You know, like it's a never-ending chain of just like diverging modes of subjectivity.
What's the cause is going to be your upbringing, your culture. I always say in general, your culture is going to be the cause of it. Because if you grow up if your parents are very states' rights and individualistic, and that's all you hear for 18 plus years,
people are constructed entirely by the ideas that they're exposed to, or
not entirely, but 98%. Mostly. That's why like a lot of these super religious folks or super right-winger people, they don't want their kids going to college. Why do you think they don't want them going to college? Why do you think?
Like, yeah.
Why do you think that Republican people or super religious people don't want their kids? What if I ask you, why do you think they don't want to go to school or go to colleges? What would be your number one answer, do you think?
They don't trust science. It's anti-God or whatever.
Per se, it's more
icky in a sense.
It's close-ish. It's more it lets the kid have freedom from their manipulation of how the world works. So now that kid who grows up super religious or super right-wing or super racist or whatever, they get to see other people that have complete opposite views, and they start becoming friends with these people, start agreeing with these people or whatever. Now you fucking lost that person, and that person.
I just want to understand the difference in consciousness, because it's like a prior phase attached to an emergent phase. I feel that's what I think.
I guess I don't know. Thing is, it all stems from culture. Like I said, it stems from your household, your upbringing. That is the first thing. That is the first step. How do you solve that? You probably don't, because you're not going to take kids away from
education.
Parents.
That's the only way.
Yes, but parents still dictate what happens in education. So, I mean, in the end, it's always going to come down to the
parents need to be out of it, dude. Parents need to get the fuck out of it.
I kind of get that, but you can't do that. Parents always have to be involved in kids' lives. I get the idea they shouldn't, but you're just never. You're not.
Well, it's like, so we're letting idiots who don't understand what is and isn't fact tell us what we can tell our society what is and isn't fact. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we're letting the idiots who don't even know what fact is, like, tell the rest of society what we can say is and isn't fact.
I mean, you're kind of right, but you know what? That's kind of how it's always been, sadly, in a way. But with the internet, all you can do is try to change minds one at a time and try to teach people logic, thinking, and all that kind of shit.
So, like, we're in a situation where, like, we literally give dumb people power over, like, what's considered truth. Oh,
A lot
my
of times.
God.
A lot of times, yeah. Thing is, it's usually half the country at a time is retarded. Like, in general.
It's like two sides of the same fucking coin, you know? I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, think about it, like, these are the same people that follow the Confederate flag people. Like, it all stems from the same lineage of fucking the same thought process, the same stupid, and all that kind of shit. There ain't much difference between a Republican now than a fucking Confederate soldier in the 1860s. They're basically the same person. Different technology, different whatever, but the mindset, the actual like thought process is exactly the same.
That's actually hilarious. They're just like the next rendition.
It is basically. I mean, that's what it is, right? I mean, I don't know.
Like holographic fucking people. Like,
well, like I said, after studying,
that done got me an upgrade,
like
sir.
I said, after looking into the fucking the fucking Federalist Papers and seeing what they thought and believed and shit, go from there. Like I said, that led to the Republican Party, which was Democrats now. You know, like it all. Like, I can see the lineage of like how. I can see like like the history of like. So these people back then are thinking they're having the same fights we are now, just different verbiage, different fucking technology or whatever, but it's the exact same fight. And it's always funny to me that it's been 250 years and we still have the same bullshit fights.
Our existence as creatures, man. Like
we live
in like
think about this
cosmos.
now, like as a fucking philosophy motherfucker.
A collective cosmos.
Well, I'm saying you're a philosophy guy, so like you should be thinking of like, why is it taking us 250 years to have the same fucking problems?
I am. I'm trying, and I think it's just education. What else fixes it other than a collective construct which cannot be altered? As far as what's fact and what's not. Like we need like
I don't
a
know.
constitution.
There has to be something more than just education. I don't know because fucking. Well, like I said, it's part of it's education, but I think a lot of it is just fucking. People need a seat. People need a seat. No,
AI is going to be the one to fucking do this because AI already has the structure, the internal framework that's necessary to like sort all the facts from the bullshit. Like it's all we're going to do is throw information into it, and then that's the sun as far as like what's true or not. In our fucking cosmos. I don't know. It's just a process there's a vast process that is and has unfolded related to information. As soon as I started breaking everything down to information structures and computation, like there's just a vast structure of information to the universe that hasn't been improved upon through us. Like we have to create this hybrid everything structure that echoes or vibrates back toward the entirety of our fucking species or whatever, like we just haven't done that yet.
There's a lot of things we haven't done, sir.
Yeah. It's like if you look at everything sort of astrologically in a sense, like look at the generations, look at us as like distributed nodes in like a pool that is constantly cycling over time. And in this middle grand node or whatever, like our collective space that all information sort of flows from or amounts to, is constantly changing as the generations go on, right? So like what ideas do our generation or does our current time circle around? You know what I mean? Like what's the infosphere that we orbit right currently? If you break it all the way down.
Yeah. I don't know. I do not know.
There was a U.S. District Court out of Rhode Island where
Well, it's
they
like
acknowledged,
politics
yes,
and shit, and then it's like, you know, politics. What else from there? Fucking money. My next week or so. You know, when do I get a time off of work? You know.
Well, yeah, most people live day to day, or whatever, week to week, whatever you want to call it. Like I said, to me, like I said,
there's also the class consciousness aspect of like, man, should we revolt in a sense? You know, like there is a fucking moment, a sphere, a fucking current shared frame.
I would argue the closest we came was when America started, and even then, it wasn't there. So there's still people that are like they ratified the Constitution in 1789, so it took them 13 years to decide that we needed a federal government.
You know what Christians and conservatives like to have, and they do currently have between themselves? A shared frame. It's like
they do.
Yeah, that's what we do not. I mean, we have science.
I understand. You are right on this. So like, that's where I go back to Christians. The best thing that Christians have done per se is community. Like they have a great community where they all come together on a certain day, and they all fucking talk and meet and chat and fucking do whatever. Like that is something good that secularists are. We're like 1,000 years behind these motherfuckers. These people had to be secrets forever. Well, yeah. So I'm just saying, like, we're starting the community now. Like, we're doing pretty good.
Exactly.
But it's the beginning stage. Like, again, we're 19%. It's 19% of the population, 81% of the population. So of course, we're not. Our communities and our shit's not going to be nearly as big and as powerful as them. But probably not in our lifetime. But maybe our kids' lifetime. Maybe it gets to like 50-50.
To this secular society, like it's.
Well, I think we're building on it. It's just we're getting there, but. Like I said, we're at the height.
It's kind of wild to me when you really think about it, just how long it takes for that structure to take place compared to one of these more primitive ones, because they are more primitive ones because they require a lower degree of metacognition. They are primal structures, not scientific or scientifically informed. Yeah, dude, I want to fucking understand the whole fucking shebang of how all this stuff structures. Because when you look at it in terms of information and not stuff in space, it really starts to take a little bit of a different turn. Because you can like equate it to physics. Especially, you know, like you think about DNA structure and sequences and their fucking phenotype, you know, the structure of the animal. It's all this stuff. It's what is a computation but like to take information and then produce an output? Look at DNA fucking copying, reading DNA, fucking repairing DNA, all this stuff.
Yeah.
Violated the order, the plain text of the order, and where it was open and obvious, there was no excuse for it, and so that's what they're prepping for next. And these people are going to defend it all the way. They're going to make these absurd comparisons to Biden's student loans, absurd comparisons to overreaches by the Obama administration. I'm not here for it. I'm here for the Republic, for the Constitution, and that's why Joe Biden's policies are incredibly better than Donald Trump's policy of corruption and centralization of authority.
Thank you very much.
Bam,
for that opening,
bitches.
Gisco. We are going to kick it over to Sean for his opening as well.
Right. Can you guys hear me? Oh, okay, I got this. Okay, so I noticed in his opening statement he didn't really talk about a lot of actual policies of the Biden administration, and the reason that he didn't do that is because there aren't really these great policies that you can point to talk about the successes of that administration. Under President Trump, under his first term, because we have not just the 20 days of him being in office or whatever amount of days he's been in office as of late, we have a whole first term. The median middle-class income rose by $4,400. Now, the Heritage Foundation, which is very biased, will of course say it's $7,000. Some naysayers will say that it's $2,200. But according to a CBS report, which was trying to ding him because rich incomes went up faster, it was $4,400. That's everyday Americans being improved improved due to the economic policies of the Trump administration. The Biden administration, people lost $2,200 in income when it's adjusted for inflation.
But again, everybody doesn't bring up COVID and the inflation.
Right.
Everyone always forgets that little factoid. Oh, what caused the inflation? Of course, it was Biden. He just decided to have inflation like that. Yeah.
Everybody relates all these problems and effects back to like one person, and that's like part of the problem. You know,
Of
like
course
that
it is.
singular space,
Honestly,
singular object in the frame. the whole time, and-
realistically, the president has nothing to do really with the economy as a whole. But people want to blame them in general, or blame or praise them, but really has nothing to do with them. Not much.
Yeah.
They have a little say, of course, but
Obviously, when we talk about what the policies are and if they're better, the question should be better for who. And I think the who should be the American people. And in my opinion, that stat alone is one example of the economic policies being better for the American people. Now, as for Joe Biden, the idea that anybody's going to come up here and defend him when, especially you, who jumped on the bandwagon to force him off the ticket for another candidate, is ridiculous. Like, you didn't want this guy 3 months ago or however many months ago just before the election, and now you're turning around and trying to defend him, and you're throwing the same exact pre-election attacks against Trump. January 6th is what we heard about. The pardons of Trump's people. And by the way, I didn't support every pardon that Donald Trump issued. And yes, the Hunter Biden pardon is a bad pardon, but he also pardoned 2,500 other people that were supposedly nonviolent drug offenders. And included in these supposedly nonviolent drug offenders was a
commercial.
Adrian Peeler
Thank
is
you.
a man who killed a state's witness who was 8 years old and his mother in order to prevent them from testifying against his brother, who was also a murderer. Biden pardoned him because some crappy left-wing organization said that he was a nonviolent drug offender because he was serving federal time for drugs, even though he had that conspiracy for murder on his state record.
But he doesn't bring up Ross Albright, I bet, right? The guy that fucking had paid for hits and the drug set dealer and all that shit.
Right.
I always say, that was probably a bad pardon by Biden. I'd probably agree. But it's like, if you can't bring up both sides of fucking, this is bad too, right? Like, I don't know. It's, again, it's one of those half-truths shit. It's like, you gotta give the full context, right? You're gonna say it.
Adrian Peeler is so notorious in the state of Connecticut. He's the reason why they have a witness protection program. Biden set that man free. He will be out by July of this year, an unrepentant double murderer. I know that some of the January 6th defendants are bad guys. I would not have pardoned them. Trump had the sense to commute some of their sentences, which does not erase their felony conviction. But this guy was a double murderer, absolutely terrible. And yeah, there's a lot of bad pardons under the Biden administration I can get into. But again, in terms of policies, the Trump administration was a deregulatory administration, which frees up the economy for people to engage, make sure.
Why do we want to deregulate, though? Like I always say, there's a reason why the regulations are there in the first place, probably, right? Somebody fucked up, therefore they made a rule, so you don't fuck up that way again, right? You can call it stupid or petty. So I get some of the rules are stupid and petty. I mean, who doesn't? But obviously, if you didn't have the rule there, people would probably be taking advantage of it, right? That's usually the reason why.
Yep.
Choices for themselves, and we saw the results in that in his first term. As far as his second term, he's dinging him for prices not coming down in under a month. I mean, this is a guy who denied, deflected, went along with the Democratic narrative that inflation was transitory, was telling you that you were wrong because you felt like the economy was getting worse under Biden, which, by the way, now they've come out and admit that the American people were right and the supposed data was wrong. This was in Politico, one of Clinton's comptrollers. So yeah, this guy, Biden, again, he was so bad, they literally threw him off the ticket in a nearly unprecedented move, and Donald Trump was so good that after experiencing Biden, people voted for him back in the office. They were like, you know what? We're going to get back with our ex-girlfriend. That's Donald Trump. He cooks a little bit better, and that's where we're at right now.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. Bring it right into the open dialogue, gentlemen. The floor is all yours.
Will you condemn the corrupt quid pro quo of Mayor Adams and the Trump Justice Department on the stage, yes or no?
Yeah, so I'm not a
yes
fan.
or no?
I'm not a fan of Mayor Eric Adams. I never supported Mayor Eric Adams. I know this is your big get, that
Will
you
you
tweeted
condemn
out
it?
about. let me answer the question.
Yeah.
So I would have pursued the corruption charges against Mayor Eric Adams 100%. I do think he's guilty, but unfortunately, I read some of the rationale for postponing this past the election, and even though you're trying to frame it as a corrupt quid pro quo, it turns out that there's a little bit of an issue in that the state's attorney, Damian Williams, is actually using this, or was supposedly using this. The district attorney for the Southern District of New York was actually using the Adams prosecution, which his office filed, as a way to run for mayor of New York City. So this is the
bullshit propaganda
about,
by that administration. Do you condemn it
I mean,
or not? Do you condemn it?
You can
Do you condemn it?
You can go to Damian.
I always love when people just can't answer a direct question. Like I was like, I mean, even if you
get the bullshit over with. Come on.
The
We
thing
know
is,
the
thing is, you can always just say like no, but, and then make your fucking point, like what your logic behind it is, instead of just running around saying, well, because of this. Like, just answer the question and then give your preface instead of fucking dancing around it the whole goddamn time.
You condemn the
You can go to DamianWilliamsOfficial.com and see his very much not a campaign website.
Are you willing to
wink.
condemn?
And this is the problem. So yeah, I definitely disagree with them postponing.
Do you
it for
condemn
Eric
it
Adams.
as corrupt?
Well, I don't believe it's corrupt.
You don't believe it's corrupt? Okay, so you don't think that they were doing it in exchange for immigration policies?
I don't think so. No.
You believe?
I think they're trying to make it
a stooge of the
I think they're trying to make something seem. I think they're doing something that I hate in American politics, which they found this guy who's going to run for mayor against Mayor Eric Adams was one of the architects of this prosecution. I think the case is solid, good, and should be pursued. But in order to avoid the perception of this being political and
it's so true though. Like he's dancing around the question so fucking much, like answering a different question when the question is about these two guys. He's like, well, the guy running against Eric Adams is the guy that's gonna put him in jail, so does that look bad? Like, okay, but I'm asking you, does it look bad because Trump gonna let him free because of immigration policy? Just answer the fucking question, bro. Like I said, you can give your preface or whatever, but you just answer, man.
They're going to postpone it because they have not dismissed the charge
completely. Look at the lengths that they'll go through to defend this corrupt administration. We have a corrupt Democratic politician. He acknowledges that he's corrupt, and
it's alleged. He's not convicted.
You don't think Mayor Adams is corrupt?
Oh no, I definitely do.
Okay, so
but that's not.
You
a
agree that Mayor Adams is corrupt? That's correct, right?
Yeah, I think he is, but he's not
100%.
convicted.
Yeah, so we both agree that he's fucking corrupt. And Donald Trump, and you're saying that when the Justice Department comes out and says, "Hey, we're doing this so he plays ball with us on immigration," you're saying you don't believe them.
That's not exactly what they said.
Give me a fucking break.
In the memo.
So Tom Holman comes on on Fox News and says we have an agreement. And by the way, the acting U.S. attorney, not a fucking district attorney, the acting U.S. attorney of the Southern District of New York said this was a quid pro quo. She points to the conversation. It's not even denied that at least one of the major rationales is for immigration policy. And you're sitting here and you're accepting some bullshit post hoc narrative about a website from the U.S. attorney at the time who had no influence on this investigation whatsoever, and you have no evidence of that, and you're willing to say that this exchange is not corrupt.
I mean, he has no.
That's how you gotta just do. That's what I'm saying. Like shit like that. You just gotta beat people with facts and knowledge, like because they released a memo and all this stuff saying all this out loud. So we all know this. This is corrupt. But yet people will still fucking try to dance around and post talk, make it sound like it's not as bad as it was, even though fucking was just it's horrible.
Yep.
We literally have basically a political prisoner that will do whatever he can to not go to jail, and we have the president who's using that power.
He's like a vassal.
Well, yeah, like I said, that's why I like the analogy of the fucking gangster. Like this is the guy. This mayor owes this guy a bunch of fucking money. He's gonna work for him for free now for the next 4 years. Have fun. Or you're going to jail.
Trump thinks he's like a fucking sheriff in the Wild West making a deal with
fucking
bandit like his.
Kinda. I mean, kinda. Yeah.
He had no influence except for the fact that he's campaigning and showing himself at the press conference where they're announcing the indictments. But okay.
Just to be clear, so you're buying the narrative that this entire thing was a witch hunt?
No, I didn't say it was a witch hunt.
Was it?
I said the
corrupt
exact
investigation?
opposite.
Was it?
I said the exact opposite.
Was it a corrupt investigation or not?
Is English not your first
language? Was it a
language?
corrupt investigation or not?
I don't think it was a corrupt investigation. I think it is legit to go after
to be
Mayor
clear,
Eric Adams.
to be
I
clear,
disagree with the Trump administration.
It was
on
not
this.
a corrupt investigation. It was not a corrupt investigation of a corrupt mayor who he thinks is guilty, and he's okay with a not corrupt investigation with Donald Trump. Why would you stop that investigation? Why would you stop that?
Well, they're worried about an appearance of corruption, which is what they're concerned about.
And you don't think that the appearance of corruption, of writing in your fucking memo that, hey, we want you to play ball on immigration?
That's not what it said in the memo.
What about the appearance of a political...
I mean, I guess we can look it up quick. Let's see here. Eric Adams. Oh. Adams is due charge trial in April for bribery, wire fraud, and soliciting illegal campaign contributions. Can we just read the memo? Oh. Okay, let me go back. The memo is a reported column by Neil. There we go. Maybe this is it. I don't want to pay. I don't want to pay for it. Is this it? Okay, yeah. All right, you ready?
Yep.
This is the memo. It's like only like 2 pages. It says, you are directed as authorized by the Attorney General to dismiss the pending charges in United States versus Adams as soon as it is practicable, subject to the following condition. The defendant must agree in writing to dismiss without prejudice. The defendant must agree in writing that he is not prevailing party under the Hyde Amendment, and the matter shall be reviewed by the confirmed U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York following the November 2025 election, or mayoral election, I guess I should say. Based on consideration of all relevant factors, including those set forth below, there shall be no further targeting of Mayor Adams or additional investigative steps prior to that review, and you are further directed to take all steps within your power to cause Mayor Adams' security clearance to be restored. The Justice Department has reached this conclusion without assessing the strength of the evidence of the legal theories on which the case is based, which are issued, on which we defer to the United States Attorney's Office at this time. Moreover, as I said during our recent meetings, this directive in no ways calls into question the integrity and efforts on the line prosecutors responsible for this case, or your efforts in leading those prosecutors in connection with the matter you inherited. However, the Justice Department has determined that dismissal subject to the above described conditions is necessary for 2 independent reasons. These are the reasons why they're going to do it. First, the timing of the charges and most recent public actions by the former United States Attorney responsible for initiating the case have threatened the integrity of the proceedings, including by increasing prejudicial pre-trial publicity that risk impacting potential witnesses and jury pool. They're trying to say that they're making them too famous where you can't be on a held trial. That's silly. It cannot be ignored that Mayor Adams criticized the prior administration's immigration policy before the charges were filed, and the former U.S. Attorney's public actions, created appearance of impropriety that implicates the concerns raised in the Attorney General's February 5th, 2025 memorandum regarding the restoring of integrity and credibility of the Department of Justice, as well as the Executive Order 1414-7, entitled Ending the Weaponization of the Federal Government. These actions and the underlying case were so improperly inferred with Mayor Adams' campaign in the 2025 mayor election. Second, the impending prosecution has unduly restricted Mayor Adams' ability to devote full attention and resources to the illegal immigration and violent crimes that escalated under the policies of the prior administration. We are particularly concerned about the impact of the prosecution on Mayor Adams' ability to support critical, ongoing federal efforts to protect the American people from the disastrous effects of unlawful mass immigration and resettlements, as described in Executive 1416-5. Accomplishing the immigration objective established by President Trump and the Attorney General is every bit as important, if not more so, as the objective that the prior administration pursued by releasing violent criminals such as Victor Bout, the Merchant of Death. Based on the additional concerns that the District of the Weaponization problem dismiss without prejudice is also necessary at this time. So that is the memo that was sent. So it sounds pretty much like, yeah, the whole last paragraph's like, if he does immigration like we want, he can stay out of jail.
Oh yeah, that's like the same kind of thing as like it's like a probationary thing, right?
For sure.
Think about that.
But it's funny because, like I'm saying, so that's what the memo says. So when this guy's arguing saying the memo doesn't say that, it's like, what does that whole second paragraph where it talks about all immigration shit? What do you think that means? You know, like, how do you not saying that he's letting them free to do immigration policy for Trump, basically? And it was and this is like a week after he met Trump in Mar-a-Lago too. So it's like he met him. The people in New York get this memo about him, and then he's free. You know, like it's just literally it just lines up 1-1-1-1. It's not that hard. What up, Mitch?
Right.
This is just
the plausible deniability shit.
Oh, as fuck today.
Well, because
it was slow as fuck.
Because it's cold as fuck.
It was, yeah.
Cold as fuck. Oh yeah.
Cold as fuck.
Yeah, and the fucked up thing is, we didn't have prime rib all night until the last table.
Oh, really?
Like, God damn it, we almost got done with not using the prime rib, and it literally just got up to temp.
What's it called? Today, so my girlfriend was like, she was texting me, like, where the fuck are you? Because I was really late. So, like, right before I left, it's probably like 10 minutes before I left, fucking a group of 9-10 old ladies come celebrate this chick's birthday. So I have all this food and all this shit. Fucking, I was stuck there for an extra like 45 minutes. It sucked. So I basically the same thing, but in a different world. I'm like,
and apparently,
what?
So apparently this weekend we're having a party, a birthday party. They're spending over $1,000.
That's crazy.
Oh my Jesus!
That's gotta be like 50
Christ.
people, like 50, 60 people, maybe.
Yeah, it's like 40 to 50. I think they said on the form.
Yeah.
So yeah, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they got like a couple dozens of things, so it's like, yeah.
Mitch, do you know who Actual Justice Warrior is? A YouTube guy?
Oh.
No? All right.
No.
Do you know who Pisco is?
No.
All right, well.
I look up more like astronomy. God damn, both my pipes are fucking full.
No, that's totally cool. We're just listening to their talk. They're arguing about Trump, Biden shit. It's a new debate that just came out yesterday on Modern Day Debates. We've just been listening and reviewing, which got us down the rabbit hole of looking into Mayor Eric Adams' memo that links him to Trump and him getting out of jail, quid pro quo, to do immigration policy for Trump in New York. And the one guy, of course, he's a Republican kind of lean guy. He's fucking all for. He's like, it doesn't say corruption. I'm like, I don't know, dude. I just read it word for word. It sounds pretty much like the guy's saying, you know, like, it's just silliness.
In your fucking memo.
Strange world, friends.
It is.
That, hey,
I
we want you to play ball in
my
immigration.
coworker, and I looked at him and I was like, dude, if I die today, at least I can say it's been an eventful life.
Right. Who would have thought the
So
last
what?
8 years? The last 8 years have been crazy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Do you think about it? Basically, like, our whole 30s have just been fucked. That's funny. I want to go back to my 20s.
Not wrong.
All right, hold on.
And you don't think that the appearance of corruption, of writing in your fucking memo that, hey, we want you to play ball in immigration?
That's not what it said in the memo.
What about the appearance of a political statement on that? How about every Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney in like the past, I don't know how many years, coming out and condemning it? How about the Friday night massacre we had there? You have nothing to say for that. You think that's
talking
or
this
do you think it's
fast?
not?
I put it up to 1.25 speed, but yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, goddamn, this guy's just.
Did he talks fast in general? But yeah.
He's like a fucking auctioneer.
Well, he's a lawyer, like I said, so he's got to be quick. He's like,
yeah.
you know, he's. That's why usually at the end he's always like correct or like, you know, he always makes a question at the end. Usually when he does stuff, he'll say a statement. He's like correct or, you know, you agree or whatever because it's. I'm guessing that's the lawyer in him because that's all lawyers ask. Like when they make statements,
That
they
makes sense because it's also like a thing like. It's like a it's like a hand extended almost, right? Think about it.
Well, yeah, kind of.
For an incision.
It's like, yeah, it's an illusion kind of because you're trying to get them to agree on things that you agree with, which is probably good for you in a debate format like this.
Yeah.
corrupt to drop this investigation. And by the way, they didn't drop it permanently. They dropped it temporarily. So if this is all the appearance of political bias, that's what he's worried about, why not drop it permanently? Why not pardon him if that's the reason? The reason why they kept it open and it's not done permanently with prejudice is because they want to hold it over his head. Because they might indict him after, as they state, after the election, we might still indict you. They said, by the way, we didn't even look at the facts or law in this case, in their own memo. And
they did say that. Isn't that funny? That like they did say like, we didn't actually look at, what does it say? We reached this conclusion without assessing the strength of the evidence or the legal theories on which the case is based on. Like they didn't even admit, like they didn't look at it. They were just told by Trump, hey, let this guy be free because he's gonna do what we want. Like it's I'm saying, like someone like him, he's telling the truth, and people don't believe him for some reason. But it's like, read the article, or read the paper. You can find it. That's what it says. Exactly what this guy is saying.
I think it's like everybody's like, what can we do? It's like
some people say that, yeah,
you can't do anything. You know, I feel like that's just
that is some of
president.
It.
You know.
No, I know. I get that. That is part of it. But I'm saying, like, okay, there's two people talking about the same issue. This guy is literally telling the truth because we just read it. And the other guy isn't. Why do people believe the guy and not this guy, A? And B, why couldn't they just, like I just did, stop the video for like 10 minutes, read the fucking paper that they're talking about, and find out who's actually telling the truth or not on this topic? So, like, when they get to other debates, either A, you can look it up again, or you'd probably be like, you know, this guy told the truth on these topics. Why would I think that this guy's telling the truth on other topics, you know, and keep going, you know? Like, you know, instead of being like, oh, well, I'm gonna trust the guy that's fucking just making jokes and doing dumb shit. It's like, oh, okay, because he's funny. I get, okay, cool. I mean, he could be funny, but does that make you right? No.
Sitting here and telling you that's not fucking corrupt. That's the lengths, and just so you know why this is relevant, that's the lengths people like this will go to defend the obvious, blatant corruption by the Trump administration.
Again, you're just asserting that it's corruption and monologuing about it. It could be corruption. It could be a problem. Again, I think Eric Adams is corrupt. I would have pursued the case. I understand the rationale that one of the guys who's the head of the Southern District of New York, he's the one that is running for mayor or allegedly going to run for mayor against Mayor Eric Adams. He sets up a campaign website for cases that he has influence on, including the Adams case. Again, it's called, what's this guy's first name? DamianWilliamsOfficial.com. Anybody can look it up for himself. So I have an issue where you have an appearance of corruption from the Southern District of New York. I don't think that's legitimate. I would pursue the case, but you're asserting that it's a quid pro quo because they're saying they'll examine it after the election.
You're naive. You buy the regime's prop.
Yeah, like this guy is trying to blame the New York guy that wants to run for mayor for them dropping the case when the memo didn't say that at all. You know, like based on decision. Yeah, I mean, it didn't say that at all, so I don't get it.
Propaganda. So what they're doing, right? Like, if you're a prosecutor, one thing that prosecutors do
I'm
is
never
run for elected
flying
office.
anytime soon.
No, I'm not flying. I'm not flying for while Trump's fucking in office. Obviously, you can't.
Well, not until Boeing can get their shit together with that whole, before Trump,
Is it Boeing's fault that this is happening?
No, it's a Delta flight.
That's what I thought. But I mean, in general, dude, we haven't had a flight problem like 10 years, and all of a sudden we've had like 8 in 3 weeks. Like, something. It's fucked up, dude. I don't know, dude. It is crazy. But yeah, until Trump's not president, I'm driving. I'm driving.
Fucking John Madden style.
Dog.
He only ever fucking rode buses.
Oh, I know he did. Yeah, there's a lot of people. There's a guy named Royce White who actually ran for senator of Minnesota who lost to A.B. Klobuchar, I think it was, or whatever. But he was a former basketball player that got drafted to play in the NBA, and he couldn't play in the NBA because he won't fly planes.
Wonder if John Madden's never been to Hawaii. There's never been.
No, he's never been there. I don't think. Unless I guess maybe he took a cruise. Yeah, I'll say cruise maybe.
You ever see Frank Caliendo's John Madden?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Funny.
I always think back to that.
I always think back.
Office. And one thing they do is like, hey, look at all this crime we stopped. That doesn't mean that just because I'm showcasing the crimes I stopped. Just like, by the way, you had an issue with Alvin Bragg. This is the things that he's done as a public servant. Started fucking campaigning.
Like, yeah,
by the way, if Trump ran for office.
What are we Googling?
Mexico is starting to sue Google over name change.
Oh,
it's
the Gulf of
Gulf of
Mexico. Yeah.
It's been called the Gulf of Mexico since Spaniards have been there.
Yeah, well, like
Dude,
1500s.
what a fucking bunch of dumb shit, dude. Ah.
Doesn't it have a beautiful ring to it? Gulf of America.
Yeah, of America. The
You know,
only America.
We need World Police to come out with another movie.
The real America.
He would also campaign on going after people and having big cases. That's just how our system works. And you're acting like that's fucking corruption because you're a stooge. You're a stooge of the regime. And
I
we
should
can move
switch
on
my
from
tax
this. Look at
forms
stooge of the
to
regime.
claim a 10.
You should or are you going to?
I should. So
Why?
I don't have because I stopped paying so much in taxes if they're just gonna be stolen. Fuck it, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
I honestly don't give two fucks anymore.
I understand, but I'd rather get a rebate at the end than have to pay in later. Because you'll be pissed.
I would just tell them to go fuck themselves. I don't give a fuck.
Good luck.
I pretty much said that I'm already pretty much gonna kill myself at the end of this year.
Don't do it, Mitch.
Trump,
I love you.
If Trump doesn't get overthrown, I'm done. I'm not living in this shit no more.
No, dude, no.
I love you, Mitch. You can come live with me. You can't be offing yourself.
Oh
like
yeah.
that.
Speaking of which, Brandon, did you ask your mom about that?
I didn't ask it. I didn't, dude. That's like a whole thing. Like
that's a whole
thing. No, I'm saying. No. When I said afterwards about dressing up as a big bird, that
I was thinking about it.
Trump.
Like I can think about it. I just didn't want to tell you. Like maybe because then it's like.
Yeah.
That's funny.
My fucking uncle has stayed here before and shit.
I'm just a big bird that just fuck Trump. Yeah, he's my new
Oh
bird.
no, my mom loves Trump. That's a bad idea, man.
I know.
That's like antimatter and matter annihilating.
That is funny.
It's a perfect analogy.
Oh no! Fuck's sake!
Wally, you and your procreation bullshit. Just kidding.
What about my procreation? My kids?
We procreate.
Yeah.
No, fuck.
You procreating bastard.
Your procreation of children.
Hey
God
man,
damn it.
I did my part for evolution, bro. I had my one kid. I'm good. I sent my seed, and I'll go.
Your seed? Yep.
Doesn't she also have a kid as well?
Yeah, she had a kid before me, so we have two.
Okay.
But I'm saying, like, evolutionarily wise, I sent my seed out. I'm good. I did my part.
Exactly. You're accomplished.
Yep. I always say, if there's a big macho man, Randy Savage looking motherfucker who has no kids on the genetic level, I'm better than them.
Macho man, Randy Savage.
Just saying. I'm saying that.
I just failed in the evolutionary game.
Hey man, if he has no kids, that person
Cream
lost.
rose to the top too fast.
I'm just saying, on the evolutionary scale, man, that guy lost. That's how it works. That's how it works, baby.
Fucking Randy Savage.
Yeah, man, don't do steroids.
I got like 5. Well, I got a lot of years left. I still got a big window.
We all hope, but you never know.
You never know.
This person I know at the bar just told me a fucking super sad story about like their grandkid or niece or somebody fucking 7 years old got cancer and like throat cancer or something ridiculous. Like, oh my god.
Cancer needs to fuck.
And it's like one of the worst because your throat cancer. I think it's like you got a 20% survival rate, so it's like one of the lowest ones out of all the cancers.
Like, I think your lymph nodes are right next to it. Once it hits the lymph nodes, it's game over, basically.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, obviously, you don't know how fast they caught or whatever, but it just sucks. It's just when you hear something that's like, oh my god, like, I'm so sorry. Like, there's nothing I can say or do. I mean, I don't know.
Better luck next time, kiddo.
Yep.
Yeah, true. I mean, it sucks. I mean,
it's life is a roguelite.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When you're like, I got a lot of years left. Like, we all hope. My whole point was we all hope we have a lot of years left, but you just never fucking know.
Life kind of is a roguelite.
Well, in general, like
to Hindus, it is technically it's a roguelite since they believe in reincarnation. You just restart all brand new with nothing there.
Yeah, I want to move toward that, dude, because I feel like information always moves.
You can't do that because it's not proof. Sorry, brother. I understand.
Through the quantum field, it's all in it.
Yeah, but you can't. How you proving that you reincarnate?
I don't know.
You can't. That's
You gotta
what-
look through the,
no,
you
no,
gotta go
I-
underneath.
no,
You gotta go underneath.
No, I understand what you're
abyss.
saying. No, because this is what I'm saying. So like,
The only way is
nope.
to make up bullshit.
You're right,
and then improve it.
Maybe, but this is the same argument that I would make against Christian people or any religious people. Like,
well, right, but if you have to have that,
you can't say you
foundation
believe
of
it. You
the
can say you hope for it.
empirical
You can say you hope for it or whatever, but you can't say you.
Right.
You can't say you believe it because if you say you believe it, that means you're believing things with no evidence. That's bad epistemology. It's bad.
Of course, but there's always an investigatory stage to any.
I mean, not to be
theory.
mean, do you think that people haven't investigated like what happens after death? That's probably the most studied thing, besides like the subconscious.
I'm talking about the actual possibilities through like the way that information moves and tends to exist across multiple regions.
I mean, so okay, how about this? How about this? If we go with that, right? I don't know. Like, let me look up. What do you think? What do you think the smallest amount of humans was ever on Earth?
I'm gonna guess probably about 10,000, 5 to 10,000, maybe.
Least amount of humans on Earth. That's a good guess.
There's a lot of shit you have to go through.
No, hold on. No, I got you. I got no. Hold on.
To prove
I'm gonna
correspondence between quantum field and like a mental extended field
let me cook, motherfucker. Let me cook.
There's a lot.
I got you. Let me cook, motherfucker. 70,000 years ago, they have it's called the late human bottleneck. Okay.
Gotcha.
1,000 to 10,000 people left on Earth. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, you were closer. You said 10,000. So right. Okay, we'll even go. We'll even go on the high end. 10,000 people left on Earth. Right. If you were to always reincarnate, like there's not even enough people or things to reincarnate even to at that point.
Well, of
probably.
course, right.
So
well,
I'm saying
it would
like
be other places in the universe too, because then there's like.
But then
think about like a fractal.
e
So think about your pattern through the like most possible like average human that you can possibly think. Like there is probably some number that corresponds to. All right, human. Okay, what type? You know, then there's like a certain set of numbers that something could like output you with is what I'm saying. Like as a human, like.
Well, I mean, so if you want to say like your kid's memory of you lives on, therefore like you live on through them, like that, maybe.
No, I don't think that. I don't think so. Well, that's a possibility, but. I'm just saying, like
that's probably more realistic. I would say
that fractal code can be fucking that individuating number could be inputted into like any creature at your level of complexity. I would think. So, like immediately after your death, the next frame would just be, "Oh, I'm this thing now." But that's. The work to prove that would be insane.
I don't think you can prove that. I think it's fake. Not to be mean.
You think it's fake?
I
What
do.
do you mean it's fake?
I think when you
What's
die,
fake?
I think when you die, you die. All your
I
whole,
think you just
your
don't
whole
want to investigate the ideas of
No,
it. That's all it is.
I
You
can,
have to
but-
investigate it before you prove it. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but
And
so
when
how
you're,
does what is your
when you're
how-
stuck
what-
in a pre-modern state
what
of
happens?
mind?
What happens? What happens?
Okay.
What happens to your consciousness
pre-modern,
when you
modern.
die? So we got a guy. So we got.
I don't fucking know.
No, I know. So not even going to death yet. You have a guy on a life machine, right? He's basically brain dead, but they can pump oxygen, pump his heart, so he's still alive, right? But he has no brain waves. Where did his brain go?
His brain? Well, the brain's gone. But there's an
But I'm saying, where's that
information
consciousness?
system. There's more to consciousness than just the brain. It's an information system.
I would argue there because I think
How?
because your
How?
consciousness because your
you're
consciousness
not
is
even,
your brain.
You're not even investigating. But you're not dividing it up into information spheres and like movements and
I
like
know.
the way.
I'm just going
so
off
you're not
what's real.
looking at it in terms of sign relations because it is sign relations. Like it's the individual sign relations in the brain fucking level events like neurons and all that shit, and then above that is the representation of an object outside. You know, like there's more to it than just the brain. You don't get us with just a brain. Like there has to be input and energy
Sure,
within.
but
and information.
when does consciousness start?
Fuck. That's a good question.
18 weeks.
Whenever
18 weeks when the brain starts. You can't have consciousness without a brain.
Okay,
Therefore, you
but
can't
what
have.
are we defining as consciousness there, though? Like, you have to look inside, not just. You have to look at the subjective side. The
When the brain
subjective, not
forms,
just.
you start feeling, you start thinking, you start doing whatever at 18, 20 weeks, give or take. In the baby, we know this because I think they've done studies where like they move stuff like around the belly and stuff, and the baby can like try to mimic or whatever. It means it has sentience. It starts actually having a consciousness. It has actual brain waves and stuff.
Okay, what does this go back to?
Well, I'm saying that I'm saying you don't have consciousness till you have your brain. So therefore, I would say that when your brain dies, therefore your consciousness dies with it.
There's input.
Whose input? There's no input no more. But the spark's gone. Your brain's gone.
Well, yeah, I know that. Like, but the pattern can go somewhere else. Like, is what I'm saying. Like,
I agree. Only to
all that information. Okay, so let me explain this to you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the quantum realm is, in the relationship to the classical realm, is a representational one. It's not one that is like the one just strictly pops out of the other. It's an information superposition. Like, as far as what's in that quantum region or whatever, that field, and what's on the outside represented on the outside. Like, that's like what it is when you really fucking break it down.
I mean, that's a hypothesis, I would say.
I don't know how far back I gotta reel this shit for you, man.
Well, because these are all like hypotheticals. Like, I don't think these are proven to
It's not
be on
just
a
It's a particle is a field when translated into the quantum fucking information or whatever. It's a field, a wider area to a smaller fucking particle. It's a region into, like, a spread of information into an actual measurement. Possible measurements into actual. It's all the information is just scrambled in the fucking quantum realm, and then when you measure it, it's discrete.
I mean, maybe the thing is, I don't think we actually know much about the quantum. We're still
I don't know.
figuring this
Look
shit
at
out.
it. Research it.
I'm starting to. It says quantum chromodynamics is a theory of quarks and gluons describing the strong interactions. It is part of the standard model of particle physics, which since its formulation in the 1970s serves as a basic theoretical description of elementary particles and their interactions. The standard model was successfully tested in many different ways, and the search for physics
All right.
beyond the standard model. Hold on, let me finish the sentence. Beyond the standard model is one of the driving forces in the modern physics. Okay, go on.
Look at how two entangled fucking like electrons are, like, they share information states across a distance, right? And that has to also include time, because they fucking transfer it back instantly. So there is a spread of information, like a space in which information is shared in their little entangling threads. You know what I mean? Like that, where if you measure one on the other side, that instantly measures the other particle. That's how entanglement works.
Mm-hmm.
So that means we already have grounds for, like, a regioning of facts between two different space-time points.
All right, here's the Department of Energy, quantum mechanics. So this is from the government. This is what they say. You ready? Quantum mechanics is the field of physics that explains how extremely small objects simultaneously have the characteristics of both the particles, tiny pieces of matter, and waves, a disturbance or variation that transfers energies. Physics call this the wave-particle duality. The particles portion of the wave-particle duality involves how objects can be described as quanta. A quanta is the smallest discrete unit, such as a particle, of the natural phenomenon in a system where the units are in a bound state. For example, a quanta of electromagnetic radiation or light is a photon. A bound state is one where the particles are trapped. One example of a bound state is the electrons, neutrons, and protons that form an atom. To be quantized means the particles in a bound state can only have discrete values for properties such as energy or momentum. For example, an electron in an atom can only have very specific energy levels. This is different from our world of macroscopic particles, where these properties can be any value in a range. A baseball can have essentially any energy it has thrown, travels through the air, gradually slows down, and then stops. At the same time, tiny quantized particles, such as electrons, can also be described as waves. Like a wave in the ocean in our macroscopic world, the world we can see with our eyes, waves in the quantum world are constantly shifting. In quantum mechanics, a scientist talk about a particle's wave function. This is a mathematical representation used to describe the probability that a particle exists at a certain location at a certain time with a certain momentum. The world of quantum mechanics is very different from how we usually seeing our macroscopic world, which is controlled by what physicists call classical mechanics. Quantum mechanics grew out of the tremendous progress that physicists made in the early 20th century towards using the microscope world around us and how it differed from the macroscope world.
So it's like a region of indiscrete energy or information versus a region of discrete information, which is classical.
What? What do you mean
The
discrete?
difference between quantum physics, discrete as in like you're able to tell every aspect of it and inspect it in every single way,
Yeah.
right? Whereas with the quantum, you can't do that without disturbing the structure.
Well, I bet someday we will. Like I said, I don't know when, but someday we will.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The world of the quantum mechanics. Oh, wait. Did I read this one? Yes, okay. As many things in science, new discoveries prompt new questions. Prior to this time, scientists thought that light existed as an electromagnetic wave and that electrons existed as discrete, point-like particles. However, this created problems with explaining various phenomena in physics. These include black body radiations, the emission of light from objects based on their temperature. Quantum mechanics also has helped explain the structure of the atom. It helps make sense of the photoelectric effects, which involved how material emit electrons when those materials are hit with light at certain wavelengths. By explaining how things can be both particles and waves, quantum mechanics solves these problems. This new knowledge has profound effects on science and technology. Quantum mechanics led to the development of things like lasers, light-emitted diodes, transistors, medical imaging, electron microscopes, and a host of modern devices. Your cell phone would not exist without the science of quantum mechanics. That's what they got.
All right. So the way I think about quantum is that there's information contained within that region that is quantized or like a representation of.
What do you mean region?
How it plays out. What do you mean region? I'm talking about like the wave region, like.
But where? Like how big? How small? Like where are you talking about? Where is this wave being located at? In your brain? Is it being in the universe? Is it being where?
It's in the universe. It's I don't know. Like what am I supposed to say? So when you make a measurement of a wave, it fucking determines it. It makes it into a particle. That's the fucking part they're fucking leaving out.
I think like quantum has to do with like electrons and shit. These super small things.
Well, yeah, but when you fucking measure it, it turns into a particle.
Uh-huh. How small are particles? How many particles? Hold on, I think.
It's a discrete thing that's in motion, like where you can derive all of its like motion-based properties, like from merely observing it instead of like it being in a way shrouded.
Collaboration anxiety is real, but it shouldn't stop you from joining your team in a Quantum physics has a mystique of being complicated and hard to understand. In fact, Richard Feynman, who won the Nobel Prize for his work on quantum electrodynamics, said, "If you think you understand quantum physics, you don't understand quantum physics." Which is kind of disheartening for us, because if he didn't understand it, what chance do the rest of us have? Fortunately, this quote is a little misleading. We do in fact understand quantum physics really well. In fact, it's arguably the most successful scientific theory out there, and has let us invent technologies like computers, digital cameras, LED screens, lasers, nuclear power plants. And you don't really want to build a nuclear power plant if you don't really understand how it works.
True.
So quantum physics is the part of physics that describes the very smallest things in our universe. Molecules, atoms, subatomic particles, things like that. And things down there don't quite work the same way that we used to up
Think
here.
about it, it's like a thing is in many places at one time is essentially what it is. That's what it breaks down to. Like that's where, like, all right, keep watching, but I'm just saying, like,
I got you.
Yeah, things exist over time in the quantum region. So until it's collapsed, and it's only at one point in time, so it's like extended over time. And the reason I make the connection to quantum for like any possible afterlife is because whatever information there is about us would exist over time in a quantum state, as like all things essentially have a quantum.
You would say like our our neutrons, electrons, and protons and shit would survive? Is that what you're
I'm
getting
saying
at?
our information, the entire thing. Well, like the information, the structure.
This is fascinating.
The relata, the fucking things that bind it together. Like the forces, the logic of it. That's what I'm saying. Mind is a representation of brain, or whatever, and then brain is a process that arises through a history of the interactions between represented areas that are particles. That's my fucking view right now.
So you think that like before you were born, you knew what your dad knew or your grandparents knew or whatever like that?
I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know about like that. I'm just saying that there's a possibility for our information to like.
Well, that's what you'd have to
invert
kind of say
and
if you're going to
fucking
say that. If you're saying
go inside out.
like if you die and
Talk
you send your whatever to anywhere, then why wouldn't you send it through your bloodline, like through each kid?
I don't fucking know. I don't know the teleology to it. I'm just saying. There seems to be a chance.
Sure, there's a chance.
But no, you can keep going though.
Fascinating because
these guys
you
explain
and
shit that I
everything
don't
around
fucking
you is
even know,
made from
so
quantum physics.
that should make me
And
look
so
like
this is
fucking
really how the whole universe is actually working. I've drawn these protons, neutrons and electrons as particles, but in quantum mechanics we really describe everything as waves. By the way, I'm using quantum physics and quantum mechanics interchangeably, they're the same thing. So instead of an electron looking like this, it should look something like this. This is called a wave function. But this wave function isn't a real physical wave like a wave on water or a sound wave. A quantum wave is an abstract mathematical description. To get the real world properties like position or momentum of an electron, we have to do mathematical operations on this wave function. So for the position, we take the amplitude and square it, which for this wave would look something like this. This gives us a thing called a probability distribution, which tells us that you're more likely to find the electron here than here. And when we actually measure where the electron is, an electron particle pops up somewhere within this area. So with quantum physics, we don't know anything with infinite detail. We can only predict probabilities that things will happen. And it looks like this is a fundamental feature of the universe, which was quite a departure from the clockwork deterministic universe in classical physics, the kind of thing Newton derived. This wave function model predicts what subatomic particles will do incredibly well. But weirdly, we've got no idea if this wave function is literally real or not. No one's ever seen a quantum wave because whenever we measure an electron, all we ever see is a point-like electron particle.
Meeting fatigue? You're not alone. Right now, employees everywhere are wasting valuable time.
Is it even real, Brandon? Do you think waves are real? Or is this math?
Waves?
You think these waves are real or
it
just
has
math?
to be, right?
Well, not necessarily, it could just be
I
math.
think they're real, yeah. I would see no other reason why we would get those variances other than for it to be
standard measurement for.
I mean, you'd think we have really good fucking microscopes and shit.
It's
But I
consistent.
mean, maybe not.
It's
But
consistent
we
with the
always
wave.
see it. We always see it as a circle, though. So I mean, that's kind of weird, isn't it? That we always see it as a wave, or not a wave, but a circle, not a wave,
circle?
but
the particle.
yeah. When we actually look at it, like you say, like when you actually look at the electron.
That's what I'm trying to dive into, man. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, the fucking encasing frame has a fucking value to it. It creates a hole.
Maybe
And
I'm just thinking like, if you can't
it
see
transfers,
if you
bro.
can't see with a 400, 800 times microscope, what the fuck are you gonna need to see?
What's inside of it? Well, the whole thing is it has a property of being across time. So it's like, what is that? And now I think that there's a scale relative, like here, like look at this way. This is the way that I try to describe it. Like we don't have the equivalent of light, for the quantum realm to be able to see into and out of the quantum realm. You know what I mean? So it's like the same way that we see apples and monitors and
So it's basically
light
invisible
switches
to us
through
'cause
light.
there's no visible light. You're saying
It's through light. So like we're trying to see sublight. That's the
Yeah.
problem, is that we don't have a light to see within light.
Yeah, it's before what we can actually detect with
Yeah.
anything that we know of.
So we disturb it. We always disturb it with a higher. So like we always disturb it with like a higher ontology of matter, which is derived through like interactions of already particleized things.
So there's like this hidden quantum realm where the waves exist, and then the world we can see, which is where all the waves have turned into particles. And the barrier between these is a measurement. We say that a measurement collapses the wave function, but we don't actually have any physics to describe how the wave collapses. This is a gap in our knowledge that we've dubbed the measurement problem, and this is one of the things that Feynman was referring to with his quote. Another confusing thing is how exactly to picture an electron. It seems to be a wave until you measure it, and then it's a particle. So what actually is it? This is known as particle-wave duality, and here's an example of it in action, the famous double-slit experiment. Imagine spraying a paintball gun at a wall with two openings in it. You'd expect to see two columns of paint go through and hit the wall behind. But if you shrink this all down to the size of electrons, you see something quite different. You can fire one electron at a time at the slits, and they appear on the back wall. But as they build up over time, you get a whole pattern of stripes instead of just two bands. This pattern of stripes called an interference pattern, something you only see with waves. The idea is that it's the electron wave that goes through both slits at the same time, and then the waves from each slit overlap with each other, and where the waves add together you've got a high probability of the electron popping up at the wall, but where the waves cancel out the probability is very low. So actually on the back wall the highest probability of finding the electron is in the middle of the slits. And then it goes down, and then up again and down and up again, and this is the interference pattern. So when you fire one electron after another, they follow this probability distribution, and this interference pattern starts building up, and that's exactly what we see in experiments. So this shows that electrons behave like waves in this experiment. The question is, what actually happens to this spread out electron wave when you do a measurement? It seems like it goes from this spread out wave to this localized particle. But like I said, there's nothing in quantum mechanics that tells us how the wave function collapses. And this is not only true for electrons, but everything in the universe. So this double slit experiment has huge consequences for our model of the universe. And it was very surprising the first time it was done. Physicists are still grappling with this question today and have come up with many interpretations of quantum mechanics to try and explain these results, and explain how reality actually works. Okay, let's go back to the wave function. We can now use this picture to explain other features of quantum physics that you may have heard about. So this is just one possible wave function for an electron, but there's many others, like this one for instance. This says that the electron has a probability of being over here and a probability of being over here, and very little probability of being in the middle. This is perfectly allowable in quantum physics, and this is where the phrase "things can be in two places at once" comes from. This is known as superposition, which comes from the fact that this wave can be made by adding, or superimposing, these two waves. The word superposition just means the adding together of waves, and we already saw this in the double slit experiment. And it's not really a very special phenomenon. You can even see superposition by dropping 2 pebbles into a pond where the ripples overlap.
In our
I've
winter,
seen those studies, or those.
the forts aren't made of snow.
Now for entanglement. Let's say...
Because the thing is, like I was saying, like, we can't measure it all the way. I mean, we know it happens, but, like, we can't explain it yet. And, like, I'm kind of thinking, I'm leaning towards, at least for the next foreseeable future, I think it's a math problem that we can't figure out.
Yeah, we don't have the fucking numbers for it, really.
Yeah, we're gonna keep on grappling with it. It's something very complicated.
Yeah, it's like it's getting around that region of improbable, or unknowability,
Getting there.
2 electron waves meet. Their waves interfere with each other and become mixed up. This means that mathematically we now have one wave function that describes everything about both electrons, and they're inextricably linked, even if they move far away from each other. A measurement on one of the particles, like
there's a
measuring
guy
if
who
it's
thinks
spin up.
all electrons are like the same electron, essentially.
What was that?
John Wheeler. There's a guy that thinks all electrons are the same exact electron. Like they are literally, like, subjectively the same thing.
Just a billion the same ones.
Yeah, like the same there's one electron.
I mean, with that being, I can kind of see it in a
So
way.
that's part of the reason why, like, my crazy brain is like, dude, if we have any entanglement whatsoever as beings, there is a sense of oneness to our being through, like, the information aspect of having information part of our quote-unquote wave.
His name is John Wheeler.
Yeah.
He says, Richard Feynman says, I received a call one day at the graduate college at Princeton from Professor Wheeler, in which he said, Feynman, I know why all electrons have the same charge and the same mass. Why? I said, because they're all the same electron. I mean, they haven't proved it yet, but I mean, he's the first guy to actually come up with the thought process, and now people are trying to figure out if it's true or false. But yeah.
Well, you have to, like, if you get in there, the only way you get in there is with philosophy, I think. And that's part of, like, what I was trying to do. Because if you can prove information, or, like, consciousness has, like, an information specificity requirement for, like, this differentiation, then that kind of demonstrates that, like, if there's no difference of information over time, then they are the same subjective structure.
All right, hold on.
Describes everything about both electrons, and they're inextricably linked, even if they move far away from each other. A measurement on one of the particles, like measuring if it's spin up or down, is now correlated with a measurement on the other, even if they move billions of miles away. Einstein was very uncomfortable with this idea because if you measure one of the particles here, you instantaneously know what the other will be, even if it's billions of miles away. And that's got a sort of whiff of faster than light communication, which is not allowed by the theory of relativity. But it turns out you can't actually use this to communicate information because the measurements give you random results. But the fact that they are correlated means that somehow there is a link that stretches over that distance. This is called non-locality. Quantum tunneling. Quantum tunneling is where particles have a probability of moving through barriers, essentially allowing things like electrons to pass through walls. When a wave function meets a barrier, it decays exponentially inside the barrier. But if the barrier is narrow enough, the wave function will still exist on the other side, meaning that there's a probability of the particle being found there when a measurement is made. In fact, the only reason you're alive is because of quantum tunneling in the sun, which makes the sun shine. Protons normally repel each other, but they've got a small probability of quantum tunneling into each other, which is what turns hydrogen into helium and releases fusion energy. All life exists on Earth because of energy from the sun, except for life around hydrothermal vents. Now onto the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. I said at the beginning that this wave function contains all of the information like position and momentum of the electron. We just have to do some maths on it. The position is given by the amplitude or height of the wave, and the momentum is given by the wavelength of the wave. But for this specific wave, the position gives us a probability distribution, so we don't know exactly where the electron is. Also, there's an uncertainty in the momentum because this wave is made of many different wavelengths. But we can reduce that uncertainty. Let's have a wave that only has one wavelength, so a sine wave. Now we know the momentum exactly because the wavelength has a single value. But look at the position. There's an equal probability of the electron being found anywhere in the universe. Okay, let's do the opposite. Let's make a wave that has only one position. Now we know exactly where the electron is, but what's the wavelength of this wave? Now the wavelength is very uncertain. Basically, only a sine wave gives you a precise momentum. And any wave that isn't a perfect sine wave, you have to build out of multiple different sine waves. In each of those multiple different sine waves has got a different wavelength, and hence you have a range of the possible different values of momentum for the particle. This is Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. You can only know certain things precisely, but not everything. Either you've got a definite value of momentum and don't know anything about position, or you know the position very well, but don't know anything about the momentum. Or you're in some intermediate state. And this isn't a limit of our measuring apparatus, this is a fundamental property of the universe. And finally, where does the name quantum come from? Well, a quanta is a packet of something, like a chunk of something. And one of the first quantum effects people saw were atomic spectra, which is where atoms give off light with specific discrete energies. It works like this. Imagine a string that's tied at both ends, like a guitar string. If you pluck it, only certain waves can exist because the ends are tied down. In this situation, we say that the wavelengths are quantized to certain values. The same thing happens if you tie the ends of the string together because the waves have to match up. They can only vibrate in certain restricted ways. And this is what's happening to an electron in an atom. The electron wave is constrained by the atom and quantized to certain wavelengths. Short wavelengths have got a high energy and long wavelengths have a lower energy. This is why the light emitted by an atom looks like a barcode, because each bar of light corresponds to an electron jumping from a wave with a high energy to one with a lower energy, and at the same time emitting a quantized photon of light when it does this.
At Harbor Freight, we do business differently from the other guys. We design and test our own tools.
So the light from an atom is quantized to discrete packets of energy. Okay, so that's all the basics of quantum physics. Here are some technical notes which aren't essential to know, but pause the screen now if you're interested in a little bit more mathematical detail. So to round up, in quantum physics, objects are described with wave functions, but when we measure them, what we see are particles. So this leads to particle-wave duality and also the measurement problem. And the consequence of these wave functions are the quantum phenomena of superposition, entanglement, quantum tunneling, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and energy quantization. So if you understand these things, you've got a good basic understanding of quantum physics. Despite its reputation, I think that quantum mechanics isn't too difficult for most people to get the basics of what's going on. In the past, I've relied on analogies to try and explain it, but here I've just described what's actually going on, which I think might be more helpful. But if you've got more questions, I'll be on the comments below, so ask away. For me, the weird thing about quantum physics is that on the one hand it's incredibly accurate and predictive, but also it's got giant holes in it like the measurement problem, which we just don't understand. So we can wonder, will we ever actually understand quantum physics, or is it just too abstract for our human brains to comprehend? Well, I hope this video has helped you understand a little bit more about how quantum physics works. And thanks to the sponsor of this video, Brilliant.org, who have just launched their daily problems, which you can dip into if you've got a spare 5 minutes each day. Each problem teaches you some interesting facts that you can then use to solve the problem. And if you enjoy that specific problem, there are links to more on the same topic, so you can develop your framework of knowledge around that subject. And as ever, if you're confused and need more guidance, then you can join with the community.
Yeah, these are all unsolved right now, sir. Just kidding. But yeah, I get it. Could be. The thing is, all could. I just have to wait for evidence.
Yeah,
I suppose someday.
There's a lot going on there. It's hard to like find a common principle, you know. Like,
well, again, there's like 3 big barriers that somebody's have to solve someday.
Entanglement, superposition. Just
Well, he said
it's
that
like I just always see a region or a multiplicity tied to a singular. Like that's the one thing that's just common there.
Well, yeah,
just
it's like
the
string theory.
transformation.
Basically, string
pattern.
theory, but again, they haven't proved it yet. Like I said, I talked to this one dude that studies all that shit, and he was like, "Yeah, I mean,
Well, you can't
he
see
believes
strings.
it, but
That's why we
What?
can't see strings. We cannot see strings.
I don't think string theorists think you have to see a string per se.
Well, then, you know what I'm saying? There's already a lack of an empirical basis for it because it's sub light. It's sub fucking any sensory medium.
So, do you think we're gonna solve string theory someday?
It would be simply mathematical. That would
Well,
be it.
everything would have to be mathematical, of course.
There would have to be. Well, yeah. I'm just saying, like, you're not going to have your evidence. It's only going to be formal, and it has to be. I'm telling you, I think it comes from the fucking realm of pure forms or mathematics in a sense. Like it's like there's these weird contradictions, which, like, I think we just need to understand strings as a like universal form, in a sense. Because there's like just directionality. Like directionality is the one thing that seems to be evident in everything I look at in the fucking universe. Directionality. Some like attraction and repulsion, or you know.
So much motherfucking reading if I want to read a string theory of balls deep. Fuck.
Now, if you think about eternal truths, like they're things which don't, by definition, exist in a state of movement, right? So,
go on about the balls deep thing.
Balls deep. Helm's deep.
What up? I'm just listening.
That's all right.
I'm going
deep
in the helm.
I'm just giving you another view. I'm setting up the basement, dude. This shit's gonna be tight eventually. Starting my training tomorrow, dude.
Oh, look at that. Open and closed strings, dude. I'm like,
So what you training to be?
Trying to
NBA.
Hell yeah.
Dude, strings, irrational numbers.
I'm
bro.
doing military. I think I'm gonna do like Marine training and see where I get.
Oh, dope. Just kidding.
Wally knows what's up.
What's up, brother? Shit.
No, he knows what's up when it comes to like taking basketball serious. I'm going back into that mode. I liked myself better then.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So,
that's great.
Yep.
Having a fucking game, being a fucking.
It's competitiveness. It's everything.
Player, being a player.
Dude, it's also therapeutic. There's so many things.
It really is. For me.
I
Because,
know. I'm saying as a guy that hooped and stuff, like I get it, dude. Like it's there.
Yeah, it's like
it's a
Wally
lot of
knows,
things.
like-
I do know.
Well, that was
Garrett.
like me with gaming,
Wally can
dude.
probably look
For
at
sure, it's
Wally
exact-
can probably
it's the
look at
exact
me
same
and
thing
go,
with
"Oh,
gaming."
he's got the Napoleonism in him or whatever," and it's like I do. I've never been dunked on. I've never been dunked on, and guess what? That's the first thing kids. The first thing kids always try on me is dunking on me, and I've never been dunked.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
Okay, yeah, dude, that's fucking awesome.
Never been dunked on.
I never
Not
been dunked
once.
on. I almost-
Fucking baller,
The
man.
guy tried to
Like-
dunk on me once, and I took a charge, so he didn't dunk it. I was like, "Fuck you."
Yeah,
gotta be a
that's
step
me.
ahead,
That's
you
me.
know?
Wally plays like me. Like he's smart, so it's
That-
like
yeah, I'm a guard. I'm smart.
basketball's quick,
Yep.
and you got to know when you're outmatched, and you got to know when you're smarter than the dude you're guarding. So it's like,
Yep.
yeah, dude was 6'9", and he was like, I think 2 years out of basketball, but he was an AAU kid, and he was like a top 10 Minnesota dude.
Yeah.
And he thought he was all cool because he was rolling with a crew of 20 people. And he tried to dunk on me first thing, and I blocked him at the fucking rim, dude. And he walked off the court with his crew. And that is fucking me, dude. So I'm getting back to that shit. That shit was fun.
I know.
That
It's
shit
great.
was fucking fun, dude.
Hell yeah.
It's
dude.
like he thought he was going to dunk on me because he was a foot taller, clear foot taller.
Yep. Oh,
And I
get it.
met him at
I
the
get it.
rim. And I even propelled myself off his body like some acrobat shit. And I fucking landed on my back, but I didn't get dunked on. And he walked off the fucking court.
Yep. I like I said,
It's like-
I understand, dude.
It's like I can't dunk first. I can't dunk personally, but I can jump to where my wrist is above the rim. You know, so it's like when I'm in tip-top shape, I could probably get to my elbow on the rim in tip-top shape. But I'm dealing with meniscus issues, so we'll see how that goes.
As
While he knows what's
a
up.
guy who's crippled,
Fuck meniscus.
don't risk it. I mean, you can play some, but don't be playing too fucking strenuous because you don't want to fuck your shit up later.
No, I tore my meniscus like 12 years ago.
I
So
know.
it's like I already am compensating. It's been like 12 years of compensating to the other side. So
I know.
yeah, we're getting footwork.
I feel you.
Yeah, it's like.
So you
it's
said we are
hard to kill
electric,
that.
we have no vibration, we are dead. Like, yeah, dude, like there's a quantum element to the mind, like 100%.
Oh yeah, I was listening
there has
to
to
you
be a
guys.
quantum phase to like every fucking thing that you see in the fucking world, you know, like.
Yeah. So if you can see somebody that's ultra pale or weird colored, dude, they're barely alive. So you'll see it with like heavy drug use, dude. When they get that pale, ghosty face fucking look, they're close to death. So it's
So, dude,
like
think about
whatever they're. What?
From a fucking certain perspective, there's like a particle fucking reading of our exact properties in
Well,
this
yeah,
moment over a range.
if you're not putting off any type of glow or any color whatsoever, and you're pale and pasty white or almost gray, you're basically walking around dead, dude. Now I'm a really pale guy, so it's like I've never had a choice about what I look like. But yeah, dude, when you see somebody with those sunken eyes and like, oh, that dude hadn't slept in like 5 days. Oh, they're ultra like skinny or whatever. It's not always drug use, but it's like you can tell when nobody has it or when that person doesn't have a charge. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're not firing right. You know, it's like an engine that's misfiring, you know? So it's like if your electrons aren't connecting on a, like they would say normal, but there's no fucking thing with normal. There's no brain that's normal. So it's like if you think deeply, people are going to think you're slow because you're sitting there thinking, you know. If you can come up with an answer really quick, they're going to think you're intelligent and witty, especially if it makes sense. So it's like, yeah, you can't judge somebody's speech or how fast they talk or how they shaved or whatever and say like, oh, that person isn't right, because it's like it's so common right now where people will be like, oh, that person's fucked up in the head. But it's like, dude, we need more people that are fucked up in the head that think out of the box. Otherwise,
Yeah, dude.
we'll be all trapped in that fucking box, and you know that.
Dude, think about it. Like where they're not vibrating, you know, out in the open, they're vibrating somewhere else.
Exactly. So yeah, so it's like, and then they come up with these terms like, oh, they're extrovert, introvert, da 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 da. No, they're just used to sitting at home and doing shit, and then they go out in public, they can't do the things they do at home, so they're uncomfortable. So they come up with a, oh, they're an extrovert, they're an introvert. It's like, you mean they sit inside and don't like to ever talk to people? It's like, but then you see them sitting inside on their games talking to people. So it's the same fucking thing. You know, but they're just doing it at the comfort of their leisure, you know. So it's like, oh, all my kid does is game, but yet he's learning Chinese because he's playing international games with these dudes, and he's learning, he learns 4 languages before he's done with 7th grade. And you're saying video games are bad? It's like, dude, these people are so fucking stupid. It's not even funny. It's like they're too fucking stupid. Anyone that falls for any of these fucking fake things, holy shit.
Yeah, dude.
It's like everybody's addicted to fucking fun.
Well, yeah, we're dopamine.
You know?
Dopamine, baby.
It's a dopamine thing. So whatever you do, have fun, but don't hurt yourself or get somebody killed doing it. And it's like, that's it. That's all you need to do. It's not that hard,
dude.
And
Life is fucking simple as shit, dude. Like when you really break it down,
yeah.
like the code.
If you like doing puzzles, and then you stop doing puzzles, you feel like you're missing something and you need to fill that void, you know. So it's like, keep doing puzzles. Excuse me. Keep doing puzzles and keep challenging yourself, because if everything starts getting really fucking easy, which they're trying to make everything at a touch of a button, so we don't even use our bodies. It's
Right.
like,
Yeah, dude.
you need to get up and you need to like move.
Brain rot,
and,
dude. Brain rot.
Yeah,
Brain rot.
yeah. So it's like, it's pretty simple, dude. They said you can get rid of almost every single physical disease by walking 3 to 5 miles a day, which is not hard. You can walk a mile slow in 12 minutes.
Like
That's
high as
40
fuck,
minutes
fucking
of walking.
Star Trek,
It's
know?
not
Like,
that hard. What?
It's not. No.
That's 40 minutes of walking. If you're a slow walker, that's an hour.
Dude, some people
Do
are
you
legit
watch an
like
hour
too
pro? Yeah. It's
embarrassed
like,
themselves to even go outside. That's how fucked up some people are. You know what I'm saying?
well,
like,
it's they. This is my theory, and I'm sticking to it, dude. First thing people do is they check the weather, and they determine how their day's gonna go by the weather. So they go, I'm not going outside.
Cycle. Yep.
What?
It's a cycle, you know? It's like a process they go through.
So get rid of the phone. Oh, it feels like it's negative 85. It's like, no, it doesn't.
I mean, it is cold as fuck. Dude, I'll give. I
Yes,
need a better jacket.
yes, it's cold. I get that. And they're trying to protect people that are like ultra skinny, and it's basically skin and then bones. It's like, yeah, you can get frostbite probably really quick. Now, if you were a 350-pound offensive lineman, negative 20 degrees ain't shit to you. But if you're the kicker for that same football team, that temperature is gonna fuck with you. So it's like, that's what I realized. It's like, there's one person that said, I got frostbite. So now they have to say, hey, careful. There's potential frostbite out there. You get that, right? It's like now with the phone, they report it into the phone. If there's one case, they have to warn everybody for it. They didn't tell you that dude lived in an ice house in the middle of Mille Lacs with 60-mile-an-hour winds and not a heat source, and he got frostbite. They don't tell you that shit. It's like, it's when simple shit begins to be too hard for people, it's like, go back to wiping our ass, I guess. But that's kind of how I get when I get ultra
like people are trained in a sense, right? Like they're tuned to comfort.
I went to like drug and alcohol treatment for alcohol at one point, and that's what they told you. If you were thinking about like, is this garbage or is this recycling, and you're sitting at the garbage for 10 minutes, that's when the simple shit started getting too hard. You're thinking about simple shit way too hard. And I think that's everybody. They're trying to complicate simple shit, and then they're trying to make ultra fucking deep shit simple, so you don't have any critical thinkers, period. And it's like, we need people to think deep. We need people to think simple. That way, when something ultra simple is hard for that deep thinker, you just go, hey, man, all you do is wash your hands for 30 seconds, and then you're good. Who knows, what someone before you touched or whatever, it's like, but it's not all simple for everybody. Because I don't think being ultra cleanly is a good thing. If you want to build up your immunities, you got to get dirty.
And Walter was
that's
saying,
pretty much, much what I think. I don't do it on an extent as much anymore. But yeah, I took it as far as I could, as far as like, let's build up these immunities. But I'm not doing that shit again. It's like, oof. But I'll just tell you this: your body
raw sewage.
Exactly, but your body can withstand way more than you think. So I say, expose it to germs. It's like, shit, I'd say if COVID-20 is supposed to come out in a year or two, I say give it to me right now so I can fight it off.
No shit, dude.
What? What's that?
None.
New COVID drop. I'm just kidding.
Shit, he said the keyword and we released it.
You gotta get me the new COVID. I need a week off work.
But that's how I feel on the whole thing. If your body can't fight stuff off, of course you're gonna get ultra sick with a common cold.
Yeah.
You know, there ain't a germ in your house. You know, and then it's like, oh, a common cold almost killed him. It's like maybe back in the Oregon, maybe back in the day in Oregon Trail, they were just too clean. You know, maybe that river water wasn't polluted yet. Maybe it was too clean for them to swim in. Maybe it was the people dying in the Oregon Trail that polluted the river.
Was the
And then we
what do they
drank
call that
that.
shit?
What?
The liquid or whatever. What do they call the fucking liquid? The hand sanitizer. Like, where's the sanitizing cloth, Marie?
Yeah. But this
Lysol
is
and
my
shit.
thing with this is my thing with sanitizer, dude. It's like it kills everything, including the living things on your hands. So it's like, yeah, if you use hand sanitizer 30 times a day, your hands are gonna dry up and fucking fall off. So it's like you can't use hand sanitizer every time a germ hits your hand. It's like and scaring us into the fucking germ thing. If you ever seen the movie 12 Monkeys, dude? You ever seen the movie
I've
12
never seen it
Monkeys?
actually. I've never seen it. I always
Watch
thought
it.
it was like
Watch the
hiring to
movie
fucking
12 Monkeys, dude,
Oh,
and
yeah, it's
then
a good ass movie.
listen to Brad Pitt's theories in that movie. I guarantee you think totally different about the whole germ thing after hearing Brad Pitt in that movie. I guarantee it. That is a must watch, dude. 12 Monkeys.
I've never been. Yeah.
It's a
I've never been
must
afraid
watch.
of. I've never been afraid of
But
germs myself. Like I was just like,
have you ever seen V for Vendetta?
For
yeah,
sure.
yep.
It has a lot to do with that movie, but
Okay.
it was made 12 years before it. So watch that.
More
They're kind of
science.
I
linked.
will. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the two good movies, dude. I linked them
dude.
together as far as like part one, part two.
Yeah.
So it's like they're that close, you know,
Damn.
as far as like similarities and theories and intelligent
way
movies to
that-
watch.
Yeah.
And that was made in like 1995, dude. Bruce Willis, right? Brad Pitt.
Yep. Chris Tucker was in it.
Yeah, there's a lot of good
Hey man, what
actors.
am I doing with this movie?
Mila Jokovic, I think she's in it too.
Oh, yep, before Kill Bill. Yep. So like,
Yeah, there's like all the
before
famous
Resident Evil. I mean,
all
Resident
these famous
Evil.
people
Yeah.
are there. Well, I'll be right back.
Yeah, but it's a must watch.
Fuck yeah.
As far as if you like thinking movies or movies that make you think, because you can see similarities in movies. They just change the titles every 10 years or so. What?
Yeah, I always think about the Matrix too, man. Like, saw the fucking thing.
What's that?
It was like there is no spoon, you know, like.
Dude,
or whatever.
if you,
that appears in your mind or whatever.
during COVID, dude, this is what I did. I was like, what are some of the biggest movies out there that nobody has ever watched? And then I watched them. I spent probably $5,000 on movies during COVID.
God damn.
And I get it. I could have downloaded them all, but I just wanted to buy them.
Do you have
Just
them
to make
all?
sure I was covered, you know.
Do you have them
So
all
I own all these. So I own all these movies. Obviously, they're digital. They could fucking shut it off tomorrow if they wanted, but they're worth the watch.
Oh,
and if they make you think differently, because they use a lot of metaphors and they use a lot of different like techniques with movies. So they might not like paint the picture out for you perfectly. But if
Yeah.
you get your brain to fire in a different way where you're thinking metaphorically, you can watch movies, do film theories on any movie.
Absolutely.
And it's like it will trigger things in your head that you didn't even know you had, which I think that's the charge they're talking about. You get your brain firing again. And
yeah, there's a I don't know, there's a guy that does like film theory, like not like critique wise, but like the psychology aspect of it.
dude,
Like
when when the whole Batman thing was ultra popular, I'd watch the movie, I'd watch film theories for an hour, and then I'd watch the movie again, and I'd pay attention to the theories they would bring up. And yeah, dude, they're on point. They're people that really are on point. And there's things that your eye catches that you don't even know you caught, but you caught it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I did see that. I just didn't put thought into it, you know? And then you watch it again, you're like, I never seen that before. And then you're watching movies that you watched in the 90s and you're picking out shit you didn't even know was in the movie, you know? And it's like, it's really fun. So that's why I don't know. I like doing that. But I also like looking at the crazy things that people have linked together on YouTube and go, wow, they correlated a lot of stuff. Like there's a lot of people out there putting these things together and it could just be all bullshit. But coming up with a lot of bullshit, that takes an art. So if you
In a
like
way,
art, you know, so
Yeah.
it's like it could be 100% the truth or it could be 0% truth. And that's for you to figure out what percent you think is true, you know? It's like, that's why I don't know. You got to watch thinking movies. And when that dude was talking, he sounded just like the guy from Waking Life. Were you watching YouTube videos of like a psychologist, or was that an actual guy live in here?
Earlier?
No, it was
Yeah. Was that a video you were
Yeah,
listening
we're
to
listening to
about the
video. Yeah.
electrons firing? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I was like, there's no way he's got this professor in here.
No,
I'm
that
like,
would
this
be
is the
dope.
dude. That's the
No, but
yeah.
that's
That was the
what I
same.
want to ask. So, like the shit I asked Brandon, I want to ask a real motherfucker who actually has
Well,
like better like just idea.
I would
Like
say that guy, dude, that guy sounded identical to the dude in Waking Life. Have you ever seen that movie, Waking
nope.
Life?
Who's in it? Anybody famous?
Watch it. Watch it. If you liked that interview, watch Waking Life.
All right.
That was the same dude. It's the same voice. It's you ever seen A Scanner Darkly?
Nope.
I've seen that movie forever.
The ultra like crazy animated Keanu Reeves
Oh, it's
movie,
anime.
like
This Waking Life. All right.
no, it's like it looks like a video game. It looks like a video game animation.
Okay,
It was an
gotcha.
like a face, like a Snapchat overlay
Yep, I
before
see
they
it.
did all
Yeah,
these
I'm looking at
filters
it.
and before the technology was out there. Well, this movie was called Waking Life, and it was a bunch of watercolor paintings for the animation, and it's like they were doing crazy shit. And this is like 1994
2001.
or 98, 2001.
Yep,
Okay, so
2001 came out.
So 6 years before Scanner Darkly, the like coolest animated, you know, computer graphic movie ever, you know, 6 years before it, Waking Life, which is the same dude. It's the same dude. He made both movies. He made both the movies. But he was using that technology 6 years before it even came out for movies in 2007. And then he used his own technology in his own movie. And now everybody's copying it on Snapchat 15 years later. So it's like Waking Life, dude. You got to watch that shit. And then watch 12 Monkeys. Those are like, those would be like
12
two.
Monkeys and
I
V
was
for
in,
Vendetta. That's a good correlation or linking them
yeah,
together. Those
I
are good
was,
movies.
because that interview you're listening to sounded identical to Waking Life. So I would watch that if you liked that intelligent talk. There's so much intelligent talk in the movie Waking Life.
That's cool.
Then you'll like the dialogue, just the dialogue.
Yep.
And then you won't be able to even pay attention because the animation is so good. So it's like it's a really good movie, and you like it.
It kind of looks like a Nintendo Switch game.
Yep.
That's a good way to put it.
It is, yeah. It's just cool animation, way before its time. 2001. Think of that. 2001. What were you playing as far as a video game? You were playing
I was
PS2.
7th, 8th grade. Yeah. So
You
I'm
were
thinking,
playing PS2. And then the dudes are just ultra blocky. It's like, wait, I don't think PS2 was even out. You were playing PS1 and N64 in
Yeah.
2001.
Probably,
yeah,
because
PS2
2000, I
wasn't
think
even
2000 was PlayStation.
2001
Was
is
it?
when PlayStation
Okay.
2 did come out, but not a lot of us had it though.
Yeah, did you have the $5.99 to get it? That's the real question.
Yeah.
Well, did your parents have it
And
first
nobody
at the
did.
time?
But yeah, to see that in a movie, and then they overlay it because they're real actors acting out the scenes, and then they overlay it with like a watercolor painting effect before the effects were even available to use. It's like
It was a feat to do that.
Yeah, it was a lot of work.
Was
This is the same dude that
Was
he
there a
shot a
difference between
movie.
PlayStation and PlayStation 1?
No, it went like this. It went PlayStation, big, boxy, huge, boxy.
Yep.
Then people would complain that it was too big. Then they made the PS1. It was the exact same system. They just
Okay.
condensed the
No, that's fine, 'cause it
components
says
into a small.
PlayStation
Yeah.
came out in 95 here in America, and then the PS1 came out in
PlayStation.
2000. Yeah, and then 2000 is
So
PS1.
PlayStation is different than PS1, but it's different like Xbox One and then Xbox
360.
Series One
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah,
No,
okay,
it's
yeah.
like the next
Updated
version, but
version,
it's
yeah.
the same
Yep.
exact system. Yes.
Yep. So I'm saying, so PS1 came out in 2000.
Yes, and then PlayStation came out in like 94 or 5. So it was like same system, they just released it 5 years later in a smaller box basically. Because people were complaining about, oh, it's too big, it's too boxy, it takes up too much space on my entertainment system or whatever the fuck they were complaining about back then. I
They
don't
still
know.
do. They always complain.
Well, yeah, but dude, PlayStation was sick. Dude, they used to use they were CD cases, so like jewel cases, the hard plastic, but they were doubled up DVD style.
Yep.
And you couldn't break the case. You couldn't step on the case and like break the case. You couldn't. And then they switched to the cheap ass plastic, and you step on a DVD case and you're shattering that shit. And it's like, it's I don't know. It's pretty funny though. Yep, I remember. What was it? Battle Arena Toshiden or something like that. It was basically Tekken before Tekken. Battle Arena Toshiden.
Did you get PlayStation like day one ish?
No, we were poor. We got it probably 2 or 3 years after release.
Okay. Yeah.
But then you go back and you go, what the heck did they make? What were the original? You go back and you go, oh, what the heck? This is a cool fighting game. I've never heard of this.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. And then you're like, what the heck is Tekken? And then you just start playing stuff.
First one I ever played.
That's just sidestepping. They always have the sidestepping, I think.
For PlayStation specifically, I remember the Crash Bandicoots a lot.
They were cool.
I remember basically Final Fantasy VII was the biggest release as far as like any game system period. And that came out on
I think that might
PlayStation.
still. I'm pretty sure that is.
Real time.
It still is. That's why they reboot it. But yeah, Final Fantasies, I never played them, but I watched my brother play through all of them. So it's like I've seen how 7 plays out, 8 plays out, 9 plays out.
It's my favorite.
And it's like,
You want? Hey, question, time out. Quick question. Gran Turismo is the highest selling game of all time.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh my
God. Okay. So it goes Gran Turismo 1, and then it goes Final Fantasy 7 number 2 or something, or Mario
and then Gran
or something.
Turismo 2, and then Final Fantasy 8 was number 4. So it goes Gran Turismo, Final Fantasy, Gran Turismo, Final Fantasy, the first 4.
But you want to know why Gran Turismo was so popular?
Why? They took their time.
It was the most realistic driving simulator ever. It took me 6 hours to get my license in the game. That's how difficult the driving was. Yes. And you can't even buy a car in the game until you get your license. So the driving tutorial, it was to get you used to the game. It takes you 6 hours just to start playing the game. And dude, this is back when games, do you remember if it was a good game, it would be multiple discs?
Yep. Well, if it was a big game, like a story mode game.
Turismo had
They had the arcade and then the simulation disc.
It went like install disc for Gran Turismo and then 3 play discs. So if you wanted to go to a different region in the game, you had to pop out disc 2 and then pop disc 3 in, and then you could go to Tokyo or whatever. And then boom, once you're done in Tokyo, you go, okay, I want to go to Germany and check out the BMWs or whatever. And you have to pop in disc 4. So it was like, dude, you were playing an open world driving game and you were changing worlds by disc. And dude, that's why that game was so popular. You had probably 100 to 200 hours of play. You could customize cars to real specifications, like as realistic as you could with a PlayStation, you know, and you could do weight restrictions, different fucking bumpers. You could change your cars around. They had the actual real cars in the game, and they had all the licenses to do it right. So that's why it's so they invested so much money into that game
And
to
time
make
and
it
effort,
good,
yep.
and it actually worked. And it usually doesn't work like that. So that's why that's the number one selling game. It all worked. The timing was perfect, and racing games were in.
Super fucking like appealing, or
Cruising USA came out
Cruising
like a
USA
year,
was my shit.
like maybe right around the same time. So everybody was competing for the best racing game, and PlayStation had that on lock by far.
Yeah.
But Cruising USA was cool as fuck, though. I'm not gonna lie. And so was the other one where you could fly around with jetpacks and stuff, and then Twisted Metal. Dude, driving games were really cool back in the day. They still are, but they're not as cool. If I were to play a racing game, it'd be like Burnout, you know, just because you can crash.
Horizon. I've been on that shit lately.
Or if I got a PlayStation, I'd get the newest Turismo and try it out.
Speaking of racing games, the PS2, the top 4 games are Grand Theft Auto, Gran Turismo, Grand Theft Auto, Gran Turismo, Grand Theft Auto, top 5.
Yeah, I told you. Driving games were in, dude.
Yep.
And then committing crimes
Final
were in,
Fantasy
too.
X is number 6.
Yep. So crime games, open world games, and racing games were all in.
Racing games for sure, dude. That was huge back in the day.
Yeah, but the reason why Grand Theft Auto is in there is because if you didn't have Grand Theft Auto on your PlayStation, you were probably beating the fuck out of people on the street. So thank you, Grand Theft Auto, for saving civilization. Video games can do it again.
That's funny.
I didn't ever really get into the Grand Theft Autos like everybody else.
I didn't.
But I thought it was funny. Like, okay, let's see what this Easter egg is. And then you laugh at it for 5 minutes. But other than that, it's like, who cares? And then everybody just puts in cheat codes. And it's like, then you're not even playing the game. But I realize with the new Grand Theft Auto, if you have a PC, you can play different game modes. It's basically an engine itself. So you can pick different modes that people have created. But I haven't hopped in the PC gaming because I think I'd get lost in it.
Dude.
Because I get lost in console gaming. So if for me to get a PC and the possibilities are endless when it comes to games, I would get lost. Because I like them. You know?
Yeah, they're fun,
Steve keeps it simple. But yeah.
They're fun, but it's like I can see where if you're doing it 10 hours a day and not getting paid for it, it's a bad addiction, you know?
Sure. Anything good, too much is bad.
But it's just like any addiction. If it's pulling you away from a worse addiction, what's worse? Really? You know?
You could say, so like a bad addiction might be better than a worse addiction, you're right, but it's still not good, per se.
It's still not good, yes.
But it's still, it's better
but it's
than being in a worse.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a lot worse things you
it's
could
the
be
same
doing.
as like
yeah.
if you're weeding off cigarettes. If you go from like a pack a day to like 5 a day, like did you quit smoking? You're still smoking. It's bad for you. However, you're doing much better than what the fuck you were doing.
You've cut down on the toxicity by 4. So it's like you're doing great.
Yeah,
you're doing great.
It's little wins.
Yeah.
But again,
But
even water or sun, like these are good things. But if you have too much of it, it'll kill you. Like it doesn't matter, you know.
Well, the sun is nobody's friend.
Moderation.
I mean, it is my friend because it gives me fucking beautiful skin. It gives me life and food and
You're
stuff.
just born with that.
Yeah, it helps, but it gives me more luscious, beautiful. Just kidding,
Yeah, but then you got people saying sun worshippers, and then you go on the tanning booth for 4 hours, and it's like you aren't a sun worshipper. Get out of here.
They're retarded.
Yeah,
you know, it's like you're a tanning bed worshipper. It's like, and you're not even regular skin tone. You're orange.
Yep, you're Donald Trump.
Yep. Pretty much. Yeah, he don't go out in the sun. How does he have such a good tan? No, I'm just
PS3.
What's that?
The biggest game in PS3 is Grand Theft Auto 5, Gran Turismo 5, and then number 3 is Uncharted 3.
And that's when they got into story games
Yep,
and
Last of
PlayStation
Us,
exclusives.
Last of
That's
Us,
when you'll
Uncharted.
see like Uncharted. Uncharted will never be on Nintendo or whatever. It'll never be on Xbox.
Batman,
But
Arkham Asylum, Arkham City.
now they've probably affiliated to where PlayStation would get a portion if they put it in their library. So now you can probably do that. But it's like that's why they hold on to their exclusives. You won't see God of War. You won't see God of War being passed around.
Nope. Same as you don't see Mario.
You won't see Final Fantasy being passed around other than the reboots.
But Forza's coming to PlayStation, so I think it's only fair that Microsoft gets Gran Turismo, so we can have Gran Turismo on the PC finally. That'd be fucking awesome.
Soon it will be. Soon it will be like, hey, it's Universal Console, whatever you can afford. We got all games. It's just not going to look.
I don't know if they will do that.
It's soon going to be that way.
Ooh, I don't think so because Nintendo's a public traded stock company. So is fucking Sony. Like, so I mean, like all these people are publicly traded. They don't want to share that money because they're greedy.
And they won't.
Yeah.
But they're all affiliated. So Nintendo holds on to 5 games. Xbox holds on to 5 games.
I would say characters.
PlayStation holds on to 5
you're
games.
right to an extent, but it's characters. Nintendo holds on to Mario, Zelda.
Yep. Zelda. Yep.
Donkey Kong. There's like 5 people they probably just
there's
hold on to.
characters
Same
that
as like
they
you're
hold
saying
on
with
to
like
that they've created.
whatever
Staples,
Kratos
the
and stuff.
staples.
They hold on to
Metroid.
Kratos.
It would be
Metroid is always going to be
Zelda.
Final Fantasy is always going to be PlayStation exclusive because they were a part of Nintendo and they fucking will never work with them. They fucking hate them.
But you're wrong. Because it started on Nintendo. So
I know it started with Nintendo, but I'm saying, but they broke away and they don't work.
But now they passed the rights on to PlayStation, so you may never see it come back to Nintendo.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's like you could go on your Xbox right now and buy every old Final Fantasy game if you wanted to. So it's not like that hard to do.
Can you? You can buy it?
Yeah.
Buy it, not download it, whatever, illegally, whatever?
No, not illegally.
Okay.
They're in the marketplace. It'll be like retro Final Fantasy 1 through 6.
Okay, yeah.
And then you'll have
them
Final
ones.
Fantasy 7 Remake. It might be hard to find 8, 9, and 10, but you can play 13 on an Xbox. You can play it on a PC. You can play 14. There's just certain ones that they hold on to. And that's what they got. They're like, that's their power. They go like, if you really want this, you have to come through us to get it. And that's okay. They created it.
I think
I
think they play. It looks like the newer Final Fantasies are on Xbox. It doesn't look like the older ones are. I'm looking to see if I can find.
Maybe I was looking at some emulator thing, so maybe you have to do some type of
I
emulation.
can see like Final Fantasy 12 and up on Xbox, like
Okay,
.com.
so the new one, once it went to MMO,
Oh, wait, no, I lied right here. Is this Final Fantasy 7? Okay, you can
that's
play
the
Final Fantasy
reboot.
7.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah, that's
is this
the
remake?
reboot.
Was this remake?
Yeah, it's the remake, but it's
Okay.
gonna look good. It's gonna play the same, but it's
It
like
doesn't-
if
no,
you really
I
want
think
it.
this is original. I don't think this is a remake. This is original because this is only $15. This has to be the original.
Okay, that's the original then.
So yeah, they do have
you
Final
can get
Fantasy
it.
7. Okay.
And then you can scroll through and get anyone you want. But yeah, you're gonna pay for it. And you bet your
I
ass.
see 9. I see 8.
You bet your ass.
Okay.
PlayStation is getting a portion of that sale.
Oh,
So
definitely.
it's like
They're probably getting like
they're all
$3.
affiliated. Yeah, there's a percentage that they came up with, but it's
Okay,
like
yeah, you can actually buy them all right on Microsoft.
Yeah,
Okay, I didn't
they
know
went
that. I knew you
retro.
could buy them on Steam. I didn't know you could buy them on whatever, but that's cool.
It's way better on Steam because obviously there's way more games for PC. But yeah, there's certain ones for console.
Yep, that's
And
dope.
it's
I
like-
actually didn't know that with Xbox.
Yeah, coming up with like who owns what and the rights to what, it's like good luck. If you like the game, get it and play it. Because it's like you're gonna be like, I don't like their political stance on lions or whatever, and it's like really.
I'm not really a fan
It's
of
like
all
who
that.
cares?
Yeah,
It's like if it's a fun game, play it. Who cares? It's like
Remember when
it's a
people were
game.
trying to boycott Hogwarts because of fucking whatever her name, J.K. Rowling's being anti-trans?
Yeah.
Well,
Like,
that's
how did
exactly
that
what
game
I'm
sold a
saying.
fuck
That's
ton of
exactly
games?
what I'm saying, dude. Why are you invested so much that you care what these people eat or whatever, or that they wore a blue shirt?
Thing is, if you
You
don't,
know, it's like
so like, unless J.K. Rowling was actual like a senator or somebody important where she actually her views could actually change the world, I don't give a fuck. It's like random.
she very well could have been. You don't know. Some of these authors are actually anonymous, so she very well could have been.
Well, I mean, I don't think she's like a.
She very well could have been.
No
That
matter
could
what, she's in the UK.
very well
wouldn't
not
affect
even
us.
be her
It
name.
wouldn't affect us per se because she's the UK. But no, she's a celebrity, so she has influence per se. But she's not like literally voting
Exactly.
on the issues. Like
yeah,
No, she just knows she's a heavy influencer and she's got a huge following of followers.
For sure.
So they bought her off and they told her to say she believes in this. So all their book readers that are actually smart go, oh, if she believes that, I believe that. No, you can't do that shit. Fuck that.
I mean, you can, but people should be smart enough to just not take celebrities' words as like gospel. Who gives a fuck?
Well, exactly. They bought off. So
give a
why
fuck
would you
who
take their
shits
word?
on celebrity.
Hey, man. I mean,
Well, yes,
some
that's
celebrities are
like-
smart and with certain things, but it don't matter.
No, I
The thing
know
is-
that. They
But
wouldn't
yeah,
be
I'm saying, but in
celebrities if
general,
they weren't
just
smart.
just taking it on face value is stupid. That's all.
Yeah. Because it's a 30-second video clip and they said action before they started speaking. So it wasn't their actual live thoughts. You know, it was a staged video. So they're acting out. So yeah, they said some good info in that little 30-second clip. But then after they said cut, he said, get the fuck out of my way. Where's my coffee? And then smacked the fucking director in the face or whatever. You know, it's like they don't show you that shit. So it's like, I don't take celebrities' words for it because I can think for myself.
I don't know why anybody
I don't
would,
need
honestly,
some.
but yeah.
I don't need some dude that was popular in 1993 telling me how to think.
Kevin
You know, it's
Sorbo.
like,
Any of them.
Kevin Sorbo comes to mind.
Yeah, for sure. Dude.
I don't know him. I don't know him
He's
by
Hercules.
name, dude.
Hercules.
It's like, and I could care
the
less
TV show
because
Hercules?
Yeah, that's what he is.
But either way, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying that guy's a super
He's an
Republican.
actor, but he seems like if I were to meet that guy, he'd be a decent dude in real life too. Because he wasn't a big celebrity; he was a daytime TV celebrity.
Dude.
He's just as cool as Xena.
Yeah,
you
I'm
know,
saying there's a lot of like
he's-
Republican people that are good people, but they've been brainwashed by ideological thinking and shit that fucking.
But as we all have.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I'm just trying to bring
To an
people up.
extent.
Yeah, so I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That's why when people talk
And
shit
it's
about it, it's like, dude, I'm not talking shit like that. I'm just saying, like, I've been you. I know how
We've
you're.
all
I know
been
exactly
sucked
how
in.
you're thinking.
Yeah, we've all been sucked in.
Mhm.
It's like,
No tolerance for
how do we
fascism.
get?
That's all I am.
I just tell people like I
But
always try to preface like, dude, I've thought like you, so I understand where you're coming from. But you also gotta understand
Yeah.
like there's a reason why I don't think that way, and you not think that's probably because of facts and logic or whatever, you know, like
Experience.
yeah. But for me, it was literally like just being beaten down. Like I said, for me, it was like breaking out of like I was watching a lot of religious debates, and it'll be like guys talking about science shit to talk shit about like
Yeah.
younger. So then I started looking into science shit, and then I started looking into this, and started just deconstructing my whole worldview of fucking like, oh, this is what smart people think. Oh, this is what these people think. Like, and then I started thinking like, yeah, why do I
Exactly.
think that I'm smarter than these people? Like, I'm not. Like, this is their
You
job.
want to know why,
like-
dude? You want to know why?
What up?
Because you're probably close to psychology, close to psychological IQ levels, and you can read through the bullshit just like anybody.
Yep.
And once you can read through the bullshit, dude, it doesn't matter who's saying it to you. It could be the president of the United States, and if you tell him like, I don't agree with that, you have the power now. And guess what? If you can get everybody thinking that same way, they can't control us. And I get it. It's like a revolution, but it's like it's hard to get one person to agree with you, let alone a group of 30, let alone 500 million. Yeah. So it's like, but that's why the micro learning actually does take effect. Because maybe it didn't work for the person that you were talking to, but maybe there was 8 people sitting back going,
Yep, that's
"He's
what I
making
tell
a
Brandon
fucking
all the
sense."
fucking time when I talk about this
And
shit.
it's like you could be screaming at somebody in the face, they aren't getting it, but they are getting it. And the 10 people in the back there going, what is he screaming for? Look into why he's screaming. And they go, wow, I see why he was worked up. And they start looking into things. And that's how it goes. And you start a ripple and it turns into a fucking tidal wave. And before you know it, you got people actually liking the place they live at.
Mm-hmm.
And it's as simple as that, dude.
Yeah, it is.
And it's like
I tell
so
Brendan the
simple.
same shit all the time. Like I said, like when I debate or argue with people, I'm like, dude, I'm not really debating to win that person over. It's whoever reads the post or like listens to the speech. It's like, you know, like
Everybody's in defense mode. You can agree with somebody and they'll get defensive over it. And it's like, no, dude, I'm agreeing with you. And they're like, what? You're talking shit. I'm like, no, I'm saying he's a good player. Shut up, man. You said this guy was better. I'm like, I just gave this dude a compliment. I'm not disagreeing with you. And then so everyone's in that defense mode. In defense mode. And it's all over shit they
nobody wants
invested
to bite
in.
bullets and fucking just accept the fact. Like I said, if I show you a graph that points up and you're gonna disagree with me without any like other evidence, like how the fuck are you gonna tell me this is wrong when it's like objectively like this? I can ask any first grader, like, does this graph point up? And they'll say, yeah, you know, like, or
And
down,
that's
or whatever
where-
it is, you know, like.
And that's
But the thing is, instead of just
I
biting the
will bring
bullet
that
and
simple
moving
thinking
on,
and deep thinking. No, I'll bring that simple thinking and deep thinking back in because you would show a graph that points up. But guess what? A graph is linear if it's on a piece of paper. Now, if you had a 3D graph, what is up is the real question. And that's where you get like deep if you want. But it's
You need
like
directions. You need coordinates to figure that one out.
Yeah, but it's like that's math, dude. And that's like you're looking at one piece of paper and one graph.
And
That's
I don't
it.
think he's trying to use that to, you know.
No, I know. You'd be like, well, the sky looks purple, and they'd be like, oh, it actually looks magenta or whatever. You know, I get it.
no,
I
it's
get
more,
it.
it's more like I'll say it's that, and they'll be like, no, it's fucking gray. Like, it's not even close.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
what are you telling me you see gray when it's fucking the green, whatever the fuck color, you know, like
That's
completely
what it's like.
opposite.
I do think the color of your eyes do change things. I do think that animals do see different than us, but I think humans see different from other humans too. So maybe it looks gray to him and it looks light blue to you.
Maybe.
But they've got brown eyes and you've got blue eyes, or vice versa, or whatever.
Well,
you know, so it's like we
sure.
don't ever know what somebody's seeing.
Well, okay, so I'll break it down super
Always.
simple. So, like, if I were to argue somebody about Biden's economy and I show them the Dow Jones and shit for the last 4 years and I put it going straight up and it's all-time highs when he leaves and people go, it's really bad. And I go, but why does this graph say it's going way the fuck up? And they tell me it's not. Like, well, the whole world believes it because obviously the whole marketplace of everybody around the world is saying that this is what's happening. So how are you going to tell me it's opposite? You know, like things like that. But I'm saying like, so like for me,
It is.
when people bring up shit that's like against me or whatever, like, and I actually don't agree with it, I always tell people like, I have no problems with biting bullets to move the conversation on instead of fighting on this stupid point and making me look like a dummy because I'm just don't like I was telling him earlier, we're listening to people debate or whatever. It's like, instead of just answering the direct question, like when the guy goes, yes or no, is this the thing?
Well, they always pussyfoot around
Yeah,
it. They would never
instead
get
of
to the
pussyfooting, I'm
actual
saying instead of
question. They
pussyfooting,
try to
if it was me,
distract you. And
yeah, I'm saying if it was me, if someone asked me a question that I didn't really want to answer, obviously because it makes them look good, I would be like, yes, however, and then I'd make my point instead of being like, well, I'm just gonna make gish gallop for whatever for like 10 minutes. Like, no, like answer the question, and then you can preface. Wait, like here's why. Like I would say this, but here's my reasoning. Now you can fight my reasoning or whatever, but you know, like instead of just fucking arguing about the point, like no, like just answer the fucking direct question. It's right there in front of you. Like
it's simple psychology, dude. If they don't want to answer a question, they try to distract you, and you'll see it on the TV. You'll see it with
everywhere.
coaches. You'll see it with
they try to get off the
teachers.
topic. They try to weasel
You'll
out
see
of
it.
the
They
topic.
usually, it's like they'll try to make like the trouble kid, but he's really the smartest kid in the class because he challenges the teacher, and the teacher doesn't think that their $32,000 a job should be that challenging. So really, it's like you need to find the kids that go against the grain, that aren't like obviously beating the fuck out of kids and shit in school, but ones that question the teacher. Why? Yeah, it's like, especially if you have a good parent and you've been teaching your kid shit, when they go to school, everything that your parent taught them, they're trying to reverse. It's like, no, we need to end that shit. Unless parents, unless parents are seriously teaching their kids like really wrong
That's
stuff.
the problem, though.
But it's
we were
like
talking about that earlier.
most people, most people, if you're alive, you figured it out, dude. And you probably have it figured out more than the teacher that their first gig is teaching second graders. You know, you probably got it more figured out than them. You know,
maybe, but like
you've had
I would
you've
say,
had
I
a
would
kid for 10 years.
Yeah,
You
but
know, your teacher doesn't have a. It's like, yeah, I don't.
well, so
Weird
like
situations, different situations.
So me and Brandon were talking about like the racist mindset from like the Civil War and how it's triggered down to like today's world. How there's certain like Republican people that
It's
have the same
Morgan
thought
Freeman.
process.
It isn't as dude. It's as simple as Morgan Freeman, dude. The reason why you got so much racism is it's pumped into sports. It's pumped into the news. It's pumped into politics. It's pumped into. It's like stop telling people what color. Like it all comes down to the cops. Can you describe them? The first thing you say is what? A color.
Black, white, you know.
The first thing you say is a color. You know it. You know it, and I know it.
Oh yeah, of course.
If you were to say it was a man that was 6'4", they can't fucking pin it on nobody. So you go as a woman, she was 5'3", 130 pounds. And then they ask you, what did she look like? And they want you to say a color. So stop defining everything by a color. It's as simple as that. Now, Morgan Freeman goes, if you want to end racism, stop talking about racism. Which, yeah, stop looking at people like they're fucking different.
True.
It's like there's a lot of people out there that don't think that I'm smart. And I know I'm mad fucking smart. But I don't care about the people that don't think I'm smart. You know, it's as long as I know I am, I'm fine with it. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. They won't. It's like you could have a physicist, African American, that resurrected his flooded home in New Orleans, but you would never hear about it. But what are you going to hear about? But what are you going to hear about?
The black man who shot somebody.
No, it goes like this. It goes, old lady bought a new TV. This dude in a ski mask came up and took it from her and then kicked her when she was down. And then they go, this is the only video we got. And it's a blurry ass fucking video where you can't see any, you know, you can't describe them one bit. All you can see is they were wearing dark clothing. So you go, they were wearing dark clothing. Then they're looking for somebody dark. It's as simple as that fucking shit, dude. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. But people set up now in today's day and age. I worked at a bar. You got people fake fighting because they think it's funny. And it's like, you actually think they're fighting. And it's like, dude, this fucking fake shit needs to end now. Because it's like, dude, I like art just as much as the next guy. And when I come up with a funny ass joke, I record that shit on the spot so I don't forget it.
Yep.
And I've been doing that for a long time. People take my shit way too literal. And they don't know when I'm joking or not. So it's like, I get it why everybody's getting canceled. People don't know how to read sarcasm.
For sure. No,
at
people
all.
think people
At all.
take things too literal. For
Like
sure.
there's people that can. There's people that can read sarcasm to an extent.
It's like a comfort thing, kind
but
of, or
it
I
is a
don't know.
comfort thing. But I like making people uncomfortable. I like walking in and saying something that's going to make someone uncomfortable, knowing that I'm just being sarcastic. But in a world where everybody's so serious, they want to kill you over the comments you're saying. And you go, I'm just trying to lighten the
happened, do we
mood.
know?
You know, that type of thing.
Yeah,
But
it's like,
people it's whatever you've invested the most time in, that's what you're going to have the most passion in. And my buddy goes, you don't yuck somebody's yum. And just because it feels like it's dumb to you, it might not be dumb to them. So it's like, dude, once I found out, like, did you hear Steve-O's story, the jackass dude?
Depends.
No, what's his? Yeah, depends.
His story, his dad owns some big ass factory. They were mad wealthy right from the start. Well, this dude wanted to be a clown, so he went to the hardest clown college to get into, and he got accepted. When they ran the numbers, they said, do you know it's harder to get into this clown school than it is to get into Harvard? He's a mad fucking genius, dude, and people look at him like he's a dumbass. getting into what was it called? I think it's the Shrine Circus Clown College or some shit.
Yeah,
I don't know which one. Maybe that's the one from Minnesota. But it's like, dude, the percentages were like 0.003% of people get accepted into that clown college when they apply for it
He got
and audition
pigeonholed as
for
the
it.
dumb guy, kind of.
And
But he's
yeah,
also sort
once
of just
you
like a fun guy, always laughing, you know? Like, then.
but you get addicted to that entertainment, dude. And when you're like killing yourself for entertainment, I'm glad that dude's still alive, number one. But you could see, especially like the shit they put on screen
Yeah.
was
the
was
crazy
the
shit.
clean stuff, dude. And if you couldn't even watch the clean stuff, just think how bad it was behind the scenes. And it's like that had to have been so bad to live through because they're all friends and they're all getting fucked up. It's like that had to have been so hard. But then hearing dude come out at, it only took a couple of his buddies dying for him to go, okay, I got to come out of this. And then he comes out and then you actually listen to the dude. That dude is inspiring. I like Steve-O.
I
And
have to check it out,
dude, when
I never thought he was like dumb, he's just yeah.
he ain't even close to dumb, dude.
He
He's
was
like
a clown, kind of in a way,
yeah, he's a clown. But once you found out the clown school that he went to was harder to get into than Harvard, you're gonna look at him differently. And it's like, yeah, man. Like when I was watching, it was like the one story that rang a bell with me was it got so bad for him. He would go and buy cocaine from his dealer, and people would blow their bloody nose on the wall and shit. Well, the dude, yeah, dude, they would do it. It'd be like just the worst drug house ever. And he went in, he got some from his dealer or whatever, or he didn't have some, so he did some off the table that was just sitting there. There was blood in it. His dealer called him a week later saying, dude, I've got AIDS and I have to let you know that. And that's when he goes, oh shit, and that was the wake up call for him. So yeah.
Did he get AIDS or like what the fuck?
I don't know if he got AIDS, but when
Scared,
you're doing your dealer's drugs and he's getting bloody noses and dripping bloody noses in the coke and you're doing that with him, yeah, bro. It's like he probably does. It's probably not something that he would talk about, but yeah, that's what woke him up. He says in his like documentary that he didn't get it, but I don't know if I believe that. With technology now, they probably caught it before it could adapt to something. But it's like if he wasn't Steve-O, yeah, he'd have full blown AIDS, guaranteed. But yeah, it's inspiring to hear that.
Was pretty open about his AIDS. At least.
Who was?
Charlie Sheen. But
because he knew he was.
People though,
It was probably because he knew he was giving it to himself as he was doing it. He was like, I know I'm getting AIDS right now, and I don't even care because I got tiger blood. And it's like, yeah, you ain't invincible, dog. But yeah, I guess that's what I guess that's what sitting on 2.5 Men for like 15 years will do to you.
Yeah.
Nah, I think he was an alright dude in maybe the 90s. He was pretty funny, but
he's a movie star. He's got a fucking intolerant.
Yeah, that's why I never wanted to. That's why I never wanted to be a movie star, because I know they'd be like, "Here, do more, see how funny you could be," and then you'd have a dead Chris Farley on your hands. It's like, no, stop feeding them the drugs. They're funny without them. But I hope things are changing. But you never know. Yeah, I feel that too. I gotta run this garbage down. I'll be back in a minute.
The garbage.
Get smarter, talk more. Figure things out more.
But that was a good stream topic. I don't think you're going to get a lot of views on that because people don't like to think like that. But that's a good topic.
Dude, that's the thing. I'll talk about anything. That's all I tell him.
Those are the things that I tune into. If you were if you were wearing a bikini and a girl and then you were sucking on a microphone, I would come in and I would go, you are a whore, you know, or whatever. It's like, yeah, real topics are worth tuning into.
I agree.
Popular topics usually aren't, and that's what sucks. It's good to know
I
what's
like
going
these talks.
on.
I personally like debating. I like
Let's pretend
politics.
like those people don't
That's
exist.
my jam. I like talk politics.
I like debating too, and I get to the point where I'll even question my own thoughts.
I like to debate about like scientific things, but when it comes to
I do like science. I'm not the best equipped to do because like I know things, but I'm not smart enough to actually show you.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
like so people are always like, "Well, you don't know nothing." I'm like, you're right, because I always preface like I'm dumb. Like I don't actually know, but I study people and I know who like the top people to listen to on this topic, and this is what they say.
You don't know the correct terminology, but you know.
No, I get the ideas, yeah, for sure. But I'm saying like the terminology, like the math, like when like, how do you know? Well, like, here's a study, boom, 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 and then go over it like in detail.
And when you simplify it to somebody that's studied it for 5 years, they go, "You don't know a thing," and it's like, no. First, to understand something, you have to simplify it, and then you can get deeper with it. Yeah. So it's like,
I know the rudimentary.
Obviously, I know
levels
what's
of
going
stuff.
on. I'm just trying. It's like I'm trying to figure out your intellect level to figure out if we should keep talking.
Sometimes that would be, but like I said, it's not even about them. I'm trying to get to the audience or whoever reads or listens. You know, that's the whole idea.
Yeah, that's for the whole entertainment thing. It's like, yeah, the show goes on, but it's like, if you riled up a whole audience and they're fighting in the parking lot, did the show really go on?
Too much.
You know what I'm saying? It's like,
it went on a little too much, I say.
Yeah, but I would say if you went to a city and you got mistreated the last time you went there, and then you went back on tour, remembering you got mistreated, hell yeah, I would put on a good show, and I would leave them with a fart or a stain or something, you know? It's like I heard people freaking out about Tenacious D, and it's like, really? No, like with last month.
Oh, really?
And it's like, I go, really? Oh, he's acting woke again. And it's like, when has woke ever been a bad thing? You know?
No.
When has woke ever been? They're like, oh, he's woke.
Oh, you missed it. I found out what woke stood for. Whatever offends Klansman easily. That's what it stands for.
It's like when somebody says they're woke, it's like, oh, you pay attention. You're intelligent. You open your eyes. You contemplate what you're seeing. It's like when you say woke, yeah, you don't want to be in a daydream la la land and not know what's going on.
Ignorance is bliss, I guess.
It all happened in a wave, like.
But that's when it comes down to vibrations, dude. If you're vibrating,
and they're a menace. They're challenging the fucking status quo. The Republican.
Yeah, they're against the grain. If everybody was woke,
and all of them are just like this,
be stronger.
They're burning down buildings and shit, or
they try to throw it to extremes.
and all this shit.
I know.
Like,
it's propaganda, bro. It's simple propaganda.
It is propaganda. It is. It's just,
but they're going with the extremes. There's one case in Virginia in a tunnel, fucking 400 feet under the surface, where a dude was fucking lamb and creating lamb men or whatever.
Literally, they always take the extreme 5% of both sides and make them fucking the talking point or whatever people do. Yeah,
you know damn well. You know damn well they can pinpoint anybody satellite wise.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they really want
to. They can pinpoint anybody satellite wise within probably a half of an inch. Anybody, any heat source, any electronic, any within a half of an inch, and it's probably even closer. It's probably an eighth of an inch, depending on the satellite, and depending on the phone, and depending on how it's pinging. So, you're damn right. We are electric.
Yeah, that's sense. Yep.
100%. We are 100%
I don't think
electric.
We understand the depth of it. Like,
yeah, I like music. I like video games. I like all this electric shit.
Who doesn't?
But I know it's putting off a radiation, and I know it's not healthy.
Yeah.
That's what the core of our fucking like functioning is. Like it's
But it
reinterpreting
doesn't need to
electrical
be.
patterns.
But it doesn't need to be.
No, I'm not talking about
we
the.
need
I'm not
more of
talking
a
about this shit.
balance. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm talking about like us as
But
information
I'm just as
systems or
guilty
whatever.
as the next dude.
Oh, gangster.
You know? It's
Fuck yeah,
like I
fuck
play
fat
X.
tire.
Like, well, no, it's like I got electronics around the house, and it's like I should be grateful that I got all these nice like things, but I'd be just as happy with a candle,
Mm-hmm.
and I could get by with that. So it's like
Exactly.
I
You're
want
right. You're exactly right,
because I'm
dude.
still I can always stay busy. I can always find something to do. And if I don't have a game to play, I was
I got a
poor.
book to read.
No, I was poor. I
Watch movies.
created a game.
Oh, okay.
I created
I've
a
done
game.
that too. Yeah, back
Or
Call
whatever.
which
It's I create a challenge and then I see if I can do it.
Yep.
Do you think I can make 10 paper crumple rolls
Like
in a row
the
in
least
that quart of
boring thing you can
garbage?
fucking
And
think
then
of,
before you know
or
it, you're
yeah.
having fun. It's like
Yep.
that's how stupid it was. Yeah, like knee football, Nerf basketball, yada yada. Always playing some game. It didn't matter. Oh, did I have the Louis? Did I have the Did I have the Louisville Slugger
like
$500
a
baseball bat?
feedback loop
No,
of
I was
dopamine
using the
at
broomstick,
our
dude,
screen.
and the tennis ball. It's like,
kickball, guys.
but it's still fun. You still have fun, but you're poor, but you're still having fun. So,
Well, yeah, you gotta adapt with what you got. It's like fucking poor kids in Africa fucking playing soccer all the time. You know why? Because it's just a ball and you just kick it.
yep,
Like
they buy a
they
ball,
don't.
they make sure it's inflated,
Yep,
and they can
just
play
say it don't
5
cost
hours.
nothing, whatever. You just boom. Now you're having a game.
Exactly. Which is why I don't like golf.
I don't golf. I disc golf.
Yeah, I'm talking golf.
I know.
I'm talking
I
golf.
agree. Like I
Disc
said,
golf
I
is
would
good.
golf, but it's dude like fuck golf courses. Fuck all that shit, man.
No,
The
it's
biggest
pretty much
waste of
like-
land.
And it's a fucking
No, it's
fuck
pretty
ton of
much
money.
like even the cheapest course you find, you're still paying $50.
Yep. That's what I'm saying.
And dude, when I seen the graph, Wally's gonna think this is funny as shit because I know he's seen the same one. It goes, when it comes to sports and sports balls, the smaller the sports balls, the smaller your real balls.
Yep.
And it goes up the chart. It starts with a golf ball, and it's fucking hilarious because anyone that I've seen that plays golf have usually been some rich prick that thinks he's all that.
Yep.
And it's like I hate to categorize.
But you
I
have
hate
to
to
be.
categorize
In order
them.
to play golf,
But
you
they
gotta have
go
a lot of
hand,
money.
but they go hand in hand with hockey players, and that's why the hockey
Same
puck is
rules.
the next ball. It's the next ball on the thing. It's the hockey puck, and it's like, yeah. I go back to high school and I go, who are the people I didn't care for like at all, the clickiest, and it was the hockey players, and it's like it's like I never played hockey, but the kids that did play hockey, they were the booster club kids.
Yep.
They weren't even good athletes, dude. They were like 135 pounds that looked big because their pads weighed 135 pounds. They thought they were tough. You couldn't even get injured on the ice, dude. You can't even get injured on the ice with how many pads and how many precautions they have. It's like the only sport you don't wear any padding is basketball.
That's what
It's
I
like,
tell people.
for real though. It's like football, you're even wearing pads.
Yeah.
And then football, you're taking a break every minute. You run a play, you take a break for a minute.
Yeah.
You run a play, you take a break for a minute. Like, no, for real. And the plays usually run 8 to 10 seconds. So can you run for 8 to 10 seconds? I sure hope so. It's like,
It's
but
like
yeah, dude,
it's like a burst.
find that graph because it's hilarious. You'll laugh your ass off at it. It's called sports balls and real balls or something, I think is what they called it. It's hilarious because it's what I've experienced. The coolest people that I've met are basketball players and football players.
Usually. Track
And
people
it's
can be cool
usually
sometimes, but yeah, there's some
True.
Track people are kind of cool
Track.
sometimes.
Well, that's because to stay in shape mid-season, they took up
I get
track.
that.
Yeah, so it's
Overlap,
like, So it's like, you got the shot putters. Those are football players. Those are your linemen, whatever. You got the sprinters. That's your receivers and running backs, whatever.
Yep.
And it's like that's how they did it to keep sports good in high school. They made sure the athletes kept playing different sports to keep them in shape so they didn't go to summertime and come back all fat and on drugs.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much it. It's like it's pretty simple stuff. You keep your mind occupied with healthy things. Before you know it, you're addicted to doing healthy shit.
Yeah.
And it's like that's how you got to switch it.
Yeah, good
That's
habits,
what I learned.
bad habits.
Yeah, if you're doing like the same stupid shit every single day, which is why I don't drink anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And once you can break that shit, dude, you're untouchable. No, you really are untouchable. Whatever's holding you back, if you can break it, like 100% and not look back, you won't look back. You'll think about it, but you won't go back.
Yep, there's always that point where there is no going back, where it's like.
But it takes you realizing that. You could have a million people saying, "Dude, you're fucking up. You're fucking up." But if you're not saying that in your own head and realizing
don't
it,
believe it.
you're gonna keep doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
That's why, for me, I pulled myself out of the hole. I pulled myself out and just isolated, basically. Just worked.
Me too, though. Like
I worked and I
dude.
stayed away from people I didn't like, and if alcohol was involved, if alcohol was involved, I didn't go. And like that was a rule for me. And it was a really strict rule.
Yep.
And then I started working at the bar and all that fucking shit started coming back in. And it's like, I got to get out of here.
Yeah.
So it's like, Wally knows how it goes.
I do.
Because
I've seen it a lot of times, man. But I mean, I've seen the best and the worst.
You're in Coon Rapids, you're in Anoka, so it's like you probably get a bunch of people that can't hang in downtown Anoka because they fucked up so much, so they flee to your bar, and you get to sit and listen to how good of a person they are and how stupid it was that they got kicked out of this bar and that bar and this bar and that bar, and then they come to your bar, right? Am I right?
No, always, dude.
Yeah. So it's like, dude, I've seen
always
it.
nobody else's fault. It's always somebody.
No, and I've been on both sides, dude. I've been on both sides. But usually I was getting blackout drunk and then still trying to look out for people.
Yep.
So it's like I've always been, kind of like security mode.
Yep.
But it's like the whole alcohol and drugs thing has been around my family the whole time. And it's usually like because they did it before I was born. And it's like, so we kind of lived like a sober lifestyle, but everybody in the neighborhood thought we were ultra druggies. So that's what you go against.
Yep.
You go against. Is it this 2,000 students at the school that are wrong, or is it the one family? And that's kind of what we dealt with. And that's what we dealt with. And I know Wally probably dealt with the same kind of shit. It's like, no matter what you do, you won't ever impress these little booster club kids. No matter what.
No, dude, if people are spoon fed fucking,
I think you're right. People can be
I've never been spoon fed, and I guarantee you I could probably go practice with the Minnesota Golden Gophers tomorrow and hang with them. Guaranteed. Yeah, I could probably go try out for a D-League team and they would consider signing me. I guarantee it.
Well, yeah, if you put it forth effort and do all that shit, dude, yeah, for sure, dude.
Dude, as long as you're like passionate about it, and like
that does help if you have the passion to fucking do your best.
You have to have the passion, dude. You have to have the passion. And that's pretty much it, dude. It's like people think I'm an angry person, but I'm ultra passionate. And that's the fine line. It's like, how can you not hear that I'm not angry? I'm more passionate in the things that I'm talking
being
about.
Being assertive versus being aggressive, dude. I feel like that's the division people don't understand.
It's people are so used to never having an aggressive force talk to them. When you talk in a stern voice, sensitive. They curl up. They curl up and they go, "Why are you yelling at me?" And it's just like, I'm sorry, but that's coming from they're used to the spoon being fed to them, and you gave them a fork, and that's it. That's it.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah,
it's like that's it. That's the only thing. They had to adapt to a situation, and their situation wasn't perfect, dude. That's just like that's Kirk Cousins in a nutshell, dude. when everything according to the game plan went perfect, the dude looked like a Super Bowl quarterback. If he had to adapt and audible, think on his feet, he looked like the worst quarterback in the fucking league. And that's how it goes. When everything's going good, everything is going good. But when shit does start to hit the fan, how are you going to adapt? And that's fucking life, dude.
Yep.
It's
Can't
like,
ever
and
whine. You can't ever, like...
people aren't willing to adapt. Now me, I'm stuck in my ways. I'm stuck in my ways hard. But I'll adapt if it makes sense. If you tell me like, hey, do it this way, this is why I do it this way, you'll save yourself some time doing it this way. I'll go, hey man, thanks for the tip.
Yep.
But if it's something that throws me on a goose chase and wastes like 10 extra hours of my time when I already had it simplified and figured out, and all you did was distract me from what I was trying to do, I'm going to be more mad at you, and I'm going to look at you more like an obstacle than a person, you know?
Yep.
And guess what?
Sometimes not what you say, it's how you
I
say
don't-
it, but also people need to have thicker skin and fucking know how to fucking take some, like, legit criticism. Like, it's one thing to be like shit
It's
talk versus, like, actually, like, trying to teach you, you know, like...
Like I said, like, I reflect and I debate with myself probably
Mm-hmm.
more than I would say any human I know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, to think back and yada, yada, yada. Yeah, there's a lot of times where I'll get ultra down on a choice that I made.
For sure.
And that's normal
That
to
is
reflect
normal,
on
and
it.
it's
You know,
good.
that was a bad choice. Now, not realizing it as a bad choice, that's when they start calling it insanity, dude. And then if you start doing it over and over and over again, expecting something different, they're going to label you insane. And once you're labeled insane, dude, good luck. It's hard to crawl out of it, but we're working on it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's that's pretty much it. People that, you know, they come to the bar because they want to complain.
Definitely.
Who complains
Sometimes.
more? Who complains the most? People that are drunk.
Yep.
And what are they talking about? Oh, they're talking about the thing that they were talking about last week. Right?
More times than not, yeah.
Not more times than
I
not.
don't go to the bar
It's
to complain.
unless
I go to the bar
they're
to
there,
get drunk.
unless they're
Right,
there with a
always.
group of 10. No, unless they're there with a group of 10 people and they're celebrating a special occasion, the person that sits down at the bar every Friday night in the same spot says the exact same thing every Friday night. Am I right, Wally?
A lot of times. Unless I spark up like a science, like that's why I'm different than most people, because I'll try to spark up like
You try to get them out of that
I
train of thought.
tell
Yep.
me like I learned this today in some science thing, you know, and I'll try to teach people or whatever. Like, this is fun, right?
You're a teacher. You're basically a teacher. Your
Basically.
platform is just the bar.
Yep.
So that's what I was telling my buddy earlier. He goes, teachers don't make shit. And I go, it depends what you teach, dude.
And where.
It all depends on what you teach. It's like, if we seriously
Rather
are.
be a teacher.
Teachers just like don't get the treatment they deserve, dude. Like
They don't. They don't. But guess
shit
what?
on.
You shouldn't really feel like correcting spelling tests is that taxing. I mean, I'm sorry. You shouldn't think that that's. You can throw Netflix on and grade those. Let's be real. and come on, it's like it's
Love
like
it.
I see it in both ways. Yeah, whatever. But it's like, stop acting like a third grade school teacher is a really hard job. Because if you had a really fun class in third grade, every kid would want to come back tomorrow. Am I right?
Kinda. It all depends. There's a lot. The thing is with teachers per se is they got 30 different kids usually in a classroom. You got 30 different like perspectives and shit. So like
Households.
and all
Yes.
it takes is like 2 bad kids out of the 30 to make that
To
class
turn 'em all.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm just saying. So
Mhm.
like I get what you're saying in general. You're right, but like there are times and shit where like, man, that's a tough job, man. You got to babysit.
It is a tough job. And
These
then-
three little
but-
fuckers right here are horrible. Like that's got to be tough or whatever. You know, like
Yeah, but that's coming from the teacher. Now, if that teacher was spoon-fed, she's going to think everybody that sneezes without their hand over their mouth is horrible.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
that
It's
definitely
like
could happen.
it all comes back on the teacher. The worst teachers that I ever had never influenced me to do the things that I wanted to do or that I was good at.
Mm.
worst teachers I had were ones that like demanded you stare at the chalkboard, listen to them, yada yada yada. When you don't have to stare at the chalkboard to listen. Your ears are up here. You know,
Yep.
if you're listening, because that's what I would do. I'd listen to what the teacher was doing, and then I
But if
would
you
draw and I would
absolutely
sketch.
still
And I
never
would draw and I
talk,
would sketch.
all this shit, like
The teacher would go, "Are you listening?" I'd answer their fucking question and I'd go back to my drawing because I wanted to be an artist. If
yeah,
the teacher would have said, "Wow, you are a great drawer. You're going to be a crazy good
yeah,
artist if you keep at this," I probably would be Picasso. And I'm not just saying that. It's like it all comes back to the teachers. And if they're not influencing the kid to do what they want to do, they're not a good teacher.
No, true.
Now, if they're and then creating like, oh, his math skills are a little behind of the 30 guys. It's like, number one, there's 3 kids that probably got locked in a basement that had to do flashcards with their parents because they didn't want their kid to be the dumb kid. It's like you don't know the 30 households, like he's saying. So
Yep.
they might have a hard job, but if you had 30 kids that were well behaved in the same area, teaching would be the easiest job ever. Now, if you went to, like what's the movie, The Substitute? If you went to an area like The Substitute where the teacher tries to, where he flips, they're all, they're beating women, they're doing drugs, they're smoking cigarettes in class. By the end of the movie, they run the credits and they say, this kid went off and got a PhD. This kid went off and did this. So it's like, yeah, teachers, you might have a hard job, but guess what? Your life or the kids' lives are in your hands. So if you can't take that pressure, you shouldn't be teaching.
I mean, you're right.
One good
100%
teacher can change so many lives in a heartbeat.
So stop running the graphs of, oh, the people are so dumb in the South. It's like there isn't many resources for them to get smart. You know that.
But also
and
they
the
vote
rich,
that way too. Like they
and,
vote against
and then the
richness.
rich enclosed fucking homeschooled kids that get 4 course meals a day and actually feed their brain right. Of course they're going to be smarter. When the kids have to eat school lunches and shit because they're poor and then they have to go on a finance program, it's like, dude, they're eating the bottom of the barrel type shit, and then you want them to compete with the best in the world. It's like, what do you expect? For real though.
No, I know. Like I
Is
said,
that true?
I get that, but I mean,
But it's the environment thing, dude.
it is. That's
If
what
you can
I spread
perform,
culture. Culture is a big thing.
no, this is true. If you can perform in a really hard environment, when the environment gets better, shit's so easy, dude. So it's like, I don't regret getting raised the way I did or living where I did or seeing the things I did because, dude, it's a true like rock bottom story.
Yep.
I gotta figure out, do I want to be a famous athlete, musician, artist, actor? I just gotta pick them.
Pick a lane.
Well, that last
but at this point, I would way rather have 5 people like this that actually listen to intelligent people and can critique and actually add to the conversation than 4 people that are telling me, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Well,
You don't know shit. Where's your degree? Where's your references? And it's like, yeah, I don't have a piece of paper, but guess what? Ever since I started taking school serious, I took school serious.
Well, yeah.
And I took it on the streets. And it's like, dude, if you can observe and then actually reflect on what you've seen,
you can piece it together. Yeah, like you can intuit.
you create good memory, dude. And before you know it, you're remembering things that you learned 6 years ago that were somehow planted in your brain for a reason, but you acted like you weren't paying attention in class.
The whole
But you
thing is
go, I did hear that. I did hear that.
Triggers. Yep.
That does make sense.
Yep.
You go, yada yada.
Peeling back
You
our old
thought I was,
onion as
yeah.
we
You
go
go.
back,
You thought I was
dude.
drooling on the desk, but I was
I
actually
remember
listening.
everything.
It's like, yeah.
Yep. Exactly. I get you, dude. Exactly.
So it's like creating the whole you don't know shit or where's your reference thing. It's so
because it makes you not use your
they
fucking
pay.
mind, dude. It makes you like
Well, no,
all
it
right,
doesn't. No, it doesn't. When you find out that they're paying for these references and they paid a smart dude
right.
to
Oh
type out
yeah,
these papers to make
exactly.
them have a source, then you realize, like Code Breakers, that ESPN movie, all these athletes have been cheating to get their degrees. They're not even close to smart, dude. Not even close to smart. They're paying for their degrees, and their colleges are paying them to play for their school, and they don't even know how to read. And
Yeah.
it's like, and dude, it sounds mean to say it like that, but yeah, man, it's like that's why all the athletes are like, hey, have a backup plan because they know the percentages, and it's like it's a vicious cycle. Once your body's done, you're done, and they're done with you, and they're
You're just as
done
good.
with you. All 30 years up to the point where you're at can end in a quick second, and then you have athletes with ultra deep depression because they go, wow, I had a lot invested in that and it didn't go as planned. And then they didn't have a backup plan, and most of them pick up something that they shouldn't get into, and that's how it goes. And it's usually boom, injury, painkillers, opiates, death, and it
I
goes
could
like
have done
that.
that shit. I mean, I felt horrible when I got crippled, but just not the way to do it.
I know you could have. So to hear that you haven't gone that route, or maybe like this ain't the route for me, that's the hook right now, dude.
Yep.
Or it was the hook 10 or 15 years ago. You get an injury,
Yep.
they tell you need surgery, they put you on a painkiller, you get hooked on the painkiller, you want more of the painkillers, now you're hooked on painkillers, now you got withdrawals, now you're looking for stronger painkillers, now those aren't working, now you got, it's like that's the fucking cycle, dude. And how do people not realize that?
I don't know.
But it's hard, dude.
It is
Like
hard.
something
I
out of the
totally get it.
blue.
It's hard.
Something out of the blue that you wouldn't think ever would happen to you happens to you on a day. And then you go, oh, my life. And then it's like, but they come in threes, dude. It's like something bad will happen to you. Then a few days later, something worse will happen to you. And then a few days after that, the worst will happen to you. If you break at the first point, it gets worse at the second point, and then you have a chance for death at the third point. So that's what you need to realize, that it comes in threes. And it's there. I don't know where I learned that. I think it was from a song, but yeah, dude, it's like it comes in threes. So if you can feel bad shit coming and then you see one thing, just play it safe. Is what I'm saying.
Yep.
Don't freak out. Don't lose your mind. It's not worth losing your mind over. If it's doing like physical harm to you just from thinking, like zits popping up on your face from stress or whatever, you need to chill out. And I have a hard time with that.
Yeah, self-consciousness of all your bullshit, like your flaws and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm too self-aware to where I beat myself up over it.
No, I get
But
that.
it's like
It's still a
it's not
struggle,
healthy. It's not healthy, and that's the biggest thing I struggle with. Like I could get 98 out of 100, and I'd be mad that I got the two wrong. That's me.
Yep, the perfectionist, or whatever you call it. Yep.
And it's like, yeah, I have probably perfectionist tendencies, but when it comes to cleanliness and organization of my own sleeping space, you would say this dude's a fucking mad nut. But I don't care how organized my stuff is or whatever. I don't care how clean my stuff is.
Because I know where it is.
Yeah, as long as it's in my order.
To an extent,
Yeah,
But
it
it's
has to be
like-
at least clean.
Well, that's where I don't think it is good to be ultra clean. Now, if you wake up and you go, wow, I live in a pigsty, yada, yada, and that's how you start your day, yeah, clean up your room.
Yeah,
But if you're like, yo, I'm working on it, I'm organizing my room, I'm trying to figure out how I want to set this thing up, yada, 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 it's not a big deal. But if you never go back to it and organize it, then it's is what it is. I love that saying too. It is what it is.
Yep. Sometimes it is like
Funny
it's out
story.
of your hands.
But no, one of the funniest stories ever, dude. I had a dude freaking out at me. And I put my hands behind my back and I looked at him and I go, man, it is what it is. Because I knew it would get him just rolling.
Yep.
And he goes, it is what it is. And then I just kept saying it. I'm like, yeah, no. And then I just went, well, yeah, it is what it is.
Like, what'd you think
I just kept doing that. Well, he was just complaining to complain. I solved his problem, and he still wanted to complain. And then I said, well, it is what it is. And he goes, it is what it is. He started freaking out at me. And I said, yes, it is what it is. And I put my hands behind my back, and I took 2 steps back. And I go, yes, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. He started chasing me around in his yard because I did the door-to-door thing or whatever.
Yeah.
I go, like I said, man, it is what it is. And I got out of his driveway.
It be how it be, my guy.
It do be like that sometimes.
Yeah, right.
They don't
But
think
it's
it be like it, but it do.
Dude, right now you got internet influencers telling them like, oh, if you're not happy, get divorced, and then you got all these people saying they want divorces, and now it's like, yeah, it's in everybody's house, and it's like the more internet, the more TV you watch, the more influences you have, and the more bad influences you have, the more bad thoughts you'll have in your head from all these fucking people that are getting paid to say the thoughts that they don't agree with.
Yep.
If you can take it from an entertainment standpoint, throw a movie on and go, I love the acting in this.
Yep.
That is what it's there for. If you were like, I don't want to watch his movies anymore, I found out he's a Jehovah Witness. Does that take away? No, does that take away
From the actual movie
from how good of an actor he is,
Yep.
or how good of a movie it is? It's like,
oh
that
yeah, I hate that
sounds-
shit. Yeah, it's so fucking retarded. Yeah.
It's bro. If you're an actor, you got to realize they're acting. You
It's
get
a
that?
role. It's a role.
They're doing a role that someone else wrote out. You can't get mad at the screen. He's acting. If you want to get mad at the director that pieced it together, and then use that guy for the movie. It's like, this shit's so stupid to me.
It is pretty dumb.
Let me think. Yeah.
I gotta run this garbage down. I can rant. That's my, I guess, one of my.
Like I don't agree with what this person did. Did you know that this person is a, this or
Well,
that?
number one, they're fake articles. Number 2, who cares how they think? It's like, stop buying their movies if you don't like how they think. You ever think of that?
I feel like it's just bullshit that like people get caught up in that keeps them from
Who
like
cares?
developing
Who cares
further
what
as people.
people's political views are? I'm not watching Jim Carrey for his political views. I'm watching him because he's hilarious and he's funny, or I think he's funny. Do I think there's funnier people? Yeah. But do I enjoy his movies? Yeah. So I'm gonna watch them. Then you see it, dude. He goes from being ultra goofy to being ultra deep. That's range. It's like you should respect him even more. And it's like people don't realize that. I don't know.
People like to, label people like put them into
So yeah, stop labeling
categories.
people. That's racist. Labeling people is just as bad as racism. And if you bring it up like that, guess what? Maybe it will stop. And you got to go to the extremes
Labels
to end the
is
extremes.
definitely where the problem is. Yeah, like
it's stop labeling people.
good,
Number
bad.
one.
Yep.
Stop labeling people. You really hate your neighbor because he voted differently than you. He has the same fucking dog as you. It is the same fucking dog. He drives the same car. Who cares how he voted? It's like if your house was on fire, he would come and save you. If their house was on fire, you would go and save them. And get out of this whole like.
Unless they do ill.
I know that's what it should be.
It's ideology,
And
man.
guess what?
Ideology.
And guess what? There
is
is still a lot of people out there that will help people. Stop the competitions. Stop the competitions.
Put people into like these little.
Me and Wally are probably just as competitive. If not, he might be more competitive than me.
if I know I'm good at something, I want to win.
You can realize when it's worth it, not
For sure.
using energy. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I
like
know that I should win because it's like something I put a lot of time and effort, like, yeah, I'll be pissed if I lose. Now, if it's something I'm not really like really good at, whatever, and I lose, yeah, I mean, it sucks, but I don't care as much, I guess.
Yeah, you go. If I would have taken darts as serious as basketball,
Yeah,
I probably
thing,
would
yeah.
be on ESPN or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah.
I do the same thing, and it's like, but when it comes to competitiveness, stop being competitive with your political thoughts.
Oh, like in trying to win, you know, because it's the truth.
Yes,
It is.
there's no
We are looking
winning in
for the
arguing.
truth.
It's
Yeah.
just deep thinking.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
there's no winning.
It's
Stop
about
taking the
thinking
winning
about
and
your actual
losing out
views,
of.
though. That's the big thing that I try to
Yeah,
stress.
there's no winning and losing when it comes to debating. It's just figuring out
They
deeper.
suck. And they know that there's gonna be that point of like, all right, I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, like
I just tell people to fuck off because.
But they create.
I don't want to debate with them.
They kick that can down the road, you know, instead of fucking.
It's like
they've already kicked it down on the road. I'm over debating at this point.
If I were to walk around town doing Chappelle bits, and no, listen, and 20-year-old kids heard me, they would call the cops on me.
Oh yeah, easily.
They wouldn't know where it came from, and I would say I'm just imitating a comedian. Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. If you don't know the context or you don't know where I'm coming from, you're going to think really bad. But if you go, oh, he is actually just doing the exact opposite of what Dave Chappelle's doing, and that's actually pretty funny too. It's like it's an act, it's a sketch. It's not how people think.
It's like
if you were to
anything.
watch,
If you say a joke and it might have like a racist connotation, it should just be funny unless like it's all about like how you say it and what you know like if you actually legitimately mean what you're saying, like oh you're saying it's not a joke, like you're saying it, like it's different versus that shit's funny as fuck, you know.
But it's like it's like
oh that's cool.
You can tell when they're
you can
just
usually tell for
doing
sure.
it just to do it.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
Yep, I totally agree.
And
I told my my manager today to go purify himself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka. He got it instantly.
I love it.
I know. I'm just like yes, because they were talking about like Minnesota. Because surprisingly, like at least if a dozen of my coworkers are from Minnesota, I'm like oh shit. And then that line just came up. They said it yesterday. I'm just like, oh yeah.
Noises.
God, this game is so much fun.
I don't know, like people just don't understand the primal aspect.
Well, number one,
like you know,
sometimes
like,
there is no understanding. It's
people
just
are
waiting
a thinking thing. Like we're not like complete. You know, at any point, like we're constantly developing. You know, like we've taken the thinking subject out of life.
Basically,
like,
don't get stagnant. If you're feeling stagnant, you need to change it up, and
like
that's
the public
why it's
view
like
of the person isn't.
They would say I have like
thinker,
ADHD tendencies, but if I'm not having fun in the first 15, 20 minutes, I move on to something else, and that's kind of how I work.
Well, you gotta have upward motion, dude. You can't have this fucking.
Yeah, you can't be stuck in a cycle where it's the same cycle, you know.
Yeah, you gotta fucking figure out where the fucking shortage is.
But I really do think it comes back to the weather, dude. We always determine how our day's gonna go by
It
the
does
weather.
make a difference for sure.
So
for fucking
we choose first thing when we look at our phone if we're gonna have a good day or not, and it shouldn't matter by what that number is.
Well, for me, I own stock, so if the stock market's up when I wake up, I'm having a really good day.
Yeah, it depends on how you. Yeah, you
depends on your life, I suppose, your life
your
choices
day.
and shit. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Mine is just more like fun.
Yeah, I'm very moment to moment right now.
Yeah, well, for me, having kids, once you do that, you gotta fucking figure out, get your ducks in a row. That was a game changer in that sense.
Your day's a shotgun.
Well, I don't get to go have fun no more for no reason.
No reason.
Like I said, if like you know, like back, I always say back in the day, like my buddies would call, be like, "Hey, you want to go to the cabin?" I'm like, yep, I have nothing going. Now it's like, you gotta give me like a month early at least.
Yeah.
It's a different life, but it's all good. It's just different. Like I said, you just have to adapt. It's like anything else.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be stagnant forever. You can't be a child and shit forever. You know.
Are you out of that? Are you still getting daycare for your kids or
Oh
anything?
fuck no, dude. My daughter's about to be 10, so about to be 10 and 13. No, they can watch themselves
That
for a
fucking
couple hours.
shit is like, dude, like that is a big problem. Like, if we had a safer fucking world, we wouldn't need fucking daycare that costs like fucking.
I had
billions
to
of
go
dollars
to the bathroom. My
for
bad.
everybody.
You're all good, bro.
Give me about a 5 or 10 minute break. I'll be back. I gotta run the garbage out, and I'm gonna take a little
sure we'll
smoky
be
break.
here chatting still, brother.
Dude,
Yeah,
I haven't
no.
even thought
It's
about
good.
daycare.
I got something I want to talk about when I come back.
Dude, daycare is so bad here in Menominee because there's a bunch of old people. That's why we have horrible child care in this area.
Dude,
yeah,
that's probably an area of society that needs to be fucking. I don't know.
Old people just need to, go into homes. They're done.
Oh,
kind of
you're talking
true.
about-
Some of them. It depends
well,
on
how do old
it's about your
people-
cognitive
what do
level, I
they-
suppose. But yeah,
Yeah, definitely the cognitive level. I
Like,
see
my dad. Like I said, my
so
dad's like
bad.
my dad's about to be 72 this year, and he's like perfect health.
Yeah,
But I
I've
know
seen
7-year-olds that are dying, or like my mom died. You know, shit like that. You just never know.
Yeah. I've seen some wicked shit. Like, I was biking home and I saw some old dude come out from this retirement place driving in his Cadillac or somebody's Cadillac, fucking driving on the sidewalk and then like slowing down and stopping and all this shit. I just looked at him. He looked like he had to be in his 80s. I'm like, dude, you have dementia. What the hell are you doing even with the keys to the car?
I know. That's the thing. There's levels. That's what I'm saying. It should be a cognitive test.
Yeah.
I think once you get to like 60, 65, like once you start getting on Medicaid and shit like that, I think maybe you should have to take a test to fucking drive.
Yeah.
Maybe like every 5 years or something. Maybe not like every year, but
yeah. So
Every
I have to
time.
call the
Yeah,
cops.
that sounds realistic.
Yeah, I have to call the
That
cops.
sounds realistic.
And somebody was going the wrong way
How'd you get
before, and I just got
Oh,
out
yeah,
and like,
dude.
what the fuck, man? Fucking old people, I swear.
I swear. Fucking boomers. Boomers are always trying to kill us, bro, no matter what the fuck they do.
Okay, boomer. I still need it.
I am a
It's
millennial,
that
bro.
whole
I am a
competition
millennial.
thing, dude. It's
Okay,
old
boomer.
versus new versus young, the young
Ultimate
versus old, black versus
I'm the fucking
white,
Walter White
woman
boomer.
versus man,
Walter White boomer.
animal versus human. It's like, dude, they're trying to create
Always.
competitions on every single
Dude,
level just to
animals always
compete.
win.
It's like, it's
You know
stupid. Brandon's your name, right?
Yeah.
Is that a voice changer, dude?
No, I'm Mitch. And no, it's not a voice changer. I had somebody
It sounds like an effect. But...
He's like, that's bullshit.
Brandon
It's
left.
not a voice changer.
I didn't even notice.
Oh, okay. My bad. Mitch. Okay.
Yeah, all of a sudden I looked at him like, oh wait, he gone.
Okay. You just got a deep, quieter voice or something.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be right back. I gotta run this movie.
There are so many cool places in this game. Okay, let's try this.
You try to fuck on me?
No, I fuck you. You fucking me. I fuck you.
Do you kiss your mother with that mouth?
I was watching something, what the hell was it? Oh, like why a lot of UK buildings or supermarkets have that clock on them, the non-functional clock.
Yep.
And they're interviewing somebody from the 60s that looked like Austin Powers' mother to the T, like to the T, dressed in everything.
That's so funny. Because, I mean, it's a stereotype for a reason, right?
Yep.
Like, yeah, it makes sense. That is funny, though. There's this guy I listen to sometimes when I listen to debate people. He's British. I like him. His name is James O'Brien. He's funny and he's fucking witty as fuck. I love it. And it's that dry fucking British humor, you know. He's like, baby, are you being tongue in cheek with me, mate? You know, like, Dude, I always want to say, dude, I want to bring back British talk, dude. Some of these British, dude, sometimes I listen to these motherfuckers, dude, it makes me laugh, and it's so wonderful.
I fucking watch a lot of Top Gear, so yeah.
Oh, dude,
it's so funny.
It is so funny to me, dude. I love it, and I love how they say rubbish, because rubbish is like the most polite way of saying bullshit. Like, just instead of saying bullshit, you're like, that's rubbish. Like, yeah, you know you meant to say bullshit, right? He's like, yep.
My God, how did he miss that screen pass? This is rubbish.
I know, right? It's a good fucking phrase, dude. I love it. It makes me laugh.
Manchester United used to be the shit. Now they're rubbish. This is rubbish.
Like I said, it's just the most polite way of saying that's fucking bullshit.
That's why accents are cool as fuck, dude.
I like it.
Dude, yeah, I might have to create British something because I think that'd be funny.
It would be.
Austin Powers was British, right? Or what was he?
That's what we started on.
Okay.
He said he saw somebody that was Austin Powers, like.
And that's basically United Kingdom. Is that the same deal?
Yeah. Basically, well, yeah.
So
it's Wales. It's whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I used to get the little like fake choppers that you can put in your mouth and turn yourself into a hick ass whatever, and it's like that shit's so damn funny.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where I was going with it.
You need a big old chom.
But anyway,
you gotta have a big old chom when you do. You gotta ding.
I was out in the yard and I was poking this big turd log, and I was like, "Who the hell? Who the hell walked through the yard? This looks like bullshit." And then as I looked closer, it was like, "No,
it smells
it's
like
rubbish."
bullshit too.
I thought it was bullshit. It was just a pile of rubbish.
That's funny.
And that is how you use a new vocabulary word in a sentence. I'll take my A for my 7th grade English class. Thank you.
Gotcha, bitches.
Language of origin, please.
This thing is fucking gorgeous.
It's gorgeous.
Language of origin.
Language of origin, huh?
You should do the spelling bee for curse words. That's what you should do for a stream. And then I'll get a costume and you can say that Cole Beasley from the Buffalo Bills is your first special guest. And I'll wear when I get back from outside, I'm going to show you how close I look like Cole Beasley. And when you look at it, you'll be like, this motherfucker's right. And then when I Wikipedia'd it, his birthday's 3 days before mine, or 3 days after mine.
Oh, really?
Same year, same height, same weight. That's my doppelganger. He's famous. I did quit playing football because of head injuries. So basically, you're talking to the second version of Cole Beasley right now. I'll be right back.
He's like, I was just 2 hits away from turning retarded. Full retarded.
And that's how you
full retarded.
I know, that's why.
No, I think the concussions made me smarter, but that's a different topic.
That's for a different time.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Check out this commercial for the new movie. It's called Concussion. It's got Will Smith. Yo, check it.
He's slapping motherfuckers is how fucking retarded he got.
No, for him to make a movie about concussions and bringing the light about football, that dude's a fucking hero. I don't care how
No, that's fine.
I don't care how it was. That's
did you see the Aaron Hernandez documentary thing yet?
No, I don't want to know more about that.
Well,
to tell you the truth,
he goes into his concussions and shit too. So
yeah, I don't want to hear him because I don't want to know who was all involved and whatnot, and I don't want to see other people just disappear, vanish. Yeah. So no, I don't want to hear that. There was way too many people involved in that. I don't even want to know.
I don't even remember what the hell it was about.
I don't even want to know,
he
dude.
was a football player that fucking stayed like with gang people and fucking killed people.
Yeah.
He signed a $40 million deal and then proceeded to kill somebody like a month or two after it or something like that.
Yeah.
He didn't the main theory was, besides like having brain problems in general is they think that he was probably like gay and fucking didn't want to deal with it, or like the guy that he killed fucking was gonna narc him out on about being gay to his wife and shit.
It's pretty simple to see things like that. That was right around the time where like you were finding out like, hey, there's a lot more gay football players than you think.
Just
you know,
in
it's
general.
just was really
The gay
hard
movement
for
became a
people.
real movement, so now people knew that they existed of just being fucking
But
whatever.
they thought, oh, football, the gridiron gang, there
Mhm.
couldn't be a gay person.
Oh, I
when
understand.
probably
The
20 to
macho
40% of their football team was gay. You know, and they
Yeah,
don't
it's the
really
macho
know
man
that.
effect.
You know, so it's like, yeah, one guy knew about his gay experiences because that was probably the dude he was having gay experiences with. He went and killed the guy, so he couldn't kill him.
I think it was the sister or the brother of the girlfriend or whatever. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, so
Either way,
he
it's
had a
just like
girlfriend. Then yeah,
I'm saying the brother
that's
found out, I
weird,
think,
but
and
you
then
can see the
fucking was like, "Oh, I'm
dynamics.
gonna narc you out
Yeah.
if you fucking."
Mm-hmm.
And then dude's
It
like,
turned into blackmail.
Yep.
And then when you got $40 million, I think you got a little bit of power. But guess what? In today's day and age, when you kill somebody, it don't matter who it is, you're gonna get caught. Whether it's 5 years later, 10 years later, 20 years later, 30 years later, 5
especially with
seconds later.
technology and DNA and shit. I know.
Yeah.
Dude, I
Yeah,
know. I
you're
don't know why.
caught.
I don't know why people try to do
It's
shit.
basically before you even think it, you're caught now. So, yep, don't even think about it. And then coming out with these serial killer like shows, that's all people think about. That's all people
And
think
one of the
about.
big things is, and if you do, don't bring your phone. And 2, shut the fuck up. Don't tell a single person.
Well, that's the problem. Usually, you kill
No,
people with other
you shouldn't
people.
even
That's the
do
thing.
that, dude. You shouldn't even do that. Didn't even do that because guess what? You should know by now. If you step out of your house, you're on satellite.
Mm-hmm.
Think of it that way. So
Yeah, but that's like serial killer, FBI's most wanted type shit, though. Not just looking for.
Yeah, if you're dude, when you're in a society where it's like if you're doing weird shit, your neighbors, you got 50 neighbors watching you, and then you run serial killer shows all day every day, you're gonna think your next door neighbor's a serial killer because he has a tarp. You know, it's like they get you thinking differently, and it's like no,
it's a
your
conspiracy
next door
theory
neighbor.
mindset, basically.
Yes.
Where you're
It's like
oh, I watched
no,
this, and then you
not
start
every
you
person
connect
out
dots that
there.
are not really meant to be connected.
Exactly.
You know?
You're metaphorically creating a person with the false identity. Am I right?
I agree. I get what you're saying totally.
Yes. You're giving them a false identity. It's like, dude, you could walk right past somebody, and just with the variations of doppelgangers and the percentages, you could walk past somebody that looks just like Ed Gein. You know that, right?
Yep.
It's not him, is it? No.
I was telling
But you
Brandon.
could
I
walk
told
past
Brandon the other
somebody that
day
looks
that
just
like
like
there's
him.
probably, if you think about like the whole world, so out of like whatever 8.5 billion people, I guarantee you there's at least 15 to 20 people that look almost exactly like you.
I said that exact same thing, but I think it's more like 100 to 1,000. And if you're a common configuration, it could be even more.
Yeah, I'm saying
But
it
if
could be.
you're
Yeah,
a
I can see
really,
that.
really, really, really unique human, I bet there's only about 15 of you out there. That's just me.
Yep,
That's my thoughts.
Like I said, that's kind of
Now,
what I
if
was
you're
getting.
ultra unique, there's one.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're that big of an individual where you know there isn't anyone like you, you've done your job. You know. But if you are just like the next guy, who the fuck cares? You know.
Kinda, yeah.
Pretty much. But yeah, do I think there's someone out there that thinks exactly like me? Guaranteed. Do I think there's someone that looks exactly like me, minus the scars that I've put on? Exactly, yes. Do I think there's someone that looks exactly like Wally? Yes. Do I think there's a version of Wally out there that didn't get crippled?
Yep.
Yes. Do I think, for real?
I
No,
agree,
this
yeah.
isn't stupid
I know
talk.
what you're
This
talking
isn't
about.
stupid talk.
It's basically like
There's
another
so many
dimension
doors,
shit.
there's so many possibilities
Yep.
that's what time travel is. If you can go back to where you chose on the crossroads, what path to take, that is time travel. And everyone can do it if you have a good memory. So it's on you, really.
Yeah, I mean, technically you're supposed to be, besides like the injuries, like random bad luck things, like technically you're supposed to take like your memories from your past to make your future better from the knowledge you got, for sure.
So you go like, I am never doing that again.
Yep.
I know how much trouble that caused,
Mhm.
and I do not want to go through that again.
Yep.
Or you make a huge mistake and you lose a bunch of money.
You learn
You
once.
never make that mistake again. So you need to make mistakes. And these kids that are so perfect, they don't do anything. It's easy to be perfect when you sit in the same exact spot. It's easy.
Well, yeah.
Now, if you're changing variables and environments and you're adapting on the fly, you're basically a superhuman, dude. And it's like, that's what I've come to realize. That I can do things that are hard for other people. And sometimes the simple stuff is hard for me because I put too much thought in everything. And that's where you get the label of overthinker. But there is no such thing as thinking too much.
No,
that is true.
That is false. 100%.
Thinking things though.
Now, if you're overthinking unhealthy thoughts, that's gonna lead to trouble. But you can't overthink. There's no such thing. No such thing.
No, it's just it's the for me. I'm guessing the only thing I'm thinking about is like the conspiracy mindset. Like the thing is, you can't overthink, but if you overthink about one specific topic you know, like in hyper
can't let it
focus,
consume you.
and then
Can't let it consume you.
Yeah, that's
and
the
that's
only thing
one
would
that
say.
I have. That's one thing that I have a hard time thinking. You can't let it consume you because it's basically you're reacting from the last 35 years of your life on a subject.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, you're gonna beat yourself up forever. Like why?
So you can't really create it and go like, oh, I'm smarter than this old guy.
No, you
Because
just have
guess
to
what?
learn. That's all about learning. That's the whole thing.
You
It's all about
realize
learning.
they've lived through what you've lived through times two,
Yep, that's what I tell
according to
my kids.
chronological.
Yep.
According to chronological. Doesn't mean old people are always right.
Nope.
But it does mean respect your elders because they might know what they're talking about. You know?
Yeah.
It's like they aren't just talking to talk, you know. So, but just respecting somebody just because they're old, no fucking way.
No,
You gotta
respect
bring something
you
to the
should always
table.
earn the
You gotta
respect.
bring something to the table.
Yep, you should always earn your respect no matter what.
And yeah, I will never get respect from old people until I'm old, and I realize that.
Some
And
will.
I'm
The
fine
thing
with
is,
that.
there's always gonna be people that are cool like that will. But I mean,
Yeah, and you
in
can't
generalities, yeah, I
say
get what you're saying.
all of them. Yeah, if you start summing them up as all of them.
Yeah, I
because
try.
there's
I
a
mean,
lot
I
of,
do that too, but I also like that's why
I
when
do
I talk
too.
shit about Republicans, I always try to be like, they're not all
but it's
racist
easier to
or
get
whatever.
on with
But
the conversation.
I
It's easier to
understand.
get on with the
But I'm trying to be
conversation
true
by
to
like
myself. That's always
grouping
my
them.
thing.
But
I get what you're saying. Yeah, for sure.
But it's like, dude, I've met some young kids that are twice as smart as me.
For sure.
I've met some people that are old that can't get over a simple subject or something, you know? It's like, but there's things that are easy for other people that aren't easy for me. And I'll admit that. It's like,
For sure.
I don't like doing things where there's a chance I can die.
I don't want to fucking jump out of planes and shit. Yeah, I agree.
But it's like all around you, dude. And it's just like Final Destination. And I guess you can't be scared to live because there's a 0.0004% chance you get a car accident. You know, it's like, I got to get out of that.
Yep.
You know?
I totally agree.
Because it's like, yes, I know I could misstep and slip on the ice, smack my head, and never wake up. I know that's a possibility. Is it going to happen? Not very likely.
That's why I was talking to this chick the other day who's like an anti-vax chick, and we started talking about like tetanus shots, and like she's like, I wouldn't get a tetanus shot, blah blah blah, because of the side effects. So I looked at the side effects.
You have to.
It was like 0.004%, right? It was like super small, right?
Yeah.
And I was like,
but you have to, or you can't go to school. So if she didn't go to school,
no, she's older.
then
Obviously,
never got.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
Is she the nurse?
Yeah, or like
Maybe they called it something different, but I bet you she got a tetanus shot. They just called it something different, guaranteed. Guaranteed. They wouldn't let her in school. Remember that? You'd have to have a checklist back in the day.
Yep.
They wouldn't let you in public school without your checklist of shots. So unless she's like mad older than you, are you talking 10 years older than you?
No, she's same age as me.
Oh.
Yeah, we were the exact same age.
She's got a tetanus shot. They
I
just
bet.
mixed it in with whatever other shot she took. She just doesn't even know it. That's what it is. They wouldn't let her in school.
I know. There's
Dude,
a lot of things.
without a tetanus shot, yeah, he wouldn't let her in school. No. Fuck no. Dude, I had a fucking, like, I don't know what it was. Staph infection, tetanus, something like that. I was paralyzed, dude. I was paralyzed. The only thing I could move was my neck. So that shit's real. That shit's real, bro. It's like, that shit is real.
You gotta catch that shit quick.
Yeah, it crawls up your leg, dude. It was, I see my veins turning black and shit, and I couldn't move.
Dude, I know, dude.
Yeah, it was when I was like 10 years old. I don't know if it was like a staph infection or something like that, but my body was not fighting infection right.
Yeah.
So it was like, yeah, dude, I could have died at fucking age 9, age 8. Yeah, staph infection. That shit was crazy. I was in the hospital for 2 weeks. Basically, every hour they would give me another shot. By the time I left, I took over 100 shots, I think.
Holy shit.
Gross.
Yeah, dude. They revived me. I was dead.
Yeah.
So that was my first experience with death.
Crazy.
Or that's what I put in my head.
Yep.
But yeah, dude, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't remember much of it, but I do remember being totally out of it and getting shots all the time. So I got revived. Thank God for whatever hospital that was, but yikes. But yeah, dude, anything you can die from, they won't let you in school. They don't want you to die in school and then sue the school and then sue the school. It's like,
yeah, like
that's
measles.
ridiculous. That ain't even worth arguing over unless she got home. Unless you got
measles.
But my problem with it is the thought process. This person says that they would rather not get the tetanus shot because of the smallest percentage of a bad side effect.
Yeah.
Versus, and my rebuttal to her was like, lady, every time you get on the road, you have like a 5% chance of dying. Like, do you know, like, there's things that you're gonna die from today that is not what you think it is. You know, like, come on now. Things like that.
Yeah, it's like, do you want tetanus, and do you want it crawling up your veins to where you're basically watching your body die underneath you up to your head? No, lady, I don't think you do.
I know.
Yeah, it's like,
but
you don't want
but
these
people are
crazy
so
fucking
mind
diseases.
warped by anti-vax / conspiracy theory thinking that they do. They at least they claim they do. That's what's funny. That's the shit I'm trying to get out of.
You want to know the God honest truth? Why I don't have a COVID-19 vaccine in my body? Because I trust my body to fight it off.
Yeah, because you're young. Honestly, because you're young. I get that. Yes.
Well, yeah, but unless it was created to see how my body's gonna fight it, I'm not worried about it.
It's like super contagious, but it was only like the very young and very old.
No, when we first got exposed to it, dude, that shit almost killed me. That shit almost killed my dad. Like, dude, it was bad. And the only thing that kept me going was just saying, I'm not gonna let this shit kill me. And that's how bad it got, dude. It's like,
no, I get it, dude. I was
it was
pretty sick for two.
It was an ultra strong sickness. Ultra strong, and it was hard to fight over. Now, if I get it, I'm over it in 2 days, dude. It's like, it's no different than a common cold to my body now.
No, it is also because every variant gets weaker too. That's the good of it. Like,
well, yeah, but that just seems like whether you wanted a flu or COVID-19 vaccine or not, you got it. So whether you caught COVID or got the shot, you have it in your system. So it's like, yeah, you might not have taken a shot, but guess what? You're breathing in all of that air of the person that took the shot. So you're getting it too. So it doesn't matter. They needed like a percentage, and they got it up to the percentage they needed. Now everybody can fight that sickness. Now there'll be another sick. You know, it's just like they think they're making us stronger by getting us sick. But it's like, if you didn't give us the flu in a vial, there wouldn't be that much flu out there, and that's what it is. They scare you into thinking the flu's horrible.
It's really not.
It all
just
depends.
the
Really, it
flu-
all depends, honestly, on your personal
overall
body. Like,
health.
yeah, I'm saying, like, if
Dude,
you are old or
I used to
sickly
be
in
a
general,
heavy
yeah, a flu
drinker.
can kill you. But like, yeah, a
I
normal
used to be a
fucking like.
heavy drinker, dude. So
No, I
could
know.
the drinking.
No, I get
If
that,
I
but
woke
drinking's
up,
different than
you know,
like
sick,
being old and having like comorbidities and stuff. But yes, I get what you're
yes,
saying. That's all I'm getting at.
yes.
Like, they don't like. Yeah, if you could be, like I said, you like my dad. My dad's fit, 70 and perfectly healthy. Like the chances,
Yeah,
like if he
yeah.
got COVID, he probably wouldn't die. Like there's a chance. I'm not saying that there's a zero
Yeah.
chance, but he probably survive. But like
But
towards the end,
he's-
like
he
my mom died a
sounds
year
like
ago. But
he's
like if she would
taking-
have got COVID like a year and a half ago, that probably would have killed her because she was on the way out. You know, like
Yeah, it's like it's like you got to appreciate the close calls,
Mhm.
and that's why people do things, and that's like you think they're superstitious, but no. If you've had a lot of close calls, there's a reason why you do things the way you do,
Yep.
and there's a reason why now you're more of a perfectionist because you realized you don't want to do things over and over and over just to redo them. So it's better to just do them right the first time.
Yep.
Yeah,
You know.
that's how I think. But that also puts a lot of anxiety and stress too, because I want to do
Oh
it.
no, it definitely does.
But
No,
then it
I
leads
will. I
into
will
that
tell you.
perfectionism too. It leads to that
Yeah.
perfectionism.
Yep.
But if you're an artist, you're always going to have that sense of perfection. And that's why most artists, whether it's a comedian, actor, painter, drawer, music, whatever, they're usually never happy with their work, dude. They're usually
Of
never
course, they're
happy with their work.
perfectionists.
I don't know if you know
Dude,
that.
any rapper, anybody. I'm saying, yeah, like you said, anybody who makes great art of any kind hates their art.
They don't hate it. They
Just
just
right away, at
they know
least.
they can do better.
Yeah,
They know they can do better.
I think they don't like it right
And-
away. Then like later on, they appreciate it. But like in the moment when they're doing it, they're like, "This is bullshit. I could have done way better. This." But it's like probably not.
Depends on the artist. Depends on the artist.
Yeah, for sure.
Because yeah, if I was making some bullshit fucking party hip hop, yeah, I would say this sucks. But if I was making a groundbreaking album that I knew was going to help out a lot of people, I wouldn't have any more fun. It wouldn't be work to me. It wouldn't be work.
Yeah.
Now, if I had people like pushing me and saying, "Hey, you need to finish your album now. You need to do this song now. You need to go shoot a music video. You're doing a fashion thing. You're doing a little bit on Snapchat. You're doing an appearance at this restaurant to promote it." I'd be like, that shit would suck fucking ass, and you know that, and
Yeah, of
you
course.
know that.
Yeah, who wants
And
to
that's
be
like
catered,
that's why
not catered to, but
streaming and Twitch, creating your own streams, you're basically creating your own HBO. And now you're watching all the comedians that got canceled say, fuck this cancel culture, and they create their own channel.
Yep.
And they still have their fans. So that's what America's about. When there's too many rules, make your own. And that's what I love to see. And that's why I'm always going to be a good influencer.
Well, yeah, man.
You know,
I just try to stress.
I'm going to be a
thinking.
good
I want people to
influencer.
start thinking logically, like logically.
You don't need that though. You don't need that though. You got
No,
people
'cause you-
like you, me, and this guy, but you want as a collective everybody to get through the finish line or get to it as a collective.
Yeah.
It isn't
Everybody
who ran it the fastest.
No, yeah,
it
it's
isn't
about-
tortoise. Yeah,
I always
tortoise
say
in the
it's
hare.
about
The
fucking,
tortoise
like,
wins
literally, it's
every
about-
time.
we all inherit, like everyone our age inherited the world like this. Our goal as a collective is to leave the world better
Make it
for the
better.
next generation,
Yeah.
and then back. Like that should be the collective goal of everyone. Like it's
That's why I hate boomers, because they ruined it.
well, they made it very
You can't
individualistic.
blame it on like a certain group. Why don't you blame it on the teachers that don't read Johnny Appleseed anymore? You know, you read these simple things that have these deep concepts that are really simple, and you plant that in a first grader's mind. Before you know it, when he's 30, there's apple trees everywhere. There's never a shortage of fruit, and there's a little disease in the wood. Oh, let's cut it down and turn it into a cabin, or whatever. It's like if you realize that, it's like it's not that hard. That's why it's like these survival games on Xbox. You might think it's stupid, but it's like the Minecraft games, the Ark games, all these hunter-gatherer games. They're teaching you the Boy Scouts versus, and you don't even have to go there to do it. You just have to pick up the controller. So it's like, dude, there's so many teaching tools with video games. You can't stop, or you can't just say they're bad and end it like that. Because, dude, there's a reason why there's a age rating on the game. If you're really worried about your kids picking up bad habits, don't let them play games out of their age group. And it's that fucking simple. You know, if you're in third grade and your kid's playing Grand Theft Auto, it's like he might pick up some bad tendencies. You know, it's like, it's pretty easy to see. But if your kid is playing Geometry Wars before he gets into his geometry math class in 10th grade, I guarantee you he flies through that. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. So it's like, I'll debate anything.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my take on that. I'm biased, though, because I've invested a lot of time in something that hasn't given me much back. So I'm invested, and I also feel kind of dumb about that.
Yeah, that's another reason, a big reason now why I don't play MMOs anymore, because it's like, wow.
Yeah, but it's like, dude, if you're like a loner type kid, but you pick up an MMO, and then you have 40 friends that wait for you to log on and play with you,
It's a big thing.
dude, that MMO just got you through your deep depression. So you can thank that game. Now, is that the typical thing? No. Did it work? Probably. Did you realize, yeah, I've spent a lot of money on items and paying a subscription and yada yada that I could have spent elsewhere? Yeah. But was it cheap? Was it cheap entertainment for you?
Did you have a good time? Did you learn? Do you have friends?
Did you
All
have
that
fun
shit?
doing it? Yes. Did you break any furniture or computer stuff playing it?
Maybe.
And if you did, was it your own? Because you can break your own shit if you bought it. You know, it's like,
not if you're your own.
Yeah. Now, if you're breaking dishes in the kitchen and your wife is like, why'd you break all the dishes? Yeah, you need to look at it.
Because your group wiped on a raid boss. She'll understand.
She'll understand.
But the MMOs, dude, like, I've been the angry gamer. I've also been the gamer that don't give a fuck if he wins or loses. I'm just there to play, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, if you're noticing yourself getting ultra angry over a video game, take a step back. And I do it to myself. Like I was like top Madden. I was number 80 something in the world. Well, not in the world, on Xbox. So that would have been like top 250 in the world.
Still fucking hella good.
I've always been hella good at Madden. And then I met up with this dude on a stream. He taught me 2 new tricks to use. I think in about 200 games, I think I lost 10. And it was like, I was unfucking touchable. And then it got to the point where I wouldn't even get to the third quarter, dude.
People just quit, yeah.
For real. Even against really good people. Even against really good people. They wouldn't make it to the third quarter.
Yeah.
It was, I'm trying to think of what my record was total. I think it was like 230 and 40.
Yeah, like I said, I win like 55-60% of my games. So I'm not the greatest, but I'm better than most, I would say.
If you have a winning percentage online, you're better than anybody that plays franchise mode.
Definitely, yeah, okay. I mean, I pretty much always...
Easily. Because when you're playing online, they have it set to default at all pro level.
All pro? Okay.
So your computer AI is going to be a step faster, a step quicker, and they're going to have memory. So if you're picking the same exact play every time, the computer's going to queue up on that, and they're going to pick you off within 3 passes. That's what I hate about Madden. It's all that computer generated statistics and probabilities. So if you're whooping the shit out of somebody, you'll start fumbling the ball.
Yeah,
you'll start fumbling the ball.
Yeah, true.
For some reason, the ball will slip out of the quarterback's hands. They'll run it back for a touchdown. It's like, yeah, so I just made sure I whooped the hell out of people and then just talked mad shit and then got them to quit. Because I knew Madden would let them come back. And that's how you do it. It's like that's why I don't really care for Madden, because you pick a good playbook and then you pick players that can't be guarded, and you'll win every game. Now, me, I'll see what team you're picking, and then I'll match up to that.
Yep, that's what I
If
usually
I
try to do.
know, if I know you're picking, let's say, who's the best receiver? Let's say you're picking the
Jamar
Bengals
Chase, whatever,
because
yeah.
Jamar Chase.
Yep.
Yeah. I know he's going to throw to Jamar Chase 50% of the time. I know he's going to try a deep ball early. And I know once he gets into a pass-happy offense, I double guard Jamar
Free
Chase,
safety, you
and
said, right?
I probably got double-digit sacks at the end of the game.
Do you blitz or not blitz?
Depending on the situation.
Okay.
I would say no matter what, I'm always blitzing one at least.
On first
no
down?
matter what. If they're running, if it's first down, I'm going 4-3. I am blitzing the linebacker to the strong side. So whatever side has more field, I'm blitzing that linebacker. So let's say the open side of the field's to the left. I'm blitzing the left outside linebacker, giving more push there because I have a feeling he's running into the open side of the field.
Most people do, yep, correct.
After I shut that run down and he gets 1 yard, it's 2nd and 9. Now I know he's passing. Now I press his receivers because I think he's doing a slant. This is just me guessing. This is me speculating. This is me before I'm even playing, know how this guy goes, his tendencies.
Just playing.
Then I know it's 2nd and 9. I know he's passing. Wait for them to pick their offensive play. Don't pick your defensive play until they pick theirs. When they tell you how many receivers, tight ends, running backs, you know what kind of play they picked.
Yeah, they're going to be running
You know
fast and
exactly
whatever.
what kind of.
Yep.
It says 3 receivers, 1 tight end, 1 running back. I'm thinking this is a 3 receiver shotgun set with a tight end.
Yep.
Probably trips. And I would say they probably flipped it to the open side.
Usually do.
You know, this, but you got to do this all quick thinking because it's all like that's what my controller sounds like when I'm playing Madden. It's all my audibles, all my switches. It's all my, I'm going to have the defensive line, go to the left. I'm going to have the linebackers go to the right.
I love blitzing linebackers that drop back linemen.
And I'm going to swarm them.
Yep.
Now I go man coverage pretty much no matter what until they start getting pass happy. Then I go zone. If it's too easy for them, they're completing passes, I go zone and I customize a blitz. I take the nickel back. I move him up to the line. I blitz him with the joystick pre-snap. I switch to the middle linebacker. I act like I'm playing free safety with them when really I'm just running around in circles back there to distract him. So whoever looks open right off from the start, you trace them with the middle linebacker. As you do that, you're kind of doing a quarterback spy with the middle linebacker. As you're doing your custom defense, he realizes you're doing custom defense. Before he can even wait and see the guy open, he's sacked by the cornerback. Boom. Now it's 3rd and 17. That's how I play Madden, dude. 3rd and 17. I know he's passing, and I know he's passing deep, and I know he's going to Jamar Chase. So I do man coverage. I take the free safety or strong safety. I put double coverage on Jamar Chase. I drop the middle linebacker back. I still do the custom defense. And then I'm off the bat. I look at Jamar Chase, see if he gets a break or open. If he doesn't, I look for the most open guy, and I try to pick it off with my middle linebacker.
You play as your middle linebacker
Usually,
more than safety?
It's like obviously use the fastest guy you got as a linebacker. If you need to swap out your middle linebacker because he's ultra slow for a right or a left to make him quicker, do that. It's going to work out better for you. If you have a guy that's really quick and you think you're going to blitz him a lot, you might want to make him the middle linebacker for the game. You can change around the depth chart how you want. Don't go just by ratings. Sometimes I take the number 1 receiver and the number 2 receiver and I throw them at 3 or 4 because the slot routes are a lot harder to guard than the number 1 and number 2 receiver routes. Not only that, you got the number 1 cornerback
on the number 1 receiver. You got the number 2 cornerback on the number 2 receiver. Now, if you've taken receiver 1 and 2 and switched them to 3 and 4, now you get the 3rd cornerback on your best receiver. You get the nickel back on your 4th receiver.
Yep.
And then you got 2 shitty receivers you're never going to pass to being guarded by their best cornerbacks. Now you fucked up their whole thing. They don't know how to adapt. Now the ball is in your hands. Now all you need is 3 good running plays that you can count on and 3 good passing plays that you can hot route, have a lot of options with, and you can flip all pre-snap.
Yep.
And I guarantee you will take your win percentage from 60 to about 80. I guarantee it.
All right.
Guarantee it. It all comes with defense, though.
Yep.
So if you know the guy's impatient and you can run it 45 times and win the game 7-3, that's what you do.
Yep.
If you don't like playing Madden for a full hour, play it like I do.
That's the way I roll. I mean, I just usually take whatever if they're blitzing a lot. I just throw a lot of slants and crosses. If they don't, then I try to run the ball a lot. Just kind of depends what
Slants
they do.
are good. Slants are good, but get good with hot route slants. You know, when you do a hot route, there's other buttons that instead of up on the D-pad, down on the D-pad, left on the D-pad, or right on the D-pad, if you use, I think it's the joystick, and you do it slanted, then you can audible. I forget what the button combination is. I might be wrong, but get your hot routes to be slants. You want slants in your hot routes. So you can, I think it's X, right bumper, Y, or something like that. And that will put them into a slant. But I don't remember the hot routes. I haven't played since 2018. But the game hasn't changed.
No, it never
the only thing that changed is maybe they brought the hit stick back.
They did bring that back.
It's like, but the game hasn't changed one bit. I could hop in. What's the worst team in the league, Madden wise? Rating.
I'm trying to think here.
Be like the Jaguars or something.
Titans maybe.
Or no. Who was really bad this year?
Titans.
Like really bad.
I think the Titans had the first pick.
Yeah, who was it? I picked a team and I played with them in not this year's Madden, but the year before. And yeah, it's the same game. I picked the worst team. Yeah. And I was up 14-0, and I'm like, yep, this game hasn't changed, and I turned it off. I was killing the guy with the worst team in the game. And that's what you find a playbook. If you're a pass heavy team, you might want to go with something like Kansas City, or whatever. Like, obviously, you can pick your own playbook. I used to use the Saints when they had Drew Brees. I would use the Saints playbook. I would make sure I had a running back that was quick, that could catch passes. And when I would do a 4-receiver, 1 running back set, I would have a running back that I trust to catch the little screen passes. You always need outlets.
Yep.
You always need outlets.
I like
so,
too.
And I'm not talking screens. I'm talking flats. You got to put the running backs on flats, and it's a quicker pass. If it's a screen, you got to wait for it to set up with the blockers and whatnot.
Yeah.
If you do the quick pass, if there's suicide blitzing you and blitzing everybody, and you got that quick outlet, your running back's going to break off a 70-yarder on that flat.
Yeah, especially
now.
Fucking.
This is how my stats would go when I'd play Madden. My running back would always have 100 yards receiving.
I do that a lot.
My two receivers always had over 100 yards receiving, and then my running back would have 15 carries for about 50 yards. So that was about my yardage. I would try for about 60 to 80 rushing yards a game, and then I would try for 300 passing. It didn't always work out that way, but it was like my averages were like 270 or 280 passing a game, and then my running was like 70. But you got to realize most games only made it to second, third quarter, so my stats don't look that good. But it's like, yeah, 70-30. That was my percentages. 70 pass, 30 run. But if you have a team that can't pass, you might want to flip it,
It's just knowing what teams you're using and what teams are strong. What they're strong at. It's like if I played with a team that had no defense, I would have to rely on interceptions, sacks, just one turnover to turn the game around, and then just score more points. Makes me kind of want to play Madden, but not really. But yeah, you get him.
I might have a guy. I don't know if he's on right now. An hour ago, he said he wanted to jump on Discord from Reddit, talk about whatever. I don't know if he's still on. If he's gonna hop in or not.
Tell him to hop in if he wants to talk.
Well, I know, but I didn't. I didn't see the message. It was an hour ago. He sent. I sent the thing out 2 hours ago, and then now an hour ago he texted me.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like if they're already friends with you on Discord, all they have to do is open it up and see the audio emblem.
No, it was on Reddit. I sent messages out on Reddit.
Oh, did you send him a link?
Yeah, just now I did.
All right, cool. All right, give me 5. Sounds like a good break point.
I always put stuff on fucking Reddit randomly. I'm like, I run this podcast shit. If anyone want to hop in and talk about politics, sports, whatever the fuck, you're more than welcome.
That was the thing I wanted to do at one point, was to create a stream team. And whatever you wanted to podcast, play, talk about, jokes, music, whatever, you'd have a person designated for that topic. And you have a 24/7 channel that runs every 4 hours. Everybody takes a 4-hour slot. So you would need 6 different people that are comfortable with a 4-hour stream, and then you combine a stream team. Then all the funds you raise, you put into a pot, and then you divvy it out 6 ways. And I think that would be something to look into, because this is kind of like what I would want to do as far as a podcast. And with everything kind of Discorded and linked together, I do have a little bit of a gaming community, but it's not really like they love me type thing.
Yeah, I get that. I don't even game when I stream. We're streaming right now. All I do is stream and just talk and fucking look up shit. I'm more trying to be like the researcher kind of guy. Like I want to research things.
Yeah, you're doing like what Theo Vaughn is doing. You're doing what Joe Rose is doing.
Do you know,
in a sense?
You know what Destiny is?
Destiny who?
He's obviously like Ben Shapiro, right? Like that kind of thing, but more on the left.
Yeah.
Like.
Yep.
Like I want to fucking have good conversations with people, especially people I disagree with, where I can fucking get ideas out and, like I said, try to win over the idea war of fucking.
Okay.
Like,
so it's like a free debate thing, basically, like a free debate thing.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, I'll talk to anybody about anything. Like, if you want to debate about like sports and shit, we can talk about like whatever. But like, I mean, my personal thing is like, I really want to get in like like I said, my goal is in 40 years, we don't want to have like JD Vances of the world running the world, like, or Trump Jr. or whatever. Like that's my goal. Like to win enough of that 30% that could sway votes, the independent votes, and sway them not to vote that way, and not even think that way. Like my thing is not. I'm trying to change the idea of thought process. Like instead of being the me people, I want us to be we. Everybody's about individualistically. Like like
yeah.
I hate that. It's
but like, I think doing it like that. I think doing it like that is kind of like having a commander, is what I'm saying. It's like,
yeah, Republicans want
kind of on the same scale of what you're trying to get away from on a different scale, though. And it's like something I would have to see it in place and see how it works.
I mean, I had my first debate. I'm supposed to have a debate again. This guy was on vacation, and he's supposed to come back. I have like these 2 people. What are they, like? Sweaty Orangutan and the Looker.
Okay.
But like the one who's got like 1,000 followers, so like I hang out.
So you're saying these are people with little followings or stage names, and you're inviting them onto your channel to just talk.
That or I go on their shit, or I go on their like podcast.
That's good too. To not always bring them to your channel, go to their channel. That's a good idea.
Go to theirs. Like, we go to it's called DL Gaming's whatever. Their Discord.
Okay, so you've already got.
And then I fucking like I said, we did our first debate like a week ago.
Okay, that's cool. So you've already got a pretty good like gaming community base. You got
Well, I'm working on it.
gamer with a
I only have
team.
like 15 followers on fucking my YouTube. Like my YouTube is super small.
It isn't about followers, dude. Because as long as there's a track and you can always go back and look at your videos, you're doing good. It's just keep creating.
No, that's the
Because
thing.
it took
That is the
before
thing.
people started watching my Snapchats, dude. I would make probably 30 Snapchats a day to be funny. Now when I post one, dude, I get 5,000 to 50,000 views on every snap. So it's like it takes a long time, and
It does.
it's
Oh, I
stupid
know.
because I'm not getting anything out of it other than a lot of people seen this.
Yeah.
But that's what you want, because I've actually been doing what I wanted to do the whole time, and people won't tell you that they seen your Snapchat that made them cry to tears laughing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they won't tell you that. But guess who's tuning in?
They are. Yep.
You know, the guy that just seen your snap yesterday and was crying, laughing, looking at it. So it's like, that's how you gain fans, dude. Just because people aren't saying you're doing great things doesn't mean you're not gaining fans.
Yep.
If they're watching, that's a fan. You know that.
Yep.
So it's like, I get it's mostly trolls commenting on my videos. And honestly, it's because there is so many of these troll influencers on the internet that think they know something.
It gets clicks.
And it's like, I troll, yeah, but I troll for good reason, dude. It's like nobody wants to see nobody wants to see a girl doing a PG-13 sex video on Twitch, sucking on a microphone.
I know.
And
Some
then
people
you
sadly do, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
But there is, because then you got 10,000 people watching her do that, and it's like, not only are you making yourself look like
a creep,
a PG-13 whore, you're getting paid to do it, and you're taking advantage of the nerdy kid with money.
Yep.
It's like,
Or
how
their
do you not
parents,
see
technically,
how
but yeah.
stupid this fucking shit is? It's like they're taking advantage of it, and
They
they think
definitely are.
they're like, I will never be a prostitute. And then they're doing OnlyFans. It's like, yeah, you're an internet prostitute.
You're a prostitute.
It's like,
Yep.
Prostitute
so,
light.
it's like, before you ever say never, say
Version.
never. Yeah.
Trial version.
If you go, you could make a shit ton of money on OnlyFans. Well, now
Now you have
I'm a
incentive.
stripper, but I'm the director. It's like,
I mean, it does technically give more power to the woman, so I will say it's probably better than like the straight
well,
pimping and
it
shit.
should.
But yeah,
You're controlling your body.
yeah,
It-
that's what I'm saying. Like there is
and you're
a
taking advantage,
positive to it too. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like the
No,
overall
there
sentiment.
is. There is. But me, I'd rather watch a girl like maybe making something, and I'm not saying cooking because I know they do a lot of that stupid shit.
No, but even
But
like
if they were
crafts
sitting-
or fucking
if they were
whatever.
sitting down or making music,
Dude,
or
how about
sitting
even if you had
down
if you had a
and doing
chick
a
fucking
painting or something.
think about if you had a chick fucking like hooping or whatever, doing crossovers, doing like drills and shit, like that could be cool too. Like there's plenty of things they can do that are creative and whatever.
Basic thing is, dude, if you want to be electric, don't ever kill your imagination. That's the number one thing. If you want your brain to keep firing, and if you want to keep learning, you got to keep your imagination open.
Yep.
And realize a lot of people are trying to sell their product, and it's as simple as that.
For sure.
But if you
Especially
want
in
to
America,
think
it's all about the Benjamins, baby.
well, that's what they want you to think. But until the dollar isn't worth anything, which is where we're at, more people would rather have some like cryptocurrency than a bunch of dollars right now.
They would, sadly.
So yeah, it's all about the Benjamins. Yeah, that was a decent concept when Al Pacino was laying on the Benjamins, but it's like it's different times. I don't think working yourself to death and trying to create a $1 million income for your house is worth it either, because by the time you're 40, you'll be like, I'm shot.
Yep.
The
grind culture.
So,
yeah. I mean, I'm a somewhat of a slave to it. I like grinding because I like things and stuff. So
I do too.
I have a problem
too.
with that in a somewhat sense, but yeah.
I do too, but I don't put my sense of worth on a dollar.
No,
or,
not necessarily that. No, I don't
or
do that.
net worth. or
do
anything like
things,
that.
you know, like that's the thing. Like I like having being set up for the future. Like I like not having to worry.
Yeah, if you
Like I
got
always
things
say
to
this.
look
So my
forward
for
or a
my personal
goal,
my personal experience. So like during the whole '08 crash, I lost my job, and then I went like 6 to 8 months with no job, and I felt like a bum and all this shit. And I fucking
yeah.
And after that, I said I'll never be poor again, and that's kind of like been my mantra. Like even when I have a bunch of money, I act like I'm poor, so I'd make sure I always have money saved up for.
But you were poor, so it's easy for you to jump back to that and be like, I'll just act like how I was back then, and we'll just act like I'm not even making money, and it will just stack up.
Yep, that's basically what
Not
my mindset is.
everybody, yeah, but not everybody had the poor come up.
Yep.
So you have the advantage to do that.
Yep. No,
That's
definitely
like
life experiences do play a major role and all that kind of shit.
100%. Dude, if you were like, I will never sleep on a carpet floor again, that was the lowest I've ever been, yada yada, and you stick to that rule,
Yep.
That's why rules are made, and you got to make your own.
Yep.
It's like me.
That's why I tell people I don't do drugs. The reason why I never did drugs is because I made rules. It wasn't a fucking person or whatever. You know, like nobody told me to not do ecstasy or whatever. It was like, oh, I read about it and I was like, ooh, that's a really bad thing. I'll do it once a year.
So you did the same thing as I did when everybody was going through the big ecstasy thing, and then their brains were all melting together. You sat back and watched, right?
Kind of. Well, yeah, I didn't do it till I was like 19. So yeah, I waited till later to do it. And then, like I said, then like the internet started coming, popping out, you know, more bigger, you know. So then I started like going to like Arrowhead or whatever and fucking reading about like, oh, that's what it does to you. I'm like, that's really fucking bad. But like, I like the drugs, so I'm like, all right, I'll just do like once a year. Or like with meth and other drugs, I'm like, oh my god, that's horrible. Why the fuck would you do? No, I'm never doing that.
When you actually learn,
But I'm saying
and
I
it's
made my own personal rules. There was nobody fucking telling me what, you know, like
exactly.
You know,
dude, I made some rules too. And then when I heard Joe Rogan talk about, no, I will never do this or that or this, when he said he was having a hard time reading because his vision was choppy and blurry and stuff, it's like, yep, he's telling the truth.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it's like you have to retrain your brain to read again. It's like, no, that is not a good drug, dude.
Drug.
And it's like, does it burn holes in your brain? I think so. I strongly think
ecstasy,
so.
I think it does too. It causes pin size. Yeah, I'm saying like it's a horrible
strongly
thing to do.
think.
I agree.
Yes.
But yeah, but it's fun to do. So I would never tell people not to do it. It's a fucking great time. You know, like
I never promoted it. I
don't
will
promote
never
it, but I don't tell you not to do
it's fun.
I'm saying one of
I
those
will
things.
never. Yeah, because that's just as bad as anyone on the TV. If I influence someone or make something look funner than it actually is, and they die doing it, I'm gonna feel pretty bad.
Yeah.
So I've never promoted things that could kill people, especially if pills and alcohol were involved. No thanks. I would never promote that shit.
No.
No fucking way. Because that's how they do it. And they don't even do it on purpose. They take ecstasy, they get drunk, they get too dehydrated, their body cripples, and they fucking overheat and die.
Yep.
And it's like, that's how it happens.
It is.
And it's like 100%. Then they think they're thirsty, they overdrink, and then they're fucking freaking out because their stomach's 4 times the size it normally is. And they didn't realize how much water they were drinking. Yeah, it's like, no thanks. Fuck that shit. Then they start cutting it with heroin and meth and all this shit. And it's like, you don't even know what you're really taking. It's like, no, thank you. No, thank you to that. Yeah. If I need to be woke up, I'm going to drink a strong coffee. If it doesn't work, I'm going to drink another one. You know, it's like, and I get it. There's better ways of doing it, but
for sure,
that's how I work.
It's better than doing the other ones.
It's like, if I really want energy, like I'll get an energy drink that isn't as bad for me as most of them, you know. But it's like, even that, it's like Chappelle was right. Red Bull is cocaine. Red Bull is cocaine in a can.
Yeah.
Red Bull's 83 milligrams of caffeine. Now, some of these energy drinks are 200 to 300 milligrams in a can. So if Red Bull is cocaine in a can, what is a 200 milligram energy drink?
Jack shit anymore?
No, it's fucking meth in a can, dog.
I'm immune to it.
I'm immune.
What's 3 times stronger than Coke? I would say meth. Then I would say, what are the energy drinks we're drinking? Oh, 200 milligrams each. So yeah, dude, they're way too strong. They want America to be even more productive.
Mm-hmm.
Do I drink them? Yeah. Do I know they're doing bad to me? Yeah. Am I limiting them as much as I can? Yeah. But if I had a job where I was working 60 hours a week, I'd be drinking them again. You know, that type of thing. It's like it all depends on the situation. And everybody
I just
wants
like to drink 'em.
everybody wants to perform good. Nobody wants to do bad. Who would want to perform bad? Really?
On purpose? Not
When
many.
it comes to life. When it comes to life, who would really want to perform it bad? For real though. Everybody would want to do it to the best of their ability, correct?
You would think. Yeah. You would on it. I mean, yeah. How about this? Even
Other-
like Hitler, I'm assuming thought he was actually doing good, right?
The way that everything's been propagandized and flipped, and it's like, do you really believe any of the history that was taught to us? It's like everything seems like it's been flipped.
Maybe. I mean, it depends on how much
I
documentation
don't.
and shit there is.
I'm not disregarding the Holocaust. I'm not saying that.
No, but
But
I'm
I'm
just
just
saying in
saying,
general,
like,
no. I mean, in general, yeah.
when
History is
you,
written by winners. We all know that's true. Like, that is.
yeah, it isn't written by the dead guy. You can't write when you're dead.
No.
So what are we really learning? Well, that's the real question. What are we really learning? What we're learning is every conspiracy's been put into the history books, and if you don't believe them, then you're the conspiracy theorist, correct?
Kinda.
It's like, no, it says it right here in the book. It happened just like this. Why would you ever question that? That's how it goes. That's why the curriculum is fucked. But it's history. It's there for a reason. Whether it's false history or real history, that's for us to determine.
I mean, a good historian, I suppose, would look over fucking both sides. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like,
But how easy is it to get documents from 80 years ago? You know, unless
80 years
they're
ago is not hard, but it's the hundreds of years ago, like hundreds and thousands.
No, I mean the
Every form
actual
record keeping.
documents. I mean the actual documents, not the scanned in version that's on the
Well, for
internet.
us,
I mean
I
the
don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
actual.
I mean,
For us, for a
yeah,
regular civilian, there's no fucking way.
yeah. I
They're
don't know.
locked away.
I'm assuming they're at either museums or colleges or something. You know, something along
No,
that line.
you know exactly where they are. If I were to guess, I would say San Diego right this second.
Because it's warm. Yeah, that makes sense.
No, it's on fire. And that's how you get rid of paper. And that's how you get rid of paper.
That is true.
Anything that was a
I'm getting
record on paper,
paper.
that's being burnt up in those fires. You know that. That's the records from Y2K being burnt up in California right now.
Y2K. I remember
Okay,
Y2K.
grabbable.
It's it reminds me of Office Space, and I think there's a lot of truth to Y2K. I didn't think at the time, but yeah, that's when they sped time up, dude. And they didn't think anyone would have noticed. But people that pay
A
attention
lot of
notice.
technology came out. Yeah.
Is that how you say it?
I mean, that's what it is. I guess technology. Technology fucking boomed since 2000, right?
Is that that's just probably a good way of defining it. I'm gonna try to do that. Yeah, technology is good. That's pretty funny. I'll be right back. I need to smoke.
I got you, brother. Do. What you playing, Mitch?
A Riders Republic.
I'm playing Risk. I'm just murdering motherfuckers.
I'm just exploring the fuck out of it since I'm tired of doing career mode, and I'm finding a lot of dope ass places.
Hell yeah. I like all the dope and asses and places.
Goes back to the mega ramp.
Do. Attack. Sail Hitler. Doo-doo-doo. Bing. Bing. Oh no.
Get up. I didn't even hear Brandon say bye.
I thought
He
I
just
heard
left.
him say something. It was like a whisper, then I didn't hear him. Like, you know, then also looked like, oh shit, he's gone.
I mean, that works. What other cool spots are there? Yeah, there's a little thing on here which is really cool where you could select like cool spots, and it's like a random spot every time you open the menu.
Yeah.
God damn, I failed on that. Ooh. I'm gonna go speed skiing down the mountain. Woohoo. So cool, they added at least one of them on here. And they're pretty fun to take down the snowy slopes.
Take out the Wookiee. Just kidding.
The Wookiee.
Let the Wookiee win. We have a new plan. Do do do.
I was really disappointed I couldn't go to St. Paul today.
Why?
For the protests.
Oh, I know.
Although
if it wasn't fucking
coldest.
freezing, they gotta stop doing it when it's freezing. Because I would like to actually go down there and stream and
Yeah.
talk to people. But
Oh, apparently there's another March in March 14th, I think.
yeah, like I said, I'm just waiting for the first nice one. Then maybe I'll go down and stream down there. I'm hoping there's some anti-protest like Trumper people be like, oh. They also gotta stop doing it. They gotta stop doing it on like whatever days. They gotta do it like on
A weekend, but it's whenever they can get the permits.
I know, I get it.
And so it's stupid, so they could just limit it, be like, nope, you can only draw in here where you got mass amount.
Yeah.
But I mean, Minnesota's a fairly democratic.
Oh, I know. We do.
Okay, so apparently when you're in skis and you land about 5 feet onto pavement, you just break your legs.
Oh, really?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, I can ski down hills. There we go. Now I can ski downhill on pavement.
I didn't know I wanted to do that, but now I do.
Good for you. Ooh, at a whopping 27 miles an hour.
If I could walk 500 miles. Do 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 do.
Ooh, jackrabbit.
I got some flapjacks.
Granite Canyon. Oh shit, we're doing this again.
My babies. You cute. Ah, hell. Do 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 do. Bye, bitch. You about to die, bitch. You gotta fly, bitch. I'ma snatch your cards.
Rubbish.
I'm a rabid dog.
The fucking weather is rubbish, dog.
Rubbish, motherfucker.
Yeah, it is.
All right, tell me, have you guys seen the movie Scary Movie?
Of course.
Yes.
The parody one.
Yeah,
Okay. And you remember when she goes like, "Yo, nice jacket." Yeah, I mean, or whatever.
Yeah, left,
So
right, left,
when
right.
when
Oh,
all
it's
this,
oh.
no, when yeah, it's like the funniest fucking scene ever. Well, I turned it into my own version. When all the Asian hate was going around, I find a like an Asian person. I don't recommend this, by the way,
I don't
but it's
recommend.
hilarious. But it's fucking hilarious because you go like, man, 7'6". How many inches is that? And you can look over at the Asian guy because you could just like assume they're gonna know. And then when they tell you the correct answer or whatever, and they look back at you, or if they don't, just know how many inches 7'6" actually is.
Yep.
And then when they go, is it this many inches or whatever? You look at them and you go, yep, Yao Ming.
Yao Ming.
And but instead of Yao Ming, you say Yao Ming.
I know.
And
I
it's
get the
fucking
basketball
hilarious.
reference. I got
It's
you.
funny though.
It
It's
is to
funny
me.
though.
To
You got to
me,
use it though,
to the
and it
people that know
really
basketball,
pisses.
it's funny. I get it.
Yeah, but to a random Asian that doesn't know who Yao Ming is, and that's the only thing I'm defining him by is Yao Ming,
Yep.
that makes it even more hilarious. So
It
it's
is
like
pretty
there's
funny.
layers to it, and if you don't know that I've watched like every bit Chappelle's done, you don't get that there's a lot of layers to it, and
Yep.
if you can't peel the layers, it's like that's why it's like I got people telling me shit that isn't funny, and I go, "Who the fuck are you? Are you the funny police?"
Right.
And it's
Well, the
like
thing
that
is all
makes me.
subjective. Who gives a fuck?
Well, yeah. If I'm laughing at my own jokes and it's making me laugh, but the audience is pissed, that makes me laugh harder. So yeah, I would be canceled before I even
Get
started.
canceled.
I would be canceled before I even started. That's
Call you
100%
Marshall
true.
Mathers.
No, I wasn't lying, dude. For 2 years, if I thought of something funny or came up with a new joke,
Yeah, you write
I
it down.
recorded it.
Yep.
I recorded it before I even forgot it. I didn't even get the chance to like, oh, let's write it down. I recorded it. If I thought it, I recorded it. If I thought it was really funny, I posted it. If I thought it was really offensive, I saved it in my phone. So I saved it in my phone so I could look at it later when I was pooping. And boy,
That's some good
when I
pooping
look,
material.
no, it really is. That's where I come up with my best shit. It's the
Of
thinking
course.
chair.
Yeah.
Oh shit, you're my favorite turd.
But dude, when I looked back to see how many snaps I made, just like because I wasn't paying attention, in like a 1 year period, it was like 5,000 snaps. And I'm not saying it was 5,000 gems.
Yeah.
I was saying there's probably 100, 500 that are just crazy funny. And when I look back at them, dude, I laugh my ass off. And that's what it's for. So I can look back on it and laugh. And it was like, for the most part, all I was doing was like mushrooms as far as any drugs or and weed.
That's a good
So it's
one.
like, dude, all natural, just all natural for the most part. And it's like a small period of time, I was doing a teeny bit of like coke. But it's like for the most part, I was like California sober throughout all the videos, and the material is hilarious. I'm not getting rid of any of my phones or anything because it's like because I got so
Can you
many
download them to the
snaps. It's like
cloud? Or no, Snaps don't. I don't know. I don't use Snapchat, so I don't know how it works.
I'm pretty sure there's someone that ciphers through them because I went back and tried to look for some that I was like, I should not have said that. They already got deleted. So it's like there's someone that goes in and looks at people's saved libraries.
Yeah, that
so
makes sense.
you can't really save like the really, really offensive or just these are thoughts that I want. You can't use Snapchat as a journal. They got a guy that goes through and snips them.
Okay.
Basically. Like, yeah. So yeah, even if you were making like crazy videos on Snap and then saving them, you would be someone would come to your house and then check you out. That is a true. Yeah, so kids can't be flashing guns and Snapchats going, "Oh, I'm tough, I'm tough." Because guess what? They got, like
if you're committing a
4
straight up felony like that, duh.
Yeah, if you're being
but
retarded.
4 hours later, when they're sleeping, they get their guns seized. And I've seen it. It's just like,
Dude, I
it's
know.
not smart.
It's stupid.
It's
And
not
people do
smart.
dumb
And
shit
kids,
for clout,
it's like that's
especially.
what they want. They want you to go on social media, and they want you to tell them everything you're doing. And it's like it's like I did it for 2 years. I lived my life on social media, but it was a experiment to see how stupid it was. And it was ultra fucking stupid.
Of
I
course.
came to the conclusion,
It's clout
ultra
hungry.
fucking stupid, not worth it. And did I gain a bunch of social media fans? Yeah, but not worth it. I'll tell you that much right now.
Well, if you got any that are smart or want to talk, send them our way. They tell them to join here.
But it's also, I used it as practice.
I bet
Like,
you
because I
did,
do
for
want to
sure.
act. I do want to make sketches.
Yep.
I do want to make music. I do want to be able to do an act on the spot. So now, dude, when I freestyle, I make a song, one take, and it's good.
Yep.
Like if I'm in the zone, I don't think about it. If I'm jamming, I could sit in someone's recording studio, give you 10 clean songs in an hour.
Okay.
Easy. No doubt about it. You give me 10 beats that are clean, I'm giving you 10 separate songs. And if it's a professional studio where dude knows what he's doing, I could give you an album in probably 2 hours, dude. I could give you a radio album in 2 hours, and I guarantee that. And that's not what I want. I want to make a fucking album that takes me 10 years to make, you know?
Tool. Fucking 13
No,
years.
it's they
No,
built up
I'm talking about
anticipation
Tool.
or whatever with that, but it's just like when you think about it, all they're doing is collecting memories and then making an album talking about the 13 years that took making the album. So when you hear someone say like, "Oh, this is my first verse in 30 years or something," or whatever, they're talking about their life, you know, or whatever. But yeah, it took a lot of practice, and I'm still not that good. But that's the cool thing with music. It just, you can always get better at it.
Well, think about it. We've been playing music for fucking like 8,000 years or whatever the fuck it is, and we still come up with new
Yeah, but
music.
you can't. Music, yeah, it's the only thing that, like, if you're in a bad mood, music will pull you out of it.
Yep. Oh, totally,
Or
dude.
it can throw you in a bad mood.
It can,
do
or
both.
it can heighten your bad mood. Music can do what it.
Well,
Music is
yeah, or if
music
it's
is
like
emotion.
you're in a bad mood
Yeah.
and you're hearing a bad song, it's gonna put you in a worse
That's what I'm
mood.
saying.
No, I
Music
know.
is just emotional. So yeah, whatever you're feeling is going to bring out the inner feeling, whatever it is.
But that's what I think. If you're listening to brainless, emotionless music, you're going to be brainless and emotionless. And you see it. It's like it sucks, but yeah, once I heard you can define somebody by the music they listen to, I started doing it and it goes, wow, they're so fucking right, dude. And yeah, I don't listen to the radio. I don't watch like MTV, BET, what's the other one? VH1. I don't watch these music channels. You know, it's like with the way that music is now, it's like people are using YouTube, Spotify, whatever, yada yada yada, SoundCloud. It's like if you want to find music that relates to you, it is out there. And if you have a complicated situation, you might just have to look harder. But it's just like, yeah, dude, music is a good thing.
Music brings people together of all different kinds of people. That's what one of the best things about music.
Yeah, but I'm not going to go to a show where I have a chance of getting popped off in the parking lot. I don't listen to music like that.
No, I'm not.
I don't want to be around. I don't want to be around people where I go, oh, damn, I just seen that dude give that guy a knife or something. You know, it's like I don't want to be around people like that. I don't want sketchy shit going on around me. It's like me. It's like honestly, I want to hear some poems, basically.
Yep.
And then people that know how to make a beat that doesn't sound like the next beat. And then if you can play a guitar live and you have a live drummer behind it, it's like now you got a band that sounds like Rage Against the Machine with a cool MC.
Yep.
You know, it's like, you know, if you started, labeling everything, and it's like,
And it's micro
does it sound?
Yep.
It goes, does it sound cool? Number one.
Right. Well, like,
Did it
what
make
happened
you
to
move
rock?
and
Like, so
want to
like rock
dance?
music was rock music, and now it's like, you know, punk rock. This
Well,
rock.
who cares
that
what
rock,
you
that
label it, dude? If you hear like a crazy guitar solo and you go, oh, rock music.
Yep.
It's like those are people that don't know anything about music.
Yep.
It's like, do you understand what he's doing with his fingers right now? That isn't a computer making that
Right.
noise. Those are his actual fingers. And it's like, I don't like guitar. I pretty much just like, anything that comes out of Pro Tools or whatever. And it's like, people took a guitar and then programmed all them noises from a guitar into the computer so you could hit a button and make that guitar noise. But they don't realize that. It's like, someone had to sit down and record the sound with like a sensitive microphone to put the sound into the program for the user to use. How funny is that? And then people don't even realize like what music is. It's like if you can't tap a steady beat on your knee, you don't have natural rhythm.
I know. I do know
and-
because I see people at the bar all the time. Like, Jesus Christ, people getting fucking beyond.
But you
beat.
want to know why? You want to know why? They're listening to slowed down music.
Yeah.
If it wasn't Sweet Caroline and what's the other country one? Country.
Yeah.
If you showed them like dance music, which is actually hip hop,
Yeah.
they call disco, dance, whatever. That's hip hop. It's they just changed the names as the times changed.
Yep.
So it's like, number one, does it hit your ear and make you feel good? That's the first question. If it doesn't, you switch it. That's a simple question. Number two, does it make you want to move around? I don't know about you, I don't know how injured you are, but when you say crippled, you just can't play competitive basketball,
Yeah,
right?
I
Like
mean,
you move around fine, right?
mostly. I mean, I still have pain all the fucking time, but I mean, I
Okay,
can still
okay,
move.
okay.
Yeah, but relatively
But
no.
that's what I'm saying. You feel better when you move around and you get home and you're sore, right?
Yep.
You go, I had a hard work day. I feel pretty good about myself.
Yep.
How do you get through those days without feeling like shit the whole time? You probably turn up some tunes at your bar and
Yep.
you get jamming
Block it out. Try to do
basically,
as
and you
best you
get in the
can.
zone. And you're basically back at the free throw line or shooting layups or whatever.
Yep.
It's just your new thing now. And it's like, dude, if you didn't have a backtrack of some music to motivate you, your day would suck ass. Am I right?
Yeah, for sure, dude.
Yeah. So that's what I do. If I'm in a bad mood, I put on some music within 5 minutes. If it's uplifting, I'm feeling good about myself and I'm going. I'm going. But I'm in the situation that you were in 2008.
Mm-hmm.
But I've also got like family death, whatever.
Yeah.
So it's just like I'm not gonna cave into excuses, whatever, because it's like number one, I've been through a lot of hard shit, and then it's like I used to just numb it with alcohol, but I didn't drink, and
Yeah, but
I
it doesn't
I haven't
work
had a drink,
long term.
and I haven't had a drink in like 12 years, and I don't even plan to,
Mm-hmm.
or 11 years, I don't even plan to.
Right.
So it's like when you get through the hardest shit and then you don't numb yourself through the hard shit, it's like you can get through anything.
Yep.
And it's like, I kind of over smoked a lot. I smoked myself out, which
I mean,
I
I
think
still do
is
that to an
pretty healthy.
extent.
I think
Not
that's
healthy,
pretty
but
healthy. Well, it's healthy and it better than taking a
mentally.
pain pill in my head.
No, I
In
mean,
my head, it's way
no. For
healthier
every
than taking
for every
a pain
good, there's
pill.
a bad. That's all I always try to preface too. Like,
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
good, but it also you got to remember there's also negatives too. Like, I always try
No,
to
I
give
do
both
know that.
sides. I'm
Yeah,
not saying you, but just
yeah.
in general, I try to make sure everyone like there's both sides. Like, there's a good and a bad. Like, you just got to make sure you know what you're into, no
Getting
matter
it.
what. As long as
Yeah,
everyone's
yeah, yeah.
well informed on everything, make your own choice. I don't give a fuck.
Well, yeah. Yeah. It's like, I'm not going to lie. Some days I'll wake up and I'm like, I'm going to put it off for a little bit. But I would say right after I smoke, I go, I don't know why I put that off till now. I should have just waked and baked
All right.
and I would have felt better.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I realize it's like that isn't the healthiest lifestyle because that's no
Nope.
different than waking up and having a cigarette,
No, but
So
mental
it's
health is
just like,
important though. Like, if it helps with your mental health and shit. I mean,
no,
that's key
dude,
too.
I looked at, no, yeah, I've only smoked 2 times today, which is
Mm-hmm.
pretty good for me because I'm used to smoking like an eighth a day.
Yeah.
So I just like, at least, So it's like, yeah, I've been pretty productive. Went shopping.
Yeah, man.
Didn't get enough sleep.
You got to do adulting
Woke
stuff for
up,
sure, dude.
cleaned, organized. Oh no, I need to do a lot of adulting stuff according to society.
That
But
doesn't. I don't give a fuck what society. I'm talking
according
about me.
to
I'm talking to you
society,
and me, brother. I get you, but I know what you're saying. But
yeah. But it's just like, no, I'm a productive person and I just like to keep going. And it's like, if, like I was saying, if you were to look at my room, you would think I'm a madman as far as organization, but it's like, I know where everything is pretty much. And it's like, I could care less. I've always been like that. Yeah. It's like you could judge the where I sleep and where I live or whatever, but it's just like, there's a reason why you want to hang out. And it's not because of the room I sleep in or the house I live in or whatever. It's because I got a good personality and I've always built up my personality because you could live in a mansion and you could get a wildfire that just eats your whole mansion or whatever.
yeah, Florida or
It's
not,
like
California. But yeah,
things can change in a day. And if every single one of my possessions burned up, other than the sentimental things, everything is replaceable, which is like people want more stuff and they really need less stuff because it's like you don't need much.
Nope.
They said if it doesn't bring you in income
or doesn't give you joy, don't do it. Don't do it. And then it's like, if you make that rule, which is hard to do, especially if you're trying to make everybody happy or you live in customer service world, you know, you can't totally do that.
Yeah.
But to an extent. I mean, yeah, if you got to turn on a character or work character for your income, do that.
For sure, you got to put the
And
facade
then,
on sometimes.
yeah, if you need to, yeah. But I always thought, you know, whatever, I guess fake it till you make it. But then it was like, wait, what are we faking?
Mhm.
And what are we trying to make? You know, it's just like, well, yeah. But it's like, I already know how good I am at things. I don't need a bunch of people that don't know
Yes, man.
anything telling me that I'm no good. You know, it's like, and that's the society we live in. You go, they'll go, you're not a psychologist. And then they'll go on YouTube and they'll type in, who's the best psychologist? And it's like, you're listening to a YouTube psychologist.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I get you're getting a perspective of it, but you're going off of what he's saying. You realize everybody with a keyboard in the internet can type in that and get that information too. It's like shared information. It's not that hard. So everybody in their own sense is a psychologist. If you think
Well,
you're
yeah,
a
you deal with people.
psychologist,
You're a psychologist. If you ever dealt with people, what you deal with people
yeah.
every day. Yeah.
Or if you're putting on a facade,
Mhm.
you're testing your reverse psychology, where you're acting totally different to bring in an income, to bring in a source of food or whatever, provide, you know, whatever. You know, sometimes you do, yeah, you'll pick up a job. It's like, well, that's typically a woman's job, or oh, that's typically a man's job. And then you got a girl doing construction because she's got 2 kids and needs to feed them or whatever, you know, and it's like, yeah, put on the facade. But if you don't have to provide for kids or whatever, and you don't have a lot of these things and bills and no debt, it's like, who's to say I did anything wrong? You know, because that's what really ties you down.
Yeah.
You get a mortgage, you're stuck for 30. You get a car, you're stuck for 10. You know, it's like, I don't have any debt other than probably just a little bit of tax money, and I made it that way on purpose. The only college fund I ever took out money for was for Anoka Ramsey, and it was like a $1,000 FAFSA loan. It's like, that's the only thing. It's like, yeah, I get it. I don't have a 900 credit score, but guess what? I also don't have $80,000 in student debt.
Yeah.
I don't have a bank hounding me for my mortgage and raising shit all the fucking time for no reason. You know, I don't have these headaches of normal houses, but I also don't have 3 other working pieces for my team, you know, or whatever. It's like, you know, it's give and take. It's like, I realize, it's like, I'm pretty good. I can think, you know, it's like, if it's something I don't need, I don't get it. Especially if I'm struggling financially. It's like, people, oh shit, they're gonna raise the price of toilet paper. What do we do? I don't know, maybe fold it in half and use less.
Right.
You know, it's like, people
think
don't
outside the
know how
box.
to adapt.
Yep.
And yeah, it's like, dude, if there was not a roll of toilet paper, no, listen to this. If there was not a roll of toilet paper in sight for, let's say, 5 states tomorrow, I'd be like, I'd go old school with it, dude. I would like fucking find a Depend or whatever. And I'd use it like a handkerchief and then wash it when I'm done and bleach the fuck out of it and do that again. And it's like, whoa, if we didn't have electricity, how would I adapt to that? How am I going to wash my clothes? It's like, well, a laundromat maybe. Well, no, electricity, the whole grid's off. How are we going to wash clothes? Well, look at your closet. You got clothes for, I'd say, at least 6 months. So worry about it then. You know,
And even
it's
then,
like,
You can hand wash it. Hand wash is not too bad. Most people
Yeah,
won't think of
they
going
won't do it.
to buy
They
lye.
won't do it. Yeah, it's like, dude, find me some clean water and get the fucking sweat stains out of it. Then use some
All you need
soap
is
and
really
rinse it
lye.
again. What's
And
that?
people, all you really need is lye, and people don't think like, oh shit, lye is clean. So that there should be a shit ton of it laying around if like society does crumble. So whatever.
But I'm just saying, whatever the supply and demand is of the time, don't buy into it. You know?
No, yeah. In
It's
stock
like,
world, they
this
always
is
tell you buy the dips. Like when people are scared, people have scared money, they back out. That's when you buy. You don't buy in the high times. You buy in the low times. Same thing though.
no,
Same thought
yeah,
process.
same exact, dude. But they also manipulate the supply and the demand chain. So
Oh, I know they
just
do.
listen to what the news says, you know, and then you can play the stock market. It's easy as fuck.
No, I know.
But you don't. The only thing is you don't know what people are gonna do. When they say they're doubling the price of eggs, are you buying more eggs or less eggs?
Yep.
Most people are buying more eggs, which it's not smart. You should buy less
Yep.
and figure it out different ways. But they hear, oh, price of eggs are going up. We need to stockpile. And then they have $140 of eggs that spoil in their fridge
Yep.
or whatever. And then they wonder why they don't have money. You know, it's like they bring it on themselves. Every
times,
problem they bring on themselves. And it's like, dude, if you said something was going to skyrocket, you know, and they try to control it with the meat and stuff. And there's other ways of getting protein. If they wiped meat out tomorrow, we'd be okay.
Yeah, we have beans
We would
and shit for
find
sure.
we'd eat bean. Yeah, we'd be fine.
Yeah.
It's like, so if you're, it's like, that's where it's the older part where they're like, I'm not a vegetarian, and they're stuck in their ways and their labels, you know. But
I was
if
talking to
you
someone
ate
about that earlier today.
but if you truly ate like vegetarian meals for, let's say, a full month, I guarantee you're going to feel better. You're probably going to look better. You're going to get that glow back, that shine, that color, whatever. And then you're going to vibrate more, which is going to make you feel more alive, which that's how it works. And then they say, like, yeah, if you don't ever eat fruits or veggies, that's probably why you're depressed.
Yep.
And it does tie into your stomach health. What you're putting in is what you're getting out.
It does.
Most people
matters, definitely.
madly dehydrated. Most people are taking probably some form of salt nicotine, which dehydrates you more.
Yep.
And then you're not drinking the correct amount of water, and then you're drinking coffee first thing in the morning. So you're actually setting
water.
So you're setting yourself back about 10 cups of water just from the start of the day.
Yeah.
And then you don't drink water. So what do you think you're doing? You know.
Yep, I know.
Back in the daytime.
And I do it to myself too, but I know when it's like, oh, I'm tense.
And then you stop doing it. And while the people who don't realize it keep on doing it and they wonder why.
Well, no, I know. If I drink a really strong cup of coffee, I'm going to have to drink 2 cups of water to kind of offset it, you know? And once you realize, like, dude, if you were to play sports and be ultra thirsty and you slam a whole Gatorade and you try to run back out on the court, you start cramping up. You start cramping up, and you know damn right that's true. It's like you start cramping up because there's sugar and salt in Gatorade. And then they try to sell you on the electrolytes. It's like, dude, if you took a Gatorade and watered it down, you'd be way better off than drinking it the way they sell it.
I'm gonna go to bed.
All right, my brother. It is how it is. Though.
Well, it is how it is, but don't have these freak athletes holding Gatorade saying this is how I did it. You know,
but
kids believe that shit.
I know. I get
kids believe that shit,
Mm-hmm.
and kids are the sponges.
I agree.
If every coach said, you know, there's one rule on my team: we don't drink Gatorade, Powerade. All we do is drink water, and you went freaking Billy or Water Boy on them.
Yep.
You know, if you went Water Boy on them.
you'd have yourself a really good team by the end of the season,
Right.
guaranteed. Dude, when my coach, like, what did I get? I got a juice out of the vending machine at school, and what did he do? You think he slapped it out of my hand or something and said, don't drink that shit."
Right.
Like right away, I was like, this dude's a fucking asshole. But he was the chemistry teacher, so
Yep.
he knew what he was talking about. You know, it's
Yep.
like, so it's like, yeah, why the fuck would I drink a Snapple before my basketball game?
Oh, I know.
You know,
Yeah, but you don't
I
realize
wish
it,
I would have learned.
especially as a kid.
Well, no, I wish I would have learned it earlier because, dude, I was Jokic. You know, Jokic was drinking 3 2-liters a day as a kid. Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't hear about.
Nikola
I knew he was
Jokic,
big. So I mean, that makes sense.
it was 3 2-liters a day, and I was just like him.
Mm.
But I was playing sports really hard, so I was like baby fat, chubby, but I was playing sports all the time. So it's like, yeah, once I heard that, and it's like, yeah, dude, once you cut out the sugar content, once you cut out the Gatorade, you wouldn't have all these kids with pre-diabetes by like 13. You know, it's like, you wouldn't. It's all the sugar. It's all the cookies.
I noticed.
It's like, you know, I'm not saying force your kid to eat healthy shit.
But no, but
don't let them
help them.
eat a whole thing of Oreos in
Yeah,
a
I'm saying you should
sitting.
help them.
You know,
Yep.
it's like, yeah, you can have 4 Oreos. Here's some milk, and then, you know, here's some yogurt or whatever. And, you know, be like, okay, that's good for sugar, you know, whatever.
Yep.
And limit it. Try to limit it. It's like, if you let your kids eat whatever the fuck they want,
They're gonna eat bullshit forever.
Not only that, they're gonna be ultra unhealthy. They're gonna be
Yes,
ultra.
I'm saying that's what that's gonna happen. They're gonna be unhealthy because they're gonna eat bullshit all the time. That's like the only thing they're gonna want.
But when we have freak athletes on the screen drinking sugar drinks and this, it's no different than like smoking a cigarette on TV or smoking a cigar and wanting to be like that guy and then flavoring it something. It's like, you need to have those dudes do a campaign for H2O or something. And, you know, it's like, because, the muscle cramps, most of the injuries, most all this shit is because they're not drinking enough water. And it's like 100%. I'm trying to get better at it. I don't like drinking water. I don't like drinking water. But when I don't feel good and I slam some cold water, my body rejuvenates, and I'm not going to lie. I wanted to play games, but they're out in the living room. We will set up the stream tomorrow.
You streaming tomorrow? What time are you streaming?
What time is it? I might do an all-dayer. As soon as I get the basement cleaned and set up, I'm trying out my new webcam. I bought 3 new controllers, and I got them for like, I think $30. They're wireless, PC, PS5, Xbox. You can use them on anything. And they felt good, dude. And they felt like pro controllers with the triggers on the back.
Yep.
So I'm gonna test those out. I'm probably gonna give them to my sister. I donated my old Xbox to her, so then she'll have 2 good controllers over there. And yeah, I'll probably play some 2K. I play Halo. I play a lot of Halo.
Do you? I haven't played Halo in forever.
Did you ever play with what was it? Who would all play together? The Andover kids. It would be Shlu.
I didn't get into it till college, so I didn't play till college.
Okay.
I was always a PlayStation guy. We never had Xboxes. So I didn't get Xbox till or play them till I went to college.
Okay. Yeah, it was like I would play a lot of Xbox Live, and I think it came out in 2003, Xbox Live, and I pretty much played Xbox Live since it came out.
Really?
And then, when Halo, I met. This is what's funny, and that's why I bring up Shlu, because it's like I'm playing a match,
And this dude is a random queue. I match up with Schlu in Andover, and I'm like, how the fuck did I match up with him? And then I look at his team names, and I'm like, oh, I think he was playing with Cones. I think he was playing with someone else. And I was like, how do I get matched up with these guys? And then it must have been an algorithm region, like inner fucking, I don't know, modem link or something, to where I wasn't branching out that far. Like it was reaching out in a circle, and it knew that there was people playing 10 miles away from me or something, you know?
Yep.
But it was, yeah, I just thought it was weird that I randomly queued up with them. But yeah, Cones was mad good at Halo. Good at Halo. Mad good at it. Yeah. He was better than me, and he did it easily, and I was pretty damn good. So it was like Cones was really good. I think they had a dude, Edgerton or something. Is that dude's name? Josh, J.E.?
Edgerton?
Does that ring a bell?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it does sound
They
familiar.
call him J.E. or something.
Yeah,
I
it
think
sounds
I
familiar.
was hanging with those dudes. I just played softball against them or whatever, so I was like, but yeah, I'd play against them, and it was just like, they were crazy good. And that's where it was like, oh, makes sense. Halo is kind of made for like basketball. It's like 4-on-4 basketball, but
Kinda,
a shooter, you know,
Yep.
basically.
Yeah, kinda,
You know, when you think about it.
Mhm.
And when someone's in the wrong spot, you get mad. And it's like, that's why if you've played really competitive drill style basketball, when you play competitive Halo or you start playing competitive Halo, you get mad when you see somebody dogging it. You really do. And that's where the angry gamer in me comes out. I'm playing with dudes that are just dogging it, and I know they're dogging it, but then I know they're watching my stream with me knowing that they're dogging it because I know they're watching to get a reaction out of me. You know, it's like, it's all just a game, and it's like, wow, they love seeing my reactions. So they match up on my team, and they purposely, excuse me, purposely will throw the game just because they like hearing how pissed off I get. And it's like, no, I don't want to be the angry gamer, dude. It was like, he was a YouTube star like fucking 20 years ago. I don't want to be him.
Why would
But
you
did that
just be yourself?
piss you off if you would be working your ass off in a game, and then you see a guy give up just easiest bucket or doesn't box or something like that? It's like, that is the most annoying thing, where you're giving it your all and you're ultra like worn out, and then you see a dude that's just no effort, just lollygagging, just like,
Of course, dude. That's always the
it's
worst.
like, yeah, and that's why it's like, I love playing competitive sports, and I love actually getting outworked. You know, it's like, I like seeing that there's people out there that do have really good skills. I don't like playing against dudes that don't have a skill set, that couldn't change up things and do, make
evolve
me
with the
think
game and
out of the
shit.
box defense wise, or keep me honest and drill a deep jumper. You know, it's like, no, it's the only thing that holds me back is my head, because number one, I'm thinking, I don't want to tear my knee again. I don't want to tear my ankle again. And when you start getting timid, that's when you stop playing out of your game. So it's like, that's why it's like, number one, especially if you're trying to get into game shape, it's just running up and down the court. You know, that's basically it for me. And then once I got the pace of that, then I'm going, okay, let's get some easy shots. Let's get some easy shots that I know I'm going to make. So then you find your little hot spot or whatever. You hit it. Before you know it, you get a turnover on defense. It's just like 2K, you know, when you're playing with your my player. You don't start the game off at an A+, but you're trying to end the game at an A+, right?
Yep.
So that's it. What do I want to do? It's like 1, right?
It's
1
almost
o'clock.
2 in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna eat something.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to go to bed
Oh,
pretty soon here.
yeah. Well, good talk. Well, you think about that gaming streaming thing. If you got links on gaming teams or something, that'd be cool.
I don't know shit no more, dude. Like I said, I just basically
Well, no,
taught.
I mean you're like your dude that you were talking to about what was
Okay.
it, GT Gaming or
Yeah,
something?
yeah,
Or
it was DL Gaming. I guess I could send you a link on his Discord and shit if you wanted to.
you can just send a link. It's just like I'm just trying to build up.
Yep, I feel you.
I'll build up.
That's what
I
I'm
haven't really
doing.
done anything for my Discord or my channels or my links or my videos or anything like that. But yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Or at least have like a link in yours. I'd have a link in mine, and then boom,
That's
boom.
what I mean. I tell
That's
Brandon all the time, like Brandon, start your own goddamn YouTube channel so I can start linking, like putting you in the description and shit.
Just
'cause,
use them as a backlink.
well, that too,
and
but
then,
like I said, just in general,
yeah.
like, dude, like, because the whole thing is like, if we all start our own, like, we can all build the algorithm together, and
That's why the whole idea of a stream team is
I do
you
like
have
that idea.
you have 6 different personalities, because I get it. 80% of the people watching me is going to go, oh, this kid is white privilege. He sounds like white privilege, whatever,
Yep, of course. I
But
mean, the thing is, yeah, dude.
then they see on the same channel. No, then they see on the same channel or the same channel name, you've got you popping up after me or whatever.
Yep.
And then you go, yeah, we're a stream team. And it's like, we understand. That's why we're trying to be a diverse, stream team. And then you have different people. And then you have the access to talk about sensitive topics. Me, I wouldn't be the right dude to talk about African American culture.
Right.
It's like, yeah, I know that. But I'm also not the right person for whatever Caucasian culture is either. I'm not the right guy. I'm just an interesting dude.
I'm just me, baby. I'm just me, baby.
Got anybody that still plays basketball, or you?
I mean, I know people that play basketball. I just can't play, so I mean,
No, I mean, do you know anybody that's still like in game shape or would want to jump on a team? As basic, because I'm gonna probably do that lifetime ultimate hoops.
maybe. I mean, I can ask around.
Yeah, it'd be cool to get like an old school Anoka Andover team together. I think if there's still anybody that still plays.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, yeah, that is a key. I mean, I have to ask around. Like I said, I
If
can just
not,
ask around.
if not, I'm hopping in as a free agent. And I'm just gonna let a team pick me up.
Right,
But
like Doc,
that's
I'm a
not
baller for
any dude.
real. I'm a baller for real.
No, I am. I love it. I got way better out of high school anyway. Nobody
Well, yeah,
knows how good I am at that.
I feel that.
Well, yeah, dude. I used to go to Lifetime.
I used to go there all the time too. Back when my dad used to work out there and bring me, and I just go hoop with all the old folks.
Yeah, man. I balled with a D2 school from Iowa.
Okay.
And they were up there practicing and they were throwing down oops and shit. And I walk in and yeah, I'm 5'8". And I'm 155 pounds. I go, hey, you guys care if I run with you? Because I was just looking to get a run, know. And they all looked at each other and they started laughing. You know how it goes. Like typical fucking white men can't jump scene. And I go, hey man, I'm just trying to get some cardio in, yada yada yada. And they go, all right. They go, all right, run with us. First play, dude tries to poster me. Like I said, they always try it right away. I blocked him off the backboard, and this is no lie. It wasn't like clear off the backboard, but I blocked it off the rubber, and I got the ball.
Yep.
I basically pulled it off like KG style, and I ran the full court. Fast break, dodged every single one, did a spin move, laid in a crazy reverse layup. They pulled my arm as I put the layup in. It went in, basically an and one. And they all looked at each other. They go, all right, you can run with us. But it's like the whole, don't judge a book by its cover.
For sure, dude.
That shit's also happened to me my whole life.
It's happened to a lot of people. Honestly, yeah, for sure. It also happens in the
But
opposite
even
effect.
though-
Like there's people see that are like 6'8", whatever. They're like, oh, you must play basketball. They're like, no, I play trumpet or whatever. Like what? Like.
But even But yeah, it's like, even though I've played basketball my whole life, I don't look like a basketball player.
No, I get what you're saying.
So, if for a team, a basketball team to look at me and judge me, not even know that I'd be that skilled, first play I prove it.
Yep.
It's like that's what
It's
that's what
respect.
it's there for.
Game respects for game, dude. That's
But
always what it comes down to.
But it's like, if you don't think I've gotten like prejudice comments towards me, I
Of course you
have.
have.
Now, have I got them to the extent of, like a black dude in a white city? No, not even close.
No, I get that.
But, when it comes to what I look like and what I was called and what the type of movies were coming out and what kind of jokes were coming out about fair-skinned pale people, it's like, dude, I was called albino.
Of course.
I was called Casper. I was called, what else was I called? Q-tip, because the fucking there's something about Mary. It's like, they were, number one, none of them are their own jokes. They seen it on TV. They thought it was funny.
Yep.
They used it to clown on me. And I go, you don't think that shit's happened to me? It has, and I'm white. So if you think that's privilege, you're fucking stupid. And I'll argue that. And don't judge a book by its cover. And that's why you always got to go back to that, because you don't know anybody's story. It's like,
Not truly.
yeah, if I were to look at me, I would say, yeah, I do look like Hitler's offspring or something,
Yeah, for sure.
But for real though, and
I
it's
get,
like,
dude. I'm like I said, I'm half
but I
Lebanese. Dude. I
am.
fucking make Al Qaeda jokes and shit all the time about myself because it's just funny to me. Like, instead of getting butthurt, I was like, oh, it's funny.
No, if it's funny to you and it keeps you laughing, how is that hurting anybody? Now, if you have a 13-year-old kid hear your joke and then he brought it to his middle school, started ripping on the only Middle Eastern looking kid in class, yeah, I can see where that gets bad. That's why it's like, that's why I started the Snapchat experiment, and that's what I'm going to call it, dude. Well, I was sick of kids looking at shit that was inappropriate.
Yep.
So I created my Snapchat, and if kids are watching it, I think it's good. Because number one, they're going to bring it back to their parents. They're going to wonder where they learned it. And then they're going to take their fucking phone away. And they aren't going to get a phone until they're like 16 or 18 when they can handle some of my jokes. It honestly was that deep, dude. That's how I went. The Snapchat experiment. And it's still going. I laugh about it when I think about it, because these are all thoughts that I had 3 years ago, dude. That's so fucking funny. The Snapchat experiment. It is the Snapchat experiment.
I'm Snapples, I'm Papples. I got this fucking faddle.
All right, you want to hear my basketball joke? This shit's fucking funny.
Go for it, brother.
And I think tying it with the Noka's even funnier. All right. I can picture it like it's yesterday, man. Sitting on the bench. Coach goes, "Hey, Nick, you want to go in?" And I said, "Nah, I'll sit right here and watch you lose by 30.
True.
It's a pretty funny joke, and it's kind of true.
It is definitely true, because we all had
It's
that
like,
situation.
yeah, by the time they wanted to put me in the game, they were already out of the game. And it's like, they never wanted to play me. But dude, I'm not gonna lie. I played probably, sophomore year, I played probably 2 minutes a game.
Okay.
And I probably averaged 2 points a game. So it's like, and I always did something fucking cool every game. Every game. With that 2 minutes, I would always do something fucking cool, dude. And it was usually like, how the hell did I do that? I wouldn't even know how I did it. And then I just started training on my own. It's like all the kids that were like, "Oh, fuck that school, fuck the basketball team, da da da." We made an in-house team, dude, and we smoked
every team we played, we didn't lose a game. That was with the fucking cut players. It's like, if we were good, but it's like, as good as an in-house team could be, we'll say.
Yeah.
You know, because it was like, and that's how it's like, yeah, I played in-house, but I also took down the championship every single year.
Fuck
And
yeah,
we
dude.
played a 4-city region, and we weren't playing against more Anoka or more Ramsey teams. We were playing against Osseo teams, Maple Grove teams. You know, it's like there was some good players.
Yep.
It's like in-house, it is what it is. When I got into traveling, dude, I played in Spring League. I didn't know Spring League, everything was one letter up than what they ranked it. So if you played in a C League, that was actually like B teams, and it was like B team all-star teams. That's Spring League, dude. Yeah, I didn't know that. So we're playing in a fun league, or so they say. And we're matching. Yeah, they say a fun league. But no, he put us against the hardest fucking B teams that we could play against. And we're hanging with them. And we're hanging with them with basically in-house dudes that we thought would be funny. Dude, they put one kid on the team because they thought it was funny when he rebounded because his hair was long. That's
Really?
how stupid it was.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
and that's how fun it was, dude. We had 3-point guards that could handle the ball.
Yep.
All of them were 5'6" or lower. We had 3, let's say, undersized forwards that could play bigger, and then we had one big dude, and that was it. And we ran with 8 people. And we all played most of the game because running with 8, you don't have to do many subs. We were all in good condition,
Yeah, you
and
didn't
we
much.
hung with these like club teams that they've been playing together for 10 years. So it's like, I'm not saying we won every game, but yeah,
No, but you
it was
hang with.
like
I mean, if you play good, that's
it
still
was
good,
like
right?
yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. It was me and another guy. Well, I played point. The other guy was basically a 3-point specialist. We had another guy that was backing me up as a point, and he was just as good as me, but he was quicker and better on defense. Then we had we had 2 lock-in defenders. One could score easy. One couldn't score at all. You know, and so we had role players, and then we had like stars, and we formed our own little like 8-person team, and it was like 2 of the dudes never even played basketball before. So that's how versatile we were. It's like it worked out fine, dude. But that was the first traveling team I ever played on. Was a 7th grade spring league team. And that's it's like
As long as you
you
break
got to
it up.
build chemistry. You got to build chemistry, and then it's like you build off that, and then you see it with pro teams and shit doing the same thing.
Yep.
If you're not having fun with it, you won't be winning.
Of course
And that's why anybody that goes and plays with LeBron, they don't have fun with it. The
Yeah.
only one having fun is him because he's the only one touching the ball.
No, I know.
The only ones that like stay are the ones that just sit in the corner and they're like happy to be on a team.
Well, yeah, they're not probably good basketball players, so they need someone that's super great to let them sit in the corner and just get dots. Just give me dots all day.
And then they're happy that they played 12 minutes a game, and they're like, "No, I was on the Lakers
Not
when
even
we
that,
won."
dude. Even if you play 25 minutes, if you play 25 minutes, but you just sit in the corner of the whole offense, you know, like how much are you're just playing defense.
But hey, you need that too. Like
No, of
if
course.
Jaden McDaniels couldn't score the rock, but he could lock down Kevin Durant to 17 points, I would say play that dude 40 minutes a game.
Yeah.
You know,
It's definitely
like
important.
yeah. So it's like yeah. I can't wait for them beef liver supplements to get here because as soon as that happens, I am getting a lifetime membership, and well, you're not going to think I'm on crack anymore.
You want some of that crack cocaine?
No, it's like it would take me probably 2 good weeks, and I'll be in not tip-top game shape, but I could probably play a 30-minute, 40-minute running game.
That's
you know,
good.
3/4 of it. Yeah, dude, it's like I know It's hydration for me, and it's making sure my ribs are good. I broke 3 ribs in a game.
Gross.
2 years ago. Yeah, dude, my bones are like they healed all fucking weird. So I should probably get that checked out. But we're back to full movement. I don't know if the lung. I think the lung strength got better because I was so worried about not having lung strength.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it got better, but it's sore. It still gets sore, and as the weather changes, I feel it just like, when old people are, I can feel a storm. I can feel a storm coming on. It's like, I can feel the pressures changing, and now I feel it in my ribs, which is ultra uncomfortable. So it's like, I think they probably healed back stronger. I just feel it.
Yep.
And with it, yeah, being cold and warm and shit is like, yeah, I think. Yeah, dude, I took a charge, and you want to know who he looked like? And it very well may have been him. Dude looked just like Casey Jacobson. Do you know who that is?
Yep, I do know who that is.
He looked just like him.
Maybe it was him, for all you know.
I'm thinking it was, because there was
I played 1 year with Men's League, not with him, but against him.
Okay. It was him. It was him then.
Probably
I know the old U of M alum hop in the men's leagues to boost their ego.
For sure.
Yeah. So it's like, I'm pretty sure that was him. And I'm pretty sure I was playing with Robbie Hummel and then Juwan Johnson. Do you know who those are?
Yep, I know who those are.
I'm pretty sure they were, yeah. It was like, but when I said that, people were like, shh, shh. I'm like, oh, I'm not supposed to say that. I'm like, oh.
It's a secret?
No, for real. It was like a little side league. It was like Ultimate Hoops, but they did it at the middle school in Centennial. And then I was like, once I realized, I was like, holy shit, he is 6'8". He is 6'8". He is 6'8". He's 6'9". I go, these are the fucking dudes.
Yeah.
I go, I'm playing with old pros right now, and I didn't even know it. And it was like, wow. But I did pretty good. I averaged 7, 8 a game,
Yeah.
And one game I hit a 3 to send it to overtime. So it was like, that was pretty clutch. I never got comfortable as far as defense wise, but that was just because I didn't know who I was playing with.
Also size. Too.
It's like, do I have to cover for this guy? Do they have to cover for me? And that's what we were running into all the time. They thought they were covering me, but I was doing like a soft zone while I was still in man and watching my guy, thinking that I needed to help, and they're like, they would yell at me, you don't need to help me. And then they'd get burned on the next fucking play, dude. And it would piss me. It would piss me the fuck off so bad. Well, because I'm the first person back on the court, I set up center, I play safety, and then I go wherever the strong side is, basically like football, and I try to shut their fast break down.
Yep.
And they don't realize my logic with it. And it's like, I know how quick I am. Right. If I can set them first on defense before they even get down there, yeah, I know where my guy is, but I'm guarding your guy because you're not in position. You don't realize that. It's like I'm covering your guy until you get here, and they don't realize that. And I'm like, dude, you guys have played way too much LA Fitness basketball that it's like fucked up your fucking head and your fucking basketball flow, and the shit like pissed me off.
Yeah.
I also didn't play good the last few games, and I was probably just mad at myself.
Yeah, it sucks when you know now better.
Yeah, it's like when you look back, you're like, oh, I was playing like shit.
I know,
and they were mad. When they know how good you are and you're playing like shit, yeah. But you're like, oh, whatever, I don't want to hear it type shit. So I went through that. It's like, oh. Or they say, yeah, you're gonna just shoot threes, and it's like, no, I'm a versatile basketball player. Yeah, right. I'm not gonna just sit in the corner and shoot threes. I need to play defense that hypes me up, and then
when it's in sequence for me to shoot, yeah, I'll shoot. But this is the one thing that set me off. So I go, I think I got a steal. Then I pass it to my teammate. He sinks a 3.
Yep.
Next play, I get a rebound. I hit the outlet. He passes to another guy. He hits a 3. Next play, I get subbed out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I go, anybody knows that it's my turn to sink the next 3. Why would you sub me out? I'm the best 3-point shooter on the team. And it's like, weird. You really just did that to me. Like, almost flabbergasted me. I'm like, what? You know I was going to hit the next 3. And then if I got the ball again, I was going to hit another one. And then if I got the ball again, I was probably going to hit the 3rd. And it's like, we would have went on a 15-0 run in a minute. And they pulled me out right when our team was warming up. And I'm like, they don't, a 15-point swing, you don't get over that.
That is tough.
The game would have been won right there. It's like, basketball is a game of streaks, and when you're hot, you don't sub out the dude that's ready to hit his 3, and he's setting up on everyone, ready to shoot it, but the ball ain't coming to him. And then you're going, okay, it's coming to me next play. I got this shit. You're ready for it. And then you get subbed out, and you're like,
Yeah.
But
I get it.
But it is what it is. I still love the game. It's a thinking game.
Dude,
And that one, I would say.
It's thinking, reaction, everything, dude. It's great.
Well, I probably just thought too hard on it. Probably said, oh well, I'm gonna rest up, come back in, hit 4 threes or something. If I would have had that perspective, it probably would have been better. In hindsight,
I get it.
Because it's like, oh, maybe they seen something that I didn't. Maybe I looked a little tired or winded. Pull me out, get me rested, then ding, 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 ding. It's like, but who knows? I don't know how good of coaching or good of coaches they were either. We were coaching ourselves, so maybe they seen something. Because you never really know how you look.
Yeah, from outside, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's like how many times do you think like you thought you made a good play, but then it's not because
when
you watch film, you're like, oh, that guy wasn't open.
You look at the angle of the camera, and you're like, well, no, duh, that was picked off. I threw it across the whole court. It's like, why did I think that was going to get through?
Yeah, but in the moment, you always think you're right, obviously, because I've been there.
No, not always. If you make the rules,
I know when I fuck up too. But I'm just saying, like,
if you don't have those staple rules in your head, like, no, you never throw cross court, you never swing it, more than top of the key at one time or something, and you think it's basic positioning, but the reason why shit don't flow is because everybody wants the ball, and that's because of the NBA. Plain and simple. Everybody wants the ball. Nobody wants to set a screen. Nobody wants to cut hard. Everybody thinks they're right. Nobody can ISO it and score every time. Nobody's that good anymore. Nobody's put in the practice. No, not even the NBA players can grab the ball and ISO it and score every time. No. So if you think you can do that at an LA Fitness, get the fuck out of here. That type of thing. Because it's like not even the pros are good at ISOs, and you know that.
No, I'm saying, but sometimes matchups, like if you got a guy that you just
if you got a match, if you got a mismatch, that's why it's like I'll go to LA Fitness. When they think they got a mismatch against me, I'll start calling out mismatch, and that's when they start laughing. That's when I beat them to the fucking hoop, and I get an easy 2. And then they're guarding me. They know I'm quick. Then I sit out the 3. They're worried about me getting to the hoop again.
Yeah.
Boom, easy 3. Now I got 5. Next play, they don't know what to do against me. I get the ball. I say, they think I'm going to score. And I get a quick, easy back cut assist. And it's like that. Now I'm in their head. Not only am I in their head, we're up 9-0. And that's basketball. It's that simple.
It's all about
it's that simple.
If you can get 2 stops and 2-3 scores quick, bam, now you made a 2-point game to like a 10-point game, and then you hopefully build from there and shit like that. But
But people think a game is out of reach when it's 20 points, and
not
it really
anymore,
isn't, dude.
line.
Well, not even anymore.
Basketball. That's what I'm saying. That's 90s basketball. Maybe even
yeah. It never has been. That is, 2 turnovers, 2 quick threes. You're down by 14.
Yep.
Now you got yourself a game.
Yep.
Now you tighten up on defense.
get
You
another
play
couple
perfect or as
I'm saying
perfect as you
you get
can.
2 more stops, and now it's a fucking 10-point game. Once you get to 10 points, it's anybody's game per se. Because again, it just takes a quick
Yep.
run.
Well,
Especially,
I mean, and
especially
then
like with the shot clocks. Like I don't know. I think Minnesota's going to add the shot clock to high school. I think next year or this year. One of these years coming up. They're adding it.
they're going to turn it to 30, I think,
Yep.
though, is
Well,
what I read.
that will
Yeah.
fasten the game, which means you're gonna have more fucking.
It should be it should make the pace better. It should work better for when these like Southern Missouri teams come in and they run a slow motion offense or something. It's like now you're forced to shoot, and if you've got an internal clock of hey, you got 30 seconds from the time I touch the ball, your offense isn't going to be stagnant. You're going to figure out how to flow. And you're going to have a way funner basketball game to watch.
Yeah.
You're going to have way better stat lines to look at. You are going to see who's actual Mr. Basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I think that'll work out nicely, and that will adapt them to college. Because what's college? 32nd as well.
It's 30 or 35. I can't remember.
It's 30.
I think it is.
So
it
maybe
was 35, but yeah, I think it went to 30 probably.
Then high school would probably be 35.
Yeah.
Or something like that, you would think. Or maybe they keep it the same as college. That'd probably be a better idea in my eyes. But yeah, well, what do you play? You play 10 or 12-minute quarters in high school?
Well, when I was playing, it was 8, so now it's probably 10.
Oh, 8-minute quarters?
That's what we were playing when I was in high school. We
Just
played
seems
32
like
minutes a
not
game.
much time. That seems like not much time.
It's not.
But yeah, okay. Is it 10 now? I think they're trying to get it
Not, it's
close to
9.
college.
Actually, I
rules.
lied. They do now. It's 2 18-minute halves.
So 9. They moved it up to 9.
Basically.
Okay.
But no.
Yeah,
They do halves now.
halves,
They don't do quarters anymore.
So instead of 20-minute college halves, they have 18-minute high school halves. So everything's cut down by a.
So I'm saying your shot
10th.
clock's probably going to go up a little bit, obviously, because of that, like you were saying.
Yep. So 24.
Well, if college is 30, I'm guessing, 35 would probably be...
Yeah, it would go probably 24, 30, 36 if I were to guess. But I don't know. I would think with 18-minute halves, it would only make sense to have it as like a 28-second shot clock to go with the time. If college is 30 and they use 20-minute halves, you would think high school. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, that's why you have such high scores in pro, because you got 48 play minutes.
That, and you have fucking 24
8
second
extra
shot clock, so you
minutes.
got to fucking... You're getting 3 possessions almost every minute,
Yeah, that's why. That's the NBA. It's showbiz. Fucking.
It's fast
Yeah,
paced.
showbiz pace. Yeah.
Space and pace, baby.
So-
That's the way we're in now.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get it. That's why it is. You can't really think about it. That's why it's so easy for Curry, because he isn't thinking about it. He isn't thinking about it. He's just, I'm just thinking shots. If you guys like this, that's cool. If you don't, whatever. I'm just thinking shots. Okay. That does make sense. You got 48 play minutes in pro, 40 in college, and then 36 in high school.
Yep.
Minutes. I bet it would be. I bet the shot clock would be like. No, it wouldn't be 1 full minute. It might be 40 seconds. Don't you think?
You think 40 seconds? No, I'm thinking 35.
Are you?
Yeah,
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
Because it's not going to be the exact same as college.
No, but I'm thinking 35.
If it was 20-minute halves in high school and 20-minute halves in college, then I would say it'd be 30.
I would too,
but it's probably 35.
That's what I'm thinking. That'd be my guess. But like I said, I'm not sure. My dad sometimes goes to high school games because he's bored now, so I can ask him. He might know.
I might start doing that. I was already thinking I kind of want to see the state tournament
That'd be cool.
And then
because then you can go see like 4 games.
I want to see if there's maybe a March Madness tourney that I could see. Not a watch party. I wanted to see if it was within close
Like if it's
range.
an Iowa or something, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know where the stations are? What is there, like 4 of them?
Well, I don't fucking know, honestly. Like,
Well,
they change every
it's
fucking
like-
year, so.
Yeah, and I would think it seems like every kind of like the Olympics, every like 12 years or so they come here.
Yep. Yeah, or so, yep.
So I would think we're kind of due. I don't remember. When was the last time we had shit here? It was like
not like the Super Bowl was here recently, but
No, I'm talking March
I know
Madness.
Final Four. I can't remember.
2008 or something?
I'm gonna guess like
Rubio time?
2015, 16 maybe.
Oh, that close? Okay,
That's
so we
my
probably got a ways to wait. Because I do remember it coming here.
It
but I
does,
didn't-
yeah. It comes here quite a bit.
I-
Like I said, about every
I
like
guess.
10, 12 years.
Yeah, so we probably got a couple more years and then it's back.
Mm-hmm. I guess.
Darn. So it'd probably be like, do you want to go to Indiana?
Sometimes it's there too. Hoosiers, baby.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to look into that, but I do want to see Hopkins. I know they're crazy good this year.
Are they? I mean, it kind of depends on who has like the top college player, whoever they are. They're good, like Minnehaha or whoever. Like it's kind of random, but yeah. In general, Hopkins is pretty fucking good.
Yeah, it's yeah. I guess their whole starting lineup's just double-digit scorers and shit. So they got a really good squad. Like their small forward's 6'5", so it's like they got a team that's built out.
Yep.
But yeah, dude. The spotlight troll comments keep coming in, and I love it because I don't read them. I just get to them when I can, and that's the funniest thing about being mad famous.
Mm-hmm. When you're a celebrity.
Yeah, 3 comments, 4 comments. Where's the red carpet? That's funny.
That is funny.
Roll out that red carpet already. I got 4 spotlight comments on my Snapchat.
I
think I'm gonna wind. I think I'm gonna wind down, call it a night. But
that sounds good to me.
I'll
brother.
let you know if I'll just probably post my thing if you don't mind in the general.
Yeah,
that's
what I do usually. Yep. That's where I usually do.
Are
it.
you fine?
I do it there.
You're
then I
fine
put
with
it-
that though?
Yeah, totally, dude.
Oh, okay.
Like I said,
All
I
right.
mean, like I said, I like your idea of like having that kind of thing. Like, you know, be
Yeah,
cool.
like a
is,
bulletin board. Like a bulletin board. Do you have something like that? Where it's like, hey,
the
check this
Discord,
out if you want.
There might be.
Or a collective or something. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna post it in the general.
I mean, general's always
if I
fine.
do,
That's where I. That's
if I
where
do
I post
stream.
pretty much everything in general. Like I don't really use the other ones as much. That's for them.
I would
I post in topics
classify
and questions
myself
or
as
general.
I wouldn't really classify myself as a gamer or a streamer. I just got some gamer knowledge, and I've streamed before.
Right. I feel you.
But I pretty much, yeah, it's like if I had the right setup and I took it serious like my job, yeah, I very well could make money at it.
I'm starting to, but like I said, I'm just beginning. So I mean, it's one of those I gotta wait a couple years probably to fucking build up.
I think maybe just having unrealistic hopes with it.
That's definitely
You're
part
like,
of it. I get
oh,
that.
I'm gonna be Dr. Disrespect, or I'm gonna be Ninja, or I'm gonna. If you think like that, it's like that will never happen.
Yeah, I get
because
that.
those dudes are like, if you were to watch that Ninja dude actually game, dude, and you see how much time he's put into the games that he's played, it's like you don't get that muscle memory from nothing, dude. Like he's a mad, crazy good gamer, and you got to pay the respects to that. It's like you don't get that following from being just okay at
Well, I know.
games.
Unless you're funny or something. Yeah. Like you have to have
If
some
you have a
kind of
good personality, you have a good personality. You don't have to be like a pro gamer.
Yeah.
You know, you could talk about philosophy or just sit around the round table or whatever. and whoever wants to come into your stream, you pop them on.
Yep.
And then you have one guy in the back that just fact checks you as you're live and pull up this, pull up that, you know, kind of like the Theo Vaughn, the comedy rings or whatever that they're doing. It's like they make a joke, they pull up stuff. If they don't have any material, they pull up a funny picture and they go, what do you think about this? And they keep character and they don't laugh at it and they make it funny. And it's like, it's very simple, but it's very, very entertaining. And I think if you get back to simple entertainment, that's what you need. It's like, dude, I had the most fun playing video games when the controller had what? 2 buttons. When I was playing Nintendo, that was like the most fun gaming there was. And it wasn't complicated. It didn't have pressure sensitive buttons. It didn't have half triggers, mappable buttons, yada yada yada. It was fun factor, and that's it. You found a 2-player game, you found a friend, and you played a 2-player game, and you had fun with it.
Yep.
It's like they went away from the fun factor, dude. And that's when video games aren't fun. When you take the fun out of them, it's like, who would even buy this bullshit? And that's where we're at.
Yep, pretty much, dude.
And then they remake a game in hopes that you buy it for nostalgic
For
purposes.
the member berries, baby.
Yep, and it's like, dude, that's why we always need people coming up with new ideas, because then you got new games, you got new technology, you got new engines.
New ideas is always key.
But you also need a test audience to see if it's actually fun to play.
For sure.
And that's where the streamers come in. They get the games for free. They're basically game testers.
Yep. Especially
they get games
betas and stuff. Yep.
If you're affiliated or whatnot. But yeah, you get free equipment. You get games that get sent out for you to test in beta mode before other people get them. You get codes to where you get access to things to try out and promote for them. It's like, yeah, you can do a lot, but it is a job. You know, it's like those people are gaming and it looks fun, but there's a lot of work that those people put into.
Of course,
and people don't realize that.
I mean,
They think,
I get
oh,
what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I can put a webcam in and I can put a disc in and hold a controller, and then you see the people just staring at the screen, and it's like, you would never hold an audience, you know?
Yeah, but I get what you're saying.
But-
That's why, like I said,
but
my
it's-
niche is trying to be more like politics. Sometimes I talk to Brandon about philosophy and shit or whatever, because like I always tell Brandon he thinks so big. I'm like, dude, you got to get more. Like, I try to explain to him it's like evolution, bro. You got to fucking do a lot of small changes in order to get your big change. Like, you got to think of it like that. Like, you can't just
That's
jump.
it.
You
Yeah.
can't jump to the end and think you're gonna fucking do whatever. You know, like.
Well, you can if you want, but
Yeah,
it's
you can-
like
yeah, but it's not gonna
that's like eating. That's like eating a fucking jelly-filled donut and then telling them to pull the jelly out, please.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, no thanks.
Right.
Yeah, I just want the beginning and the end of life. I don't want anything in the middle.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, yeah, I think everybody wants a revolution, but nobody wants to actually revolutionize themselves. It's like,
Yeah.
it's easy as fuck to point at somebody and go, don't do that. But as you're eating McDonald's, going, don't eat McDonald's, and you're eating it, it's like, who the fuck is going to listen to that?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, nobody.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at. It's like you got to stay true to yourself.
Yep.
And then, like, I think if you're fucking up, you got to tell yourself you're fucking up. You don't got
that's
to hear
key.
from other
Yep.
people, because it's like, if you're fucking up, you're fucking up, and you know you're fucking up.
Yeah, just be true to yourself.
You know.
Yeah, stop lying to yourself.
Yeah, stop lying to yourself, because that's going to stress you out even more. And then you got to figure out, who the fuck was I lying to, and who did I tell the truth to?
Right.
And then you're trying to cipher out your own fucking story. And it's like, yeah, stop lying. And number one, stop acting like, I don't know, the whole possessions thing.
Yeah,
It's weird.
It's a
to
big
me,
deal for sure.
because it's a weird deal. Because, yeah, as far as property and estate and that type of thing, I don't own anything, but nothing else actually owns me either.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
it's
you're not
like,
a
who
slave to
really
anybody
has
either.
power?
It's like, who really has the power? Yeah, I don't have equity. Big deal. So it looks like I'm not credible. That affects on my credit score.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, but it's all the same thing. You're looking at a piece of paper and saying I'm not credible.
You're not
when I'm telling you
valuable.
with my lips, I'm very credible.
Yeah.
Now, you're going to go by the paper. I get it. You have to go by the paper. I get it. But if I were picking a team, I'd be like, that dude's on my team.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Because you do that can think out of the box. And you need people that have been in weird situations and know how to calm people down.
For sure. I mean, the thing is, no person can know everything. Therefore, you need to rely on other people to have expertise in stuff that you don't have the expertise in.
Certain areas, yeah. Because, you can study one subject your whole life and still not know anything about it.
Well,
when you die,
I always say
I
always say that you have infinite amount of things to learn and a finite time on Earth, so
to do it.
you can't. It's just
pick and choose
impossible.
what you want. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm just saying, like, that's why I try to stress to people like this, like the society idea. Like, we live in a society where you need to fucking really understand that we work together and we do all this shit together. Like, it's not just a me and a we; it's all of us.
Yeah. But turning into the individualized, like, it's like people need to realize, like, a team is only as good as their weakest link, and that's a saying for a reason.
Yeah.
If you looked at a basketball team and you had a dude that turned it over 5 times every single game, no matter what, if you benched him for one game and then seen the box score, I guarantee you're winning. And you cut the weak link and you're gonna be really good.
Yeah.
Now figuring out what the weak link is really hard because everybody does bring something to the table, and everybody thinks a different link is weak. So it's like,
but it might be
they
better
usually
in a
cut,
different
they
circumstance.
usually
Might be
cut,
better.
but they'd usually cut the wrong link and then realize that was the strong link.
Well, like
now
I
they
said, the
fucked
weak
up
link
the whole
could, like I
chain.
said, a weak link on this team or whatever could be the best one on another team. Like, it's just all circumstantial.
It's
Like,
it's the concept of, like,
yep.
if you feel like you're the smartest person in the room, get out of the room, yada yada yada, because they're telling you there's nothing to learn in that room, and that's true. But who's to know who the smartest guy in the room is? It's usually the one that just observes everything, right?
Kinda. I mean,
it's not always the guy that wants to jump into the action. It's the guy that watches the action, witnesses the action, can report the action, tell you what exactly happened. It's like, that's the real power. Or stopping something before it happens because he can see it happening before it happens. That's some powerful shit.
That's like good
but
science.
it's like,
Good science is like that in the sense it's supposed to be predictive and shit. So
what
science?
People
like,
are very, but people are very predictive, and if you can read body language and you can read what people are saying, and you can read eyes, it's like, there isn't a human on the planet I can't look at their body language and figure out that they're freaking out about something.
Yeah, for sure.
But if I have to cipher through, is this a person or an AI person in front of me? That is something I don't want to have to fucking do. It's like, I want to know I'm talking to a human and not an AI human.
Yeah, I feel that.
Which exactly where we're going.
I don't talk to AI. Like I said, I know people that do that. Like Brandon, all of them love
But
it.
if,
I just
but if
don't
a person knocked, listen to me. If a person knocked on your door, you started talking with them, and it just felt odd, like ultra odd.
Yeah.
Are you gonna sit down on your couch after you shut the door and go, "Was that fucking AI in a human body?" Like, have you ever thought about things like that?
Oh yeah, man.
I know it exists. I know it exists. Because you wouldn't come out with movies like iRobot if it didn't exist. Those ideas don't just come out of thin air.
I feel that.
but it's like they've always had holograms, you know. You know that they've always had holograms. As long as they've had telegrams, they've had holograms.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
So when you go and see a concert, if nobody can get on the stage, you very well could be looking at 3 phones that are casting up a person dancing around. And people are so drunk that they don't even realize they're looking at a shadow. And that's where it's getting with live concerts. It's like these artists are scared that they might get mugged or killed or ran up on stage. They don't even put the artist in. They cast a fucking hologram up and they cast it from a different room. You know?
Yeah. Oh,
Or maybe
I have another
I'm
guy.
talking about the future of concerts, but it's just like, yeah, if it ever gets to I go to a concert and it's a hologram on the stage, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. I want to see live music. I want to see some instruments. I want to see what you can do on the spot. I don't want to see some rehearsed thing of a hologram. But if there's cool lighting effects where they can do that and have a live band and then a hologram dancing around with them, now that shit would be cool.
That's pretty dope.
But what, because you've already seen the hologram of Tupac and whatever, right?
For sure. That was like
Yeah.
in what, like
So
2010
that's where I
maybe?
came up with the idea. We may very well be watching concerts of people that aren't even up there. And I was like, I noticed it when, do you know who the Racketeers are?
Yep.
And the White Stripes?
Yep.
And you know, Jack White
Yep.
is doing solo stuff, right?
Yep.
Well, how the hell can he play a concert with the Racketeers and then play a solo set the same fucking night 2 states away? Tell me that.
Right.
That's where I was like, what the fuck? If I went to go see Jack White, or if I went to go see the Racketeers, maybe it was because it was in the same state. And maybe I was looking at it wrong and they were different times. But I swear the concerts were at the same time. Maybe they double dipped and they had a full band set and he branched off into solo stuff too and they double dipped and got a double concert. If they did that, that's smart as fuck. But I was looking at it, I'm like, there's no way you could play in the Racketeers at the same time you're doing a solo set. Unless you know something I know or don't know, I don't think you can be in 2 places at once.
I don't know. Unless quantum is true. All right.
It is.
It is. All right. It's 2:30. I'm gonna head to bed.
All right.
I love
Peace
you,
out,
my
man.
brother. Have a good one.
Yeah, take it easy, Doug.
You too.
Yeah,
Brother.
you too.
All right. Time to go to motherfucking bed. It's late as shit. Love y'all. Peace out.